in order to give Xiao Yan some support, so that he wouldn't be humiliated by the mere Nalan Yenran coming to withdraw the engagement. You directly traveled to Doput Sangshong and became Xiao Yan's older brother, having activated the bloodline of the great sage equal to heaven. You reached the level of 7-star Do Huang at just 18 years old. After your mother's death, you followed the letter she left behind to search for your 3 younger brothers, Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li, as well as your father Xiao Zhan. At this time, you are in the city of Wutan in the Gamma Empire, walking down the street, with a few people passing by and many discussing. From these people, you learn that today is the day for the Xiao family's children to test their doqi. Hearing this, you quicken your pace, crossing a street, and a familiar aura rushes towards you. You stand at the door, looking up at the familiar Xiao family crest. Indeed, this is the Xiao family you have been searching for. You clench your fist tightly, and leaves are blown off the trees by the wind. Looking at the gate of the Xiao family, you pondered for a moment and decided to walk in. Today, everyone went to watch the younger generation of the Xiao family test their fighting spirit, and the clan members all gathered around. As you walked through a small path, you couldn't help but sigh, thinking of the place your mother had longed for during her lifetime, and today you finally arrived. Just then, a commotion arose not far away. Look, it's young clan leader Xiao Yan. He's about to test. Yes, he is the genius of our Xiao family. You saw a young boy with black hair walk up, looking quite youthful, with a hint of resemblance to your mother between his brows. Xiao Yan is your younger brother. Upon hearing this, you walked directly over, but there were too many spectators, and you couldn't get too close. The young Xiao Yan clenched his fists and placed his hands on the stone tablet. Fighting spirit, 3rd stage. A voice filled with disappointment came through, and Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. What a waste! The once renowned genius of Wutan City has actually fallen to waste overnight. A series of extremely harsh voices came from the crowd, and Xiao Yan stood there gritting his teeth, suffering a heavy blow in his heart. You took a glance, and sure enough, just like in the original work, the fallen genius, your younger brother whom you had never met, had become a waste. But as your own brother, how could he possibly fall like this? No fallen genius can ever be absent as long as they exist. It seems that over the years, my father Xiao Zhan has not only failed to manage the Xiao family well, but it has also become increasingly declining. Right now, you only see the 4th brother Xiao Yan. As for the 3rd brother Xiao Li and the 2nd brother Xiao Ding, they are not here and should have gone out to train. Later, Xiao Ding even established the Motai Mercenary Corps. You only observed from a distance for a moment and did not go to meet Xiao Yan right away. The tender youth sometimes needs to withstand trials, without experiencing wind and rain. How can one see the rainbow and transform into a true strong person? Then, you walked towards the main hall of the Xiao family. At this moment, in the hall, Xiao Zhan had just learned that Xiao Yan was at the 3rd stage of fighting spirit. Looking dejected, sitting below were 3 elders. The 3 elders and the clan leader. Xiao Yan is only at the 3rd stage of fighting spirit now. This is bad. Yes, if this continues, our Xiao family will be in trouble. Xiao Zhan raised his hand and said, Elders, no matter what, Yener is my son, and he is a member of the Xiao family. Your son is such a waste. If Xiao Yan cannot break through in a year, he will not be qualified to enjoy the family's resources, the elders said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was furious and retorted, Yener is not a waste. I know my son. He is a genius who became a fighter at the age of 11. The 3 elders shook their heads. They too wished for Xiao Yan to have the dazzling talent to lead the Xiao family to rise, but at this moment, they truly saw no hope. Moreover, Xiao Zhan still held hope for Xiao Yan, which they found hard to understand. At that moment, Xiao Zhan noticed someone walking in. He raised his head to take a look, and a figure stepped in from outside the door. Xiao Zhan immediately became alert and asked, Who is coming? The 3 elders were also taken aback and looked towards the door. When the figure finally appeared, Xiao Zhan could clearly see the person's appearance and sat up from his seat. Shocked, the person in front of him felt extremely familiar, with delicate features that resembled his wife's. Father, you slowly uttered these 2 words. Having been reborn, your identity is the eldest young master of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was stunned on the spot. He widened his eyes in disbelief and walked over step by step, a long-buried memory surging to the surface. That's right, the moment he spoke, I had already guessed it. A look of shock appeared on his face as he slowly said, You are Honor? At this moment, you had walked up to Xiao Zhan. The father and son were meeting again, and Xiao Zhan found it hard to believe. Tears welled up in his eyes. The person he felt most sorry for in this life was his eldest son and his wife. Father, I finally found you. You looked at your father Xiao Zhan, who had already aged significantly and looked haggard. You are really the best. This is great. Xiao Zhan raised his hand to wipe away his tears. Look, I am so happy to see you, my child. By the way, how did you find this place? Where is your mother? Xiao Zhan asked eagerly. Did she not come with you? Is she still angry with me? You clenched your fists tightly. Mother passed away a few years ago. In her last moments, she was thinking of you and the younger siblings. This is what she wanted me to give you. Saying this, you handed a letter and a jade pendant to Xiao Zhan. At this moment, Xiao Zhan slumped directly onto the chair, his face filled with shock. When we encountered danger back then, after losing contact, your father searched for you and your mother for so many years, but there has been no news. Where exactly have you been? Xiao Zhan grasped the jade pendant in his hand, recalling the bits and pieces from the past. At this moment, the three elders of the Xiao family were all shocked, showing expressions of disbelief. He is the young master of the Xiao family? How is this possible? After so many years, they thought that story had long been sealed away in a very distant place. You said. Xiao Zhan then adjusted his emotions, looking very happy. Today you return, I will definitely have a good chat with you. Upon hearing this, you nodded. However, father, this time I return, it is not just to see you, I also want to lead the Xiao family to regain its peak and take good care of you all. This is my mother's last wish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt an immense sense of guilt in his heart. He owed too much to this mother and son throughout his life, and he could never repay it. As for revitalizing the Xiao family, he believed that several brothers could definitely do it. Feeling immensely proud in his heart, how did you find the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan asked curiously. I have traveled to many places and heard about the existence of the Xiao family from a friend, but I wasn't sure. I didn't expect to actually find it. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Good. Tian, it's good that you came back. These three are the elders of our Xiao family. Upon hearing this, the three elders stood up and cupped their hands, saying, we meet the young master. You squinted your eyes. These three elders are indeed the core strength of the Xiao family, most of them being great Do masters. Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Now that another child of his was coming home, he was particularly happy today. Let me take you to meet your younger brother. His name is Xiao Yan, and speaking of which, you do resemble him a bit. You said, father, I saw my younger brother Xiao Yan. When I just arrived, I happened to see him testing his Do Qi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan sighed lightly, which also meant that Tian knew about Yan Er's situation. This kid might be worrying about something somewhere. It seemed like it was time for him to go see him. At this moment, you slowly stood up. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan nodded slightly. He should be at the back mountain of the Xiao family now. It's good for you brothers to meet, and I will go with you. You followed Xiao Zhan to the back mountain of the Xiao family. Along the way, they talked a lot. At the back mountain, Xiao Yan roared at the sky a few times, releasing the unwillingness in his heart. The once talented young man had now fallen to become a waste. This was not what he wanted to see. After lying on the grass, feeling dejected, he sighed, raised his palm, and on his finger was a black, ancient ring. This was the last gift his mother had given him, and he had worn it for 10 years. He had never seen his mother's face from beginning to end. He gently touched the ring with his finger. This was the only gift his mother had given him, and it was a token of affection. Then, he gave a wry smile, realizing that over the years, he had indeed let his mother's expectations down. Just as he sighed, suddenly, two figures appeared behind him. With his sole perception, he stood up directly. Father, you have come. Xiao Yan looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a luxurious gray robe stepping out, with a hint of grandeur between his brows. This was his father, Xiao Zhan. Beside him was another young man in splendid attire, whose identity was unknown, but Xiao Yan felt a resemblance to his father. Who is this? Xiao Yan curiously examined him. Hearing the words, Xiao Zhan smiled and said, Yener, this is your elder brother, Xiao Tian. As he introduced him, Xiao Yan was stunned upon hearing the word elder brother. Wasn't his elder brother Xiao Ding? Now another one has appeared. What is going on? Xiao Zhan saw Xiao Yan's confused expression and naturally knew what he was thinking. You are the big brother of your group. Today, he has finally returned to our Xiao family. As a father, I really owe you too much. I am an incompetent father. Xiao Yan was shocked, looked at you, walked over, and said with cupped hands, Big brother. Xiao Tian saw this and smiled gently at the corner of his mouth as he stepped forward, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Fourth brother. Xiao Yan also did not think that he actually had an elder brother. No wonder he looked so much like himself. At this moment, the originally sad Xiao Yan's heart was also a little happier after confirming that what was in front of him was his long-lost big brother. Yener, if you are unable to break through the 7th stage of Doji Qi after a year, father can only assign you one amongst the family industries. After all, some things are not up to father, Xiao Zhan said with a sigh at this time. Xiao Yan's fists clenched. Father, I still have 1 year left. No matter what, I want to work hard. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Tian was very satisfied. Not bad. Fourth brother. Father, don't worry. I have a way to make fourth brother break through the 7th stage of Doji Qi in a year, or even higher. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly for a moment. Big brother, if I were to place it in the past, I would still have confidence. But now, it is somewhat difficult. Xiao Tian said encouragingly, how can I know if I don't try? My destiny is not up to heaven. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, who knows about such things? Don't worry, with Big Brother here, you'll be fine. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Zhan's face revealed a smile. Good, Yenner, you listened to your big brother. He knew that it was too difficult to raise 4 stages of Doji Chi in a year, but he could not ruin the atmosphere either. You two brothers have a good chat. Father still has some family chores. See you later. Looking at the two brothers was not bad. He was relieved. Then he disappeared into the night with his hands behind his back. After Xiao Zhan left, Xiao Yan sat on a rock and looked at the moon. Big brother, my Doji seems to be having problems. I also don't know if it's possible for me to break through the 4th stage Doji Chi in a year's time or not. To be honest, he didn't have a bottom in his heart right now. Xiao Tian's fire eyes golden eyes opened and performed some tests on Xiao Yan's body, and there was no blockage problem with the meridians in his body. After seeing the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, his eyes narrowed slightly and he saw that there was actually a soul body inside. Xiao Tian slowly said, 4th brother, I seem to have found your problem. Xiao Yan's face was excited. He had not stopped cultivating for the past few years, nor had he been lazy, no matter if it was the 3rd stage of Doji Chi. Now heard the big brother Xiao Tian found the problem. Cannot wait to ask big brother? In the end, what is going on? I'm going to find out. Xiao Tian pointed to the ring on Xiao Yan's hand and said, it is this ring that has a soul body inside it that is absorbing your Doji Chi over the past few years. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was shocked and looked at the ring in his hand. Impossible. This is what my mother left me. Xiao Tian's soul force pressed and instantly, the black ring trembled and emitted a glow. Little fellow, I didn't expect to be discovered by you after all. Suddenly a pale, strange voice came from inside. Xiao Yan froze on the spot. Big brother, it's still true. Someone is talking in here. Who is it? You come out. The inexplicable disappearance of his own fighting chi over the past few years must have something to do with him. If it wasn't for his big brother realizing what the problem was, it really would have been kept under wraps. Don't come out yet. Xiao Tian's soul force pressed away, and the soul body inside was directly forced out compulsorily. Suddenly a white smoke appeared and an old man suddenly appeared. He was transparent and floating in the air, looking at Xiao Tian next to him with a shocked expression. Even if one's strength was now greatly retreated, it was still possible to feel the true strength of the other party. A Do Huang powerhouse. Pill old man holding his beard with a shocked face. This doll looks just 18 years old is already at the level of Do Huang. I am afraid that it is not far from the Dozong. Such a demonic genius was a leader even in the central state. What surprised him even more just now was that he seemed to have been looked at by a secret method, and it seemed that there were no more secrets to be found on his body. What the hell is that pupil power? This teenager was Xiao Yan's big brother. So why was Xiao Yan so miserable? The big brother was so strong. A series of questions appeared in the middle of medicine old man's mind. It's better not to think about it. This is because at this moment, Xiao Yan had already burst out in foul language and clenched his fists in anger. Old fellow, why are you hiding inside my ring to steal and suck my dochi? The corners of Pill Elder's mouth twitched slightly as he coughed dryly. Little doll, the old man has merely sucked up a year's worth of your doji chi. Xiao Tian looked at the medicine old man, which scared the medicine old man. Why does this little guy give me a very scary feeling? Pill Elder raised his hand to hold his beard and suddenly became serious, but it's only 3 years. It's really 3 years. Learning the truth, Xiao Yan became even more annoyed. Good, so the reason for everything is you. Sucking 3 years of my doji chi, do you know how much confusion this will cause to me? How much damage has been done to me? Speaking of this, Xiao Yan's fists clenched with an aggrieved face. It was because of this that today he was reduced to the waste material in everyone's mouth. Pill Elder dryly coughed. Little doll, don't get excited. Isn't it just 3 years of doji chi? I return you still can't. How are you going to return it? Xiao Yan questioned. There is Xiao Tian and the medicine old man would not dare to talk more. Now must come up with a little something practical to compensate. Now he is not the opponent of the Do Huang, just a residual soul. Only to see him holding his beard and said, Little doll, have you heard of the alchemist? Chapter 4, Shocking Pill Elder. Selecting burning decision in advance. You are a pill refiner? Xiao Yan was shocked. Pill refiner was a sacred profession in the Dochi continent. It was respected. As long as an individual wanted to become a pill refiner, it was said that the conditions were very harsh, and how difficult it was to become a pill refiner. Seeing Xiao Yan's face of shock and anticipation, the medicinal old man held his beard. The old man is precisely a medicinal refiner, but sucking you for 3 years of doji chi is something that the old man has no way of doing. That's just it. Since you want to learn, you do have some qualifications. Let's say it's to repay your debt of these 3 years. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He seems to be a tender boy. In fact, he is a traverser. The soul is not that childish to be good at fooling around. Barely. This is not fooling himself? Pill Elder turned his gaze to Xiao Tian who was next to him, his heart slightly puzzled that this little fellow had become a Do Huang powerhouse at such a young age. It is just a bit of a pity. If this little guy obtained the ring in the first place, the old man could have sucked it, and maybe recovered a bit faster. It is all fate. Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. Old man, you sucked my brother's dochi for 3 years, how can it be that these can make up for it? As Xiao Yan's elder brother, I naturally have the right to claim some benefits for him, just like those 2 black and red merit laws of yours. Why don't you take them out and take a look? At those words, Pill Elder's entire soul trembled. His heart was shocked. He never thought that the gong methods on his body were actually still being seen through. Sure enough, that feeling of being seen through before was right. He is, but also the strength of the Do Huang level actually can see the gongfu on my body. He is right. His own body is precisely the complete burning decree, and there is also a heaven-level gongfu. Pill Elder had originally thought that he was only a Do Huang powerhouse, but he didn't expect to be able to detect this. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth rose. He now had the existence of fiery eyes that could see through everything, and a mere soul body was not something that he could see through at a glance. What's more, he himself was likewise as a traveler, so he naturally knew all of this. Pill Elder, wasn't that pill venerable? Without looking at it, one would know. However, the first time he traveled through Double Star, all the places were all known. It was just that he didn't have a map and wasn't very good at finding his way. Since he had become Xiao Yan's elder brother, coupled with the promise he had made to his mother in his heart, he naturally would not let him and the Xiao family suffer this loss. Little doll, old me doesn't have those things you mentioned. Although Pill Elder was shocked, he had no intention of taking them out. After all, at this moment, he did not know these either. He had just met them, and his bond with Xiao Yan was not enough, so wanting to take them out was definitely not possible. Xiao Tian smiled and said, Pill Exalt, you want me to do it myself? Facing the threat of a genius Do Huang, Pill Elder held his beard inside softly. That's fine. Since I owe you guys, I will naturally make up for it, even if it's a reward for these 3 years of sucking up Do Chi. Saying that, he raised his hand and 2 volumes of gongfu appeared in the middle of his palm, 1 black and 1 red. Little doll, pick one. The Pill Elder looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also greatly shocked. His own big brother was actually so powerful, he was just ready to bargain with this old guy, but he did not expect his big brother to directly let him compensate obediently. This red merit law is a fire attribute earth stage merit law, so you can think about it, Pill Elder said as he looked at Xiao Yan who had a surprised look on his face. Ground level technique, his mouth wide open, a face that has never seen the world. Their Xiao family's only Xian rank intermediate fighting skills. The red technique in front of him is actually the legendary ground level technique. Earth rank techniques hadn't appeared for many years. In his memories, this highest technique was heaven rank, but for him earth rank was already very high. It was simply not something that a small family like theirs in Newton City could have, not even daring to think about it, not realizing that he had actually encountered it today. If one chose the earth rank gongfu to cultivate naturally very quickly in the future, the achievement would definitely not be low. But why didn't he mention a single word about this volume of black gongfu? Xiao Tian at this time walked over to Xiao Yan and lifted his hand and patted it on his shoulder. Little Yan Zi, listen to big brother and choose the black technique. Pill old mouth slightly pumped, heart greatly shocked. This little doll is not enough Do Huang level. How to see through their own this gong method? According to normal circumstances, it was natural that he would let his brother choose the red earth ranked gongfu, knowing that this family of theirs only had metaphysical ranked gongfu at the top of the day. And they actually gave up the earth-ranked gongfu? This is interesting. At this moment, Pill Elder was becoming more and more curious about Xiao Tian's true identity, and based on what he understood, this elder brother of Xiao Yan had only returned today as well. The current situation of the Xiao family wasn't too good either, and he didn't expect Xiao Yan's big brother to actually be at the Do Huang level. Xiao Yan glanced at his elder brother and nodded. Then I will choose this black technique. Xiao Tian looked at Pill Elder and said, Pill Elder, you must teach my 4th brother well about this incineration decision. After all, this 4th brother of his liked to hand rub the fire lotus flame. Once again, Pill Elder was shocked. How did he know so much? Even the burning decision? He really isn't simple. In the end, who is? A young Do Huang. Is he from the central state? But there aren't many people who know about the burning decision. Pill Elder couldn't figure it out. Since he knew, why didn't he directly snatch it? Instead, he gave it to Xiao Yan. Just as well. Since I have absorbed this little fellow's Do Chi, I will naturally give back to him by pouring out the art of alchemy and the burning decision. After that, Xiao Yan chatted with Xiao Tian at the back of the mountain for the rest of the night, and it was only at a very late hour that the two of them left, and after learning about his mother's situation, Xiao Yan felt a pang of sadness, and his determination to become stronger was strengthened even more. After reaching an agreement, the medicinal veteran no longer drew on the do-chi within Xiao Yan's body, and he cultivated for a full night. And this time his do-chi actually did coalesce and did not appear to disappear. Unable to not face a surprise color, this all really have to thank their own big brother. If not for his own, there is really no way to solve this problem so quickly. Now his face overflowing with smiles. If this continued, he was certain that he would break through the 7th stage of Doji-chi a year later, definitely not letting his mother, brother, and father down. Xiao Yan, who had resumed his cultivation at this moment, was once again confident on his face as that talented youngster returned once again, and just as he had gone out, he encountered Xiao Tian, who had come head-on. After resting for a night in the Xiao family, Xiao Tian likewise did not rest much at night and cultivated until the latter part of the night, and at this moment the blood veins in his body were almost fused. Now his cultivation speed was extremely terrifyingly perverse. He had broken through a star in one night and had now reached the strength of an 8-star Do Huang. Fourth brother, how is it? It looks like you're in good shape today, Xiao Tian said with a smile. Xiao Yan revealed a smile. Big brother, now that I can already cultivate Do Chi, I believe that I will definitely not disappoint big brother and father a year later. Xiao Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. Well, big brother believes in you. Young master, the family master has an invitation. He said that today our Xiao family is expecting an honored guest, and we need everyone in the Xiao family to go. Right at this time, Xiao family's old butler, Elder Mo, came to report. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed lightly. Come on, fourth brother, let's go see our honored guest. Aha! Xiao Yan nodded and followed. Looking at the back of the two people leaving, regret flashed in the old housekeeper's eyes. If the young master in the past, I'm afraid that he would have been an outstanding fighter by now, but the great young master doesn't know how talented he is. Chapter 5. How dare you come to the door to withdraw from the marriage? A few people were walking through the backyard. The old housekeeper Mo Lao went up and knocked on the door before pushing open the door of the solemn hall. The hall was very spacious. In the middle of the hall, there were quite a number of people sitting there, and the ones on the top were the Xiao family head, Xiao Zhan, and a few elders with cold faces. Below a few people are some of the elders of the family who have a lot of power and the outstanding disciples of the family. As the door opened, everyone shifted their gazes over, and when they looked, a young man with a straight posture walked in, and by his side was another young man, Xiao Yan. He was a bit better than Xiao Yan in terms of temperament, and his eyes were filled with the perseverance and self-confidence of a teenager. And most importantly, he was dressed in a flashy outfit, looking like a son of a great man. At the table, the three honored guests were glowing, looking at the badge on their chests. 7 stars, this was the 7-star Grand Duelist. Xiao Yan's eyes were stunned. These 3 old men were actually 2 stars higher than his father. Their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Seeing Xiao Yan appear, a young girl on the seat cast her gaze towards him. This girl was Nailin Yanran, who had a stunningly beautiful face. Her figure was exquisite, and she exuded a charming allure when she lifted her hands and feet. He was Xiao Yan, and he had a chance to meet him when he was a child, and at that time, it was Xiao Zhan who brought him there. Now that she hadn't seen her in years, she had indeed grown up, but this time she had come. She had decided to call off the marriage. The 3 old men on the seat looked at Xiao Yan. From his body did not see a trace of disheveled, but instead the spirit is glowing. But some curiosity. According to the theory that the 3rd stage of Doji Chi is an individual will feel ashamed. From Xiao Yan's face there is not a trace of sadness and grief. It is true that this son has already looked down on the fact that there is no chance of making a name for himself. I heard that the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao War, had returned, and I am afraid that the person in front of me is the one. Among the 3 VIPs, the head of the Guyi elder's eyes lightly narrowed and muttered in his heart, and beside Guyi stood a young man, handsome in appearance, looking to be in his 20s, with a strength that had already reached 5-star Dosher. Father, Xiao Yan and Xiao Tian arched their hands at Xiao Zhan and said, Aha! Xiao Zhan revealed a smile. Seeing Xiao Yan with a big smile on his face without the anxiety he had earlier, he was also much relieved. It looked like he and Tianer had a lot of chats yesterday, so it should have soothed him a lot. At this moment, Xiao Yan noticed the disdainful gazes cast by the 3rd elder next to him, and after he became a waste, some of the elders could not stand to see him. Afterward, Xiao Yan let out a light sigh. Big brother, let's just find a seat and sit down. At this moment, there were also no extra seats in the middle of the living room, and the 3rd elder held his beard and said, Young master, yours is here. As for young master Xiao Yan's, forget it. Xiao Zhan was instantly annoyed. A trace of anger flashed across his face as he slapped the armrest and shouted, 3rd elder, you! The 3rd elder revealed a hint of disdain and then raised his hand to greet the people to prepare. He just wanted to see Xiao Yan make a fool of himself. Brother Xiao Yan, brother Xiao Tian, you guys sit here. Just at this time it came, Xiao Tian put his eyes to see, the corner inside sitting a young girl. her temperament elegant, 2 hands on the lap of a book above, showing a smile, blinking staring at the slender eyelashes, gently lift the drooping silk hair pulled behind the ear. Xiao Tian and Xiao Yan walked over, and it was at this time that Xiao Zhan turned her beautiful eyes towards Xiao Tian, who slowly stood up next to her. Hello big brother Xiao Tian. This Xiao Suer's temperament was indeed different from other young girls, noble and light, with an unassuming temperament. Xiao Tian nodded his head. Regarding Xiao Tian's matter, Xiao Zhan also learned about it, and she was also shocked when she started to know about it, not realizing that Xiao Yan's brother actually had an elder brother. Since he was Xiao Yan's brother's own big brother, he was also his own big brother. Nalan Yanran, who was not far away, saw all of this in her eyes and looked at Xiao Tian's body for a long time. This suddenly appearing big brother Xiao Yan always gave her a strange feeling. Thinking of this, she did not think much about it. It was better to first solve the things she came to do today. At this moment, Elder Guyi looked around the circle and slowly got up, arching his hand at Xiao Zhan and said, "Since all of your clan's people have arrived, then I am going to talk about the purpose of our visit here this time. Mr. Guyi, feel free to say anything, as long as my Xiao family can do it. I will definitely try my best to accomplish it." In the face of this old gentleman, Xiao Zhan did not dare to have a hint of laziness. A bit of meaning was always necessary, only that he did not know what the other party's purpose was. Patriarch Xiao, do you recognize her? Guyi said as he glanced at the beautiful girl beside him. This one is? Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment, glancing at it and froze. He shook his head. Haven't really seen it before, when it was also seen once when he was a child. The woman was so big that he naturally did not recognize that the young girl in front of him was Nalan Yanran, the daughter-in-law who had made a marriage contract with Xiao Yan. Uncle Xiao, I am Nalan Yanran. The young girl finally opened her mouth and was arching her hand at Xiao Zhan, looking courteous and polite. Xiao Zhan revealed a hint of surprise. You are Elder Nalan's granddaughter, Nalan Yanran. This is his own daughter-in-law. He saw the growth of so big and still so beautiful, his heart like it is not too late. I blame Uncle Xiao's eyes for not recognizing him just now. Xiao Zhan went on to say. Suddenly this scene appeared. The 3 Xiao parent elders were also slightly frowning. A trace of change appeared on their faces, knowing that this Nalan Yanran was exceptionally gifted, and it was said that she was even accepted as a disciple by the Yunlan sect's patriarch, and her future was bright. Now Xiao Yan is 15 years old. Dojichi 3 paragraphs. Such strength. The other party is afraid that today to come is not so simple. Uncle Xiao, my niece has not been paying her respects to Uncle Xiao. It should be me who is at fault, said Nalan Yanran, revealing a hint of a smile as she pulled the corner of Guyi's coat next to her with her hand signaling him to hurry up. Guyi then froze and hurriedly interrupted the topic. Patriarch Xiao, today's matter is related to Nalan Yanran, and this matter is still confirmed by Lord Patriarch. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked, because this patriarch was obviously that Yunlan sect patriarch. She was a big shot in the Gama Empire, a Do Huang powerhouse, terrifying as it was. Who dared to mess with it? These small clans like theirs could not afford to mess with her at all. What made them curious in their hearts was how a power of this level could beg for a small family like them. Xiao Zhan suddenly frowned, unless there was only one possibility. Thinking of this, his 2 hands clenched tightly hidden under his sleeves were also not discovered. At this time he forced down his anger and said with some trembling, Mr. Guyi, you said. Guyi also coughed dryly and thought of the importance of Nalan Yanran in front of the patriarch, so he said with a ruthless heart, Patriarch Xiao, I'm sure you've guessed that Nalan Yanran is someone that the patriarch has his eye on, and is being groomed towards being the next successor to the Yunlan sect. So the patriarch's intention is that he wants to break off the marriage contract between her and Prince Xiao Yan. This is if it is for the good of Prince Xiao Yan. After all, Nalan Yanran is the future sect leader of the Yunlan sect. The patriarch wants her to be able to focus on her cultivation and not have anything to do with men. Xiao Zhan's entire body was instantly enraged as he crushed the cup in his hand. Mr. Guyi, do you know that in the Doqi continent, being withdrawn from a marriage on the doorstep is a humiliation for a family? Several elders were also bloating. Xiao Zhan, this is the son you were so proud of. Let's see how you end up today. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire person was dumbfounded. His fists were clenched tightly, and he similarly felt incomparably angry. Looking at his father being taunted, all of this was his own uselessness. At this time, Xiao Tian raised his hand and patted on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Fourth brother, there is no need for you to take this matter to heart, because, big brother will always be your big brother. With that, he directly stood up. The Cloudlon sect really has great dog guts, bullying my Xiao family. Xiao Tian's aura erupted from his body, and in an instant, Guyi and the others in Nalan Yanran were pressed to the ground by a terrifying pressure and could not move. Everyone looked at Xiao Tian in surprise, with disbelief in their eyes. Chapter 6, Xiao Family Do Huang. 3 years promise. In the face of Xiao Tian's sudden outburst of powerful and terrifying strength, Everyone in the hall all revealed a surprised look, especially the people of the Xiao family, who were in complete disbelief that the eldest young master who had just returned was actually this powerful. Xiao Zhan and the three Xiao family elders revealed a look of shock. Xiao Zhan was also stunned when she saw this. She did not expect brother Xiao Tian to actually have such strength at such a young age. It was worthy of being a member of the Xiao family, but she had a doubt. That is, the bloodline of the Xiao family had long since withered away. How could there be a descendant of the Xiao family with such strength? Even if it was placed in the central state, it would be a rare genius. However, after seeing this, she was also happy for the Xiao family, and it was great that brother Xiao Yan was so powerful, and was pressed to the ground. Guyi and Nalan Yanran face all the pain, clenched his teeth, sent out with its confrontation, but no matter how they force, all are crushed, simply cannot resist a little. Guyi is a 7-star grand duelist, looking at the entire Yuten city, that was also a strong person. No one dared to mess with him at all. Big brother, Xiao Yan swallowed and was a little worried. After all, the other party was from the Yunlan sect. Offending them would put the Xiao family in danger. However, the matter of the door-to-door withdrawal made him furious, and that was why Big Brother was going to make a move. At this moment, the pill-old man inside the ring suddenly spoke. Little fellow, don't worry, this Big Brother of yours is powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The fighting chi erupted from Xiao Tian's body and was so terrifying that just the aura emitted made people feel that it was difficult to breathe. Elder Guyi frowned slightly and knelt on the ground, shock showing on his face. You are a Do Huang powerhouse. Wow! The moment the words fell, the entire hall of the Xiao family was silent, knowing that there were not many Do Huang powerhouses in the entire Gamma Empire. This kind of strong person is either a certain big family, or a big clan, the royal family. This level of strong person is few and far between, and the strength is incomparably strong. It is the object of all the forces to pull together. What's more, the Xiao Tian in front of him was only 17 or 18 years old, so just how rebellious was this kind of talent? Xiao Zhan's hands trembled. The whole person was excited. Tian Air is actually a strong Do Huang. This, how is it possible? He was a bit unable to believe it, but the kind of terrifying aura that emanated from him was much stronger than that of a Do Huang, and it was even more so because a Dodosher like him didn't even have the thought of resisting. This kind of absolute crushing is indeed a Do Huang level powerhouse. My Xiao family actually has a Do Huang powerhouse. My Tianer is actually a Do Huang. The three Xiao parent elders and the Xiao family's group of clansmen had revealed joyful colors. The eldest young master Do Huang. That would be of great benefit to their Xiao family, knowing that the Cloudland Sect's patriarch was also only a Do Huang powerhouse. Guye's face was astonished. This Lord Do Huang, aren't you afraid of offending our Yunlan sect like this? The man next to him, Mo Li, also gritted his teeth. That's right, if you're like this, and if the Cloudland clan blames you, all of your Xiao family will be exterminated by then. A hint of killing intent flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as he lifted his finger and flicked it, and Mo Li flew out directly, kneeling on the ground and coughing up blood continuously, suffering an extremely serious injury. She was a mere 5-star dosher. Pinching him to death was as simple as pinching an ant. After feeling the other party's terrifying power, Mo Li's entire body trembled, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that the other party was merciful. Otherwise he would have really died just now. Had I known, I would have kept quiet and regretted it. Nalan Yanran saw this and clenched her pink fist. Uncle Xiao, this is your Xiao family's hospitality. If my teacher knows about this, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome. And you have to think about the Xiao family as well. She was equally young and vigorous, and had been protected since she was a child, but she even thought that she had outstanding talent. And since she had been designated as the next successor by the Yunlan sect's patriarch, she was even more high-minded. Looking at the entire Gamma Empire, who would dare to slap the face of the Yunlan sect in such a manner? While the Yunlan sect was a powerful and untouchable existence, not to mention that this time it was his own teacher who had said it himself, so it wasn't a slap in his face? When he thought about it, even if the other party was a towering Do Huang powerhouse, he still had the behemoth that was the Yunlan sect behind him, so he didn't need to be afraid. Tianer, it's still considered. The Cloudland sect is the strongest force in the Gamma Empire. Our Xiao family can't afford to mess with it. Hearing the 3 words Cloudland sect, he also let out a light sigh. Now even if Tianer was a Do Huang powerhouse, he didn't let this matter go to his head. After all, the Yunlan sect was as strong as clouds. A conflict would result in the Xiao family being unprotected. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan similarly clenched his fists. There was too much he needed to consider as a family head. The safety of the family, the safety of his own children. He wasn't willing to gamble, to take a chance. If it really causes a war between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect, then the Xiao family will definitely be destroyed. Tianer has already reached this level of strength at such a young age, and if it continues, he will no longer be afraid of the Yunlan sect. Father, Since the Yunlan sect is so not giving our Xiao family face, we don't need to give their face either. It's not just the district Yunlan sect, even if it's their patriarch himself, I'll make them pay a certain price. Xiao Tian under the anger is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Lifting directly, the light as the pressure Guyi around the other two great masters instantly flesh explosion, died on the spot. Guyi was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew at this moment that moving out the Cloudlan sect as a backer no longer worked. This young man in front of him didn't eat this set of threats at all. Having seen the remaining two elders killed in an instant, Nalan Yenran's heart was fearful at the moment and her beautiful eyes trembled. She gathered her courage and fought for herself. Am I at fault? Xiao Yan and I are not suitable at all. And in the first place, it was also Grandpa who set the marriage contract privately, without my consent. Is this fair to me? Today I come to your door for the purpose of withdrawing from the marriage. So kill or be killed as you wish. At this moment, Nalan Yenran's eyes showed a trace of perseverance. No matter what, all can't change her obsession to withdraw from the marriage. After saying that, Nalan Yenran closed her eyes and waited for the sentence of death. In that case, I will give you a ride. Xiao Tian had one hand behind his back. Do Qi erupted from his body, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in an appearance of a supreme powerhouse. This is the eternal and unchanging rules of the Do Qi continent. The strong are honored, only strong enough to guard the dignity. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's fists clenched and he gritted his teeth. His face clouded, while Xiao Sunair beside him had a worried expression. Brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around and revealed a smile. Kaoror, I'm fine. He finally took that step, as if he had made some sort of determination. Big brother, this matter started with me, and I still want to handle it myself. Since the young patriarch of the Yunlan sect is adamant about withdrawing from the marriage, I will not allow the Xiao family to be humiliated because of this matter. Having said this, Xiao Yan's fists clenched. Xiao Tian saw this before he slowly stopped and turned to look at Xiao Yan. Fourth brother Yu. This withdrawal is also a form of growth for him, and a test of heart. We must know that the original did not withdraw from the marriage. That is, there is no Yan di Xiao Yan. Big brother, Xiao Yan has grown up and has the ability to bear all of this, and is no longer the child who hides behind his father and brothers. Having said this, Xiao Yan tried to squeeze out a smile. He didn't want to stand silently in the background alone, letting his father and big brother take it all on for him, even threatening the Xiao family. Nalan Yenran slowly opened her eyes. She also heard all of it. Since this is the case, this time I, Nalan Yenran, was abrupt. Xiao Yan, do you dare to set a 3-year contract with me? If after 3 years, you have the strength to defeat me, Nalan Yenran, I am willing to serve as a slave and a servant girl. If you're still as useless as you are today, you'll hand over that contract of dissolution of marriage obediently. Xiao Yan looked at the young girl's ironic face and revealed a hint of mockery. It doesn't take 3 years. I really have no interest at all in a woman like you. After saying that, he directly crossed his palm and gently picked up the deed and tapped it directly. Don't think that I, Xiao Yan, would care about any genius wife. Today I'm going to repudiate you. From today onwards you don't have any semblance of relationship with my Xiao family. You dare to repudiate me. Nalan Yenran looked at Xiao Yan so determined. Their own on talent, body, beauty, background, which point is not someone else in this life cannot reach. Today actually by this waste to rest? Subsequently, Xiao Yan waved his big hand and directly threw out the contract, saying in a domineering manner, Nalan Yenran, let me tell you, the shame of today I, Xiao Yan, will surely pay back 100 times over. I would also advise you, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. Chapter 7. A small punishment to pay the price. As the marriage contract slowly floated down and landed in front of Nalan Yenran, she knelt on the ground, shock all over her beautiful eyes, and was instantly struck. Nalan Yenran was pampered from a young age, which had been bullied so much by her peers. The two luxuriant jade hands clenched, biting her lips. Xiao Yan, if you have the ability to fight with me 3 years later, hiding behind your Do Huang brother, I will look down on you even more. Xiao Tian frowned slightly. This Nalan Yenran would be a provocative method. Instantly the pressure was even strengthened by a few points. Nalan Yenran, how are you not hiding behind the so-called Cloudlan sect? Really leaving the Cloudlan sect? What do you count? With a gasp of awe, Nalan Yenran's body tilted and was directly pressed down, her two slender arms propped up on the ground. Similarly, Gu Yi was also punished. He thought to himself how Nalan Yenran was so tough. The other party is a Do Huang powerhouse. If this goes on, the old man will not be able to hold out any longer. The entire time the two people were pressed to the ground, so to speak, kneeling on the ground, wanting to insult the Xiao family. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do so, and if this matter were to be spread out, it would be extremely embarrassing for their faces. Big brother, thank you. Xiao Yan's fists were clenched, and today's matter was what allowed his to grow once again. Medicine old man at this moment in the ring in the middle of Xiao Yan said, This is the Do-Chi continent. Only the strong can control their own destiny. Little doll, you want to grow, the road is still very have along. Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and bent his knees to Xiao Zhan, and with such a decision, the Xiao family was bound to be ridiculed, as they would not believe that a wasted teenager would really have such vigor to repudiate the next heir of the Yunlan sect. And Xiao Zhan, who was the head of the Xiao family, naturally became the object of ridicule. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, Xiao Zhan naturally understood all of it, and he could not help but smile blandly. I believe that my son will definitely not be the waste that other people say he is, and will make those rumors and gossips go unanswered since, 3 years later, Yenner will definitely go to that Cloudlan sect and wash away today's shame for you. Saying this, Xiao Yan, out of the corner of his eye, kowtowed heavily to Xiao Zhan. At this moment, Nailan Yenran's eyes revealed a trace of complexity. Today's matter, do not know whether it is right or wrong, however, soon, she confirmed that what she did today is absolutely correct. She Nailan Yenran will not regret now, and even more so in the future, because she just didn't think that Xiao Yan would be more powerful than her 3 years later, and would definitely still be an uncompromisingly wasted young master just like today. Tianer, tell them to get up. Xiao Zhan sighed lightly, and he did not intend to offend the current Yunlan sect. Xiao Tian was not afraid, his eyes narrowed lightly. Since father has said so, I can give you guys a chance. Catch one of my slaps and you can leave in peace. After all, you guys came to my Xiao family in a rage to withdraw from the marriage, and that's too much of an impact on us. Moreover, going out, you will also have to say that it was Xiao Yan who repudiated you, Nailan Yenran, and to my father just now, you must kowtow and apologize. At those words, Nailan Yenran's whole person was stunned. Originally she came to withdraw from the marriage, did not want to make amends and apologize. She thought it was very simple. She came to withdraw from the marriage with her teacher's words. This Xiao family will not dare to be reckless. Now she had not only been actively repudiated by Xiao Yan, but she had also been bullied and was kneeling down to kowtow and apologize. Such a shame she could never accept. Guyi was so scared that his face turned pale. This Xiao Tian was actually protecting Xiao Yan so much. He, a Do sure, was like an ant in front of a Do Huang powerhouse. Now only the Yunlan sect can be deterred. Lord Do Huang, we know that there is something wrong with withdrawing from the marriage up there today, but Nailan Yenran is, after all, the future patriarch of the Yunlan sect, and this matter cannot be avoided. You are humiliating the Yunlan sect. Do you know what this will lead to? It won't benefit your Xiao family one bit. Even if you are a noble Do Huang, you can't protect the Xiao family, right? Is just giving you a reminder, not a threat. In the face of Guya's words, Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family elders were all frightened. If there was really any conflict, then the Xiao family would really be doomed. It didn't matter if they were a few old guys. The younger generation of this Xiao family was in danger. A light flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes. Noisy, with just a gentle wave of his hand, a terrifying force struck out, and Guyi flew out directly, instantly shattering the door of the room and flying out, crashing into the top of the wigwam. With his strength as a grand duelist, he simply couldn't resist. Pust! He spat out blood, and before he could react, Xiao Tian raised his hand and a terrifying suction force came and instantly grabbed Guyi in. At this moment, Guyi's face was pale as he knelt on the ground. Thank you Lord Do Huang for not killing me. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed lightly. As I said, the district Yunlan sect is just that. Even if the patriarch himself comes, he will still have to pay a price. In front of me, you are like ants. I'm not too keen on saying it a second time. Murray was even more scared and trembled, kneeling on the ground, not daring to speak. Elder Guyi, Nailan Yenran saw that this Xiao Tian did not give face to Yunlan sect at all and actually made a move, but she could do nothing in the face of the Do Huang. Her two fists clenched tightly as humiliation and unwillingness surged to her heart. I didn't think that the Xiao family would dare to do so. At this time, Guyi had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow directly in order to ensure their safety. Patriarch Xiao, today's matter is all our fault. We were wrong. Wow. In an instant, the hall of the Xiao family was unusually quiet, and the clansmen were filled with tears. At this moment, the shame of the Xiao family was washed away, and as a clansman of the Xiao family, he felt proud at this moment. If Xiao Tian was not there, this humiliation could only be swallowed today, and in the future, in this Yuten city, he would also be pointed at by other people's backbones. Unable to raise his head, Xiao Zhan's hands gripped the handrail tightly, and among his eyes inexplicably got up. He had been holding back for fear that he would be moved to shed tears in the next moment. The three Xiao family elders were likewise inexplicably generating a sense of pride in their hearts. Originally being withdrawn from the marriage by the above, they were extremely dissatisfied with the Xiao family and the patriarch in their hearts. This would make the Xiao family unable to raise their heads in this Yuten city. And at this moment, the person who came to the door to humiliate him was kneeling on the ground to voluntarily admit his mistake. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Tian's magnificent back. which was emitting a divine light at the moment. This was his big brother. From this moment on, he was aiming for his big brother. He was the hero of his heart, the omnipotent big brother. Nalan Yenran clenched her silver teeth, disbelief all in her eyes. Elder Gu Yi, why are you kneeling down? This is an insult to the Yunlan sect. At this moment, Xiao Sunair also slowly walked over with the ancient book. She stood beside Xiao Yan. Miss Nalan clan, don't think that just because you have the Yunlan sect behind you that you can run amok. In this Do Chi continent, there are countless forces that are more powerful than the Yunlan sect, so you better watch out for yourself. The pupils of Nalan Yenran, who was kneeling on the ground, shrunk as she slowly lowered her head as she looked at the noble and light Xiao Sunair in front of her, who, regardless of her temperament or appearance, was not inferior to her at all, and was even taller. Nalan Yenran once again clenched her fists. Am I wrong? Xiao Yan, he is just a wasted young master. He is not worthy of being the next successor of his own Yunlan sect. Xiao Tian clasped his hands. Nalan Yenran, it's your turn. Nalan Yenran bit her red lips. Today's disgrace, Nalan Yenran, will return it 100 times over in the future. She helplessly knelt on the ground and kowtowed her noble head. Uncle Xiao, today it's all because Nalan Yenran didn't think it through, degrading the Xiao family, for which I feel deeply sorry. It's all because I didn't think it through. Having said that, Nalan Yenran's eyes shed tears of aggression. This blow, for her, was the biggest humiliation of her life. Guyi covered his chest. Half of his life was almost gone this time. He sighed softly and shook his head secretly. After today, I'm afraid that the Xiao family will truly rise. Xiao Tian slowly said. Very well, there is still one more poem. Then we can let you off for today. Chapter 8, Xiao Yan, my 6th grade alchemist brother. At those words, Guyi hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lord Do Huang, please be merciful. With the strength of a Do Huang, a palm down, Nalan Yenran would definitely die. And Nalan Yenran's pink fists were clenched. The bullies were too much. They had apologized. She as the next head of Yunlan sect had already made a step back, and the Xiao family was actually still pressing step by step. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Guyi, scaring him into shivering. It's fine, then it's fine for you to take over. The corners of Guye's mouth twitched slightly. Is this to make me die? How can I resist a slap from a Do Huang? I am a 7-star Dodosher. At this moment, Nalan Yenran gritted her teeth and said, Elder Guyi, this matter is between me and the Xiao family. I, Nalan Yenran, will take this poem. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth rose. Good. Seeing as my grandfather Xiao Lin's relationship with your Nalan family, I won't take your life. Though, after today, even if it has nothing to do with my Xiao family, everyone will know that your Nalan family is a family that doesn't keep its promises. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Nalan Yenran's beautiful eyes were stunned, kneeling on the ground with shock all over her face. Good one, Xiao Tian. Actually taking this opportunity to humiliate my Nalan family. I, Nalan Yenran, will remember this humiliation. Xiao Tian had one hand behind his back and just lightly struck out a palm. The terrifying power directly slapped on Nalan Yenran's chest. A Nalan Yenran gritted her teeth and let out a light humming sound as she directly flew out and collapsed heavily on the ground. She propped up her delicate body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was pale. Her pupils trembled. This palm shattered the young madness of the young girl. It shattered her pride of being the successor of the Cloudlands sect. After this palm, Xiao Tian withdrew the Do Huang pressure, and only then did Guyi crawled over in a sorry state and helped Nalan Yenran up. Nalan Yenran only felt that this palm almost took her life. This time the door to withdraw from the marriage. She suffered all the insults. Nalan Yenran will definitely want to pay back 100 times. Elder Gu, let's go. Nalan Yenran dragged her injuries and prepared to leave. And at this moment, the chi-gathering scatter that Guyi had originally prepared to give to the Xiao family was not taken out. So humiliated, he wasn't in that mood or necessary to give it. Looking at Nalan Yenran's back as she left, Xiao Yan's fists clenched. This time if Big Brother was not there, then the Xiao family was bound to be humiliated. However, he cannot retreat. All of this is because of their own. It is not possible to always hide behind the Big Brother. If not in Nalan Yenran, that is to prove the fact that he is a waste of talent. In order to break the gossip that he was a wastrel, he had to fight. Brother Xiao Yan, you will definitely succeed. Kaorora has always believed that. Xiao Sunair, who was next to her, comforted Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Kaorora by his side, revealing a small smile. Kaorora, thank you. I will try my best. That's if I make a promise to you. Xiao Sunair saw Xiao Yan in this state now. Her heart was also quite relieved. The last thing she wanted to see was Xiao Yan's brother being sad. If she dared someone to hurt him, she, Xiao Sunair, would definitely not let go. At this moment, in the middle of the hall of the Xiao family, although Xiao Tian's actions just now had caused them a great deal of pain, several Xiao family elders were worried. If the eldest young master is like this, then the Yunlan sect will definitely retaliate against our Xiao family. What should we do then? Yes, the Yunlan sect is one of the top forces in the Gamma Empire. Our Xiao family can't afford to offend it, but I support what the eldest young master did. It's too good. Well, the eldest young master is a Do Huang level powerhouse. Even if the Yunlan sect comes to commit crimes, we're not afraid. Nonsense. The eldest elder of the Xiao family directly slapped the armrest. That Cloudlan sect is an ancient sect that has stood in the Gamma Empire for thousands of years. With a deep heritage, it's not something that our Xiao family can afford to mess with, even if the eldest young master is a Do Huang. But overall, our Xiao family is simply unable to fight against that Yunlan sect. Having said that, the others also lowered their heads and sighed. Today, letting the disciple of the Yunlan sect leader kneel on the ground and be humiliated. If this matter spreads out, then the Yunlan sect wouldn't be able to come to the door to retaliate. Xiao Zhan also looked at Xiao Tian. He believed in the decision made by his son. Elders, if the Yunlan sect blames me, then I, the clan head, will be obliged to do so. I will work with the Xiao family. The Grand Elder sighed. Xiao Zhan, you are confused. You are not putting the entire Xiao family in jeopardy. You're being selfish too. In an instant, a terrifying doqi erupted from Xiao Tian's body. Bang bang bang. Several elders all raised their hands to block. Their hearts were shaken. What a terrifying strength. Immediately after, Xiao Tian raised his hand and slowly said, Great Elder, I said before, I do not place the district Cloudlan sect in my eyes. At this time, I am the one who will not let the Cloudlan sect hurt the Xiao family in any way. Today, I, Xiao Tian, tell you that I am an 8-star Do Huang. Bang! The terrifying Doji Qi appeared, and this sentence was like a tranquilizing pill, causing everyone in the Xiao family to swallow their mouths and reveal shock. 8-star Do Huang, so young in the Gamma Empire has been considered a miracle. Even the Yunlan sect patriarch is only a 3-star Do Huang. If they dare to come, maybe they can really. Xiao War at the moment face shows pride. Xiao Tian actually so powerful. This year counting the age is only 18. It will already be 8-star Do Huang. Xiao family rise is expected. At this moment, the Xiao family elders all closed their mouths. One by one, their mouths were wide open, completely unable to close their mouths. Is the Xiao family really going to soar from now on? As the eldest young master of the Xiao family, he is the strongest representative. If you give him a little time, then the legendary Dozong realm is not a problem. Xiao Yan's eyes were full of yearning. There was not much difference between himself and his elder brother. He was already an 8-star Do Huang. And himself, he laughed bitterly for a moment. 3 stages of Doji Qi. Big brother was too dazzling, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to surpass him in my own lifetime. Xiao Sunair looked at the overbearing Xiao Tian, but she was also happy from the bottom of her heart. At the beginning she was quite worried about the Xiao family, but now with the 8-star Do Huang Xiao Tian, there is a place for him in this Gamma Empire. However, if that Yunlan sect really dared to mess around, she wouldn't be polite and would inevitably help the Xiao family. Pill Elder's entire body froze inside the ring. This Xiao Tian was really a genius and demon. The aura felt from him yesterday seemed to be a 7-star Do Huang. Right, and in one night he rose 1 star? Even if he was a pill exalted, this was the first time he had seen it because this was the Gamma Empire. And producing a Do Wang could already make the family stand up. Xiao Tian smiled with the corner of his mouth and took out a 5th grade elixir from amongst his spatial ring. Father, please accept this 5th grade elixir. Dragon Force Dan. It was only seen in Xiao Tian's hand that the elixir had a light golden color throughout, with a dragon pattern faintly emerging on its surface, as if it contained the power of the dragon race. Xiao Family Hall at the moment exudes a light fragrance of ambergris. All the disciples all close their eyes to enjoy. Just inhaled into the nose is invigorating. The body of the qi and blood vaguely boiling. Xiao Zhan directly sat up with disbelief on his face. This is a 5th grade elixir. Tianer, this elixir was not easy for you to come by. It would be a waste to give it to me. It's better for you to keep it and use it. You are the hope of our Xiao family. Xiao Tian smiled and said, No, you can take it. I refined this pill myself. I also have many other pills. Raising the strength of the Xiao clan's children is not a problem at all. The words fell. The Xiao family hall was collectively shocked, especially Xiao Yan himself. He stared with wide eyes. This also meant that he had a brother with the strength of a 6th grade alchemist. Chapter 9, Xiao family's absolute genius. Xiao Tian. Yunlan Sect's anger. Xiao Zhan was even more shocked and speechless. What? A 6th grade elixir that he had refined himself? He looked at a closer look. The Dan pill on top of a few clouds appeared. This is the Dan pattern? How is it possible to be able to refine Dan lines? How high must the level of alchemy be? It seems to be a 6th grade elixir, but in fact, the efficacy is comparable to some 7th grade elixir. This kind of elixir, put in the auction, that is the market without a price. looking at Xiao Tian in front of him. Xiao Zhan's face was filled with pride. That's a Dan pattern? No way. It's the first time in my life that I've seen a pill with a Dan pattern. The eldest young master is also too powerful. Yeah, it's even more powerful than that what's his name Dan King Guhi. 6th grade alchemist. What does this mean? This kind of character, even some big clans would go to pull in. Even the Gamma Empire's Dan King, Guha, was only 6th grade. Everyone in the Xiao family showed their excitement. If it were anyone else they would only be envious. But this person is their eldest young master. At a young age, he is a strong Do Huang, or a 6th grade alchemist. It is difficult for their Xiao family not to rise. The three elders originally the tightly tensed face is also a long time to reveal joy. Holding the beard, the heart is excited. The Xiao family has produced a true dragon. As Xiao family elders, they are naturally happy, and later go out. That face is also stained with light. Xiao family 6th grade alchemist. The scenery is infinite. Xiao Yan looked at the dazzling Xiao Tian. Big brother is really powerful. I didn't expect that he is actually still a 6th grade alchemist. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up in this lifetime. Just now I was thinking that it was possible to surpass big brother, but now there's no hope at all. Xiao Sunair, who was next to her, hugged her books with both hands and revealed a hint of sweetness. Brother Xiao Yan, if brother Xiao Tian has such a talent, then it proves that your talent was originally not bad either. Kaoror has always believed in brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at the somewhat adorable Xiao Sunair and raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. Yes, thank you for the support that Sister Lavender has been giving. At this time, Pill Elder inside the ring had been shocked badly by Xiao Tian's performance. Such a genius. He only hated that he didn't meet at the beginning. Otherwise he designated to take him as a disciple. However, since that Xiao Tian's talent was so heaven-defying, this Xiao Yan wouldn't be any worse. And if he hadn't absorbed his Doji Qi himself, I'm afraid that he would also be a little genius now. Coughing and coughing. When he thought of this, Pill Elder was dryly coughing. Based on his observation in these few years, Xiao Yan was not a bad person. How could it not be a rebellious disciple like Han Feng, backstabbing himself and causing his fall? Thinking about the past, it was a sigh. Xiao Sunair put down the ancient book inside her hand at this time and came to Xiao Yan's side with a bandage and medicine bottle. Brother Xiao Yan, did you forget that you were injured? Xiao Yan then froze and raised his hand. The bright red blood was exceptionally piercing. It's fine, just a small injury. Manly man, I will not be afraid of this pain. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Sunair had already medicated and bandaged him up. Looking at all of this, Xiao Yan resolved in his heart that from today onwards he would cultivate hard to make all the people who cared about him, or whom he cared about, no longer disappointed. Hiss! When the medicinal water just dripped in the palm of her hand, there was a pain that pierced through her heart. Xiao Sunair lifted her chin Jade hand to cover her cherry mouth and gently laughed. Brother Xiao Yan will just try to be brave, and just now said that it would not hurt. Before Xiao Yan could react, Xiao Sunair had already bandaged his upper palm and tied a bow, which was very pretty. Xiao Zhan looked at the pills in front of him. Then he became a little worried. Tianer was too dazzling now, which was not sure if it was good or bad for a talented youngster. It is important to realize that many geniuses will fall when they have not risen to prominence. Too dazzling sometimes may not be a good thing. Seeing Xiao Zhan's expression, Xiao Tian was aware of his worries. Honestly, now that his Qi Tian de Shang bloodline was activated, just the 72 changes alone could already be unstoppable in the Do Qi continent. No one can hurt a hair on his head. Father, I know of your concern. You might as well take it. Only then did Xiao Zhan put it away, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Fine. In that case, there is no reason for father to continue pushing. But this time around, the Yunlan sect will definitely not just tolerate it. Xiao Tian slowly said. Father, you don't have to worry. If the Yunlan sect makes a move against our Xiao family without regard to their identity, then I will personally destroy the Yunlan sect. When these words came out, the whole room was once again shocked. So domineering. This is my Xiao family men. They cheered, their blood boiling. Everyone in the Xiao family was united in their hatred. Looking at Xiao Tian's, Xiao Yan is also proud of having such a big brother. Only truly having strength can protect everything. He couldn't let his big brother bear it all alone. Pill Elder slowly spoke at this moment. Little doll, just this idea is good. However, wanting to become stronger is not that easy. Could it be that you have a good solution? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Of course, as long as you worship me as your teacher, I can let you rise quickly. How about it? Pill Elder slowly said. At this time, there was only so much that could be done. The little guy looked good. Maybe one could really have a moment of resurrection. After all, the one perseverance in Xiao Yan's heart was something that the others did not have. Adding to the fact that there was currently a Do Huang big brother, he could totally grow up even faster. After considering it again and again, Xiao Yan then agreed. Alright, I will worship you as my teacher. Kid Xiao Yan has met his teacher. The Pill Elder laughed. Fine, Xiao Yan. Since this is the case, the master is going to truly impart something to you. My name is Pill Dust. You can call me Pill Elder. Aha! Xiao Yan nodded his head and continued to ask curiously. By the way, Master, are you as good at refining medicine as my brother? Pill Dust held his beard and laughed. Of course, for the teacher back then, the 6th grade pills were easy to come by. It's simple. You follow your teacher well and learn. Your future achievements may surpass your brother. Xiao Yan looked skeptical. Really? How do I feel that you are fooling people? A 6th grade pill is not simple to cheat. Pill Elder smiled smugly. What's the point of lying to you? As far as what you guys are talking about that Dan King Gui, it's just a fart in the eyes of the old man. I did not expect that you are actually so powerful that Gui is placed in your eyes. What about my elder brother? Xiao Yan continued to pursue the question. Pill Elder dryly coughed. Ah, today's weather is really nice. By the way, it is best not to let the second person know about the matter between us. Xiao Yan, just feel free to leave your cultivation to your master, for master is tired to rest. Xiao Yan had a curious look on his face. Teacher, how come there is no movement anymore? Xiao Tian patted one hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Fourth brother, father has something to call you. After Xiao Yan saw his big brother, it dawned on him that the teacher would not be afraid of his big brother. Didn't he just say that he was very powerful? Yunlan Sect. The sect was situated at the top of the mountains, surrounded by clouds as if it was connected to the sky. The mists covered the entire peak like a light veil, and the sunlight sprinkled through the clouds, forming a golden pillar of light, just like a fairyland. Inside an ancient room, a terrifying force erupted out. Xiao family, bold guts, to actually humiliate my Yunlan sect like this. The angry old man was none other than the Yunlan sect's grand elder, Yunling, a 5-star Do Wang powerhouse. Chapter 10 Nalan Yenran, I will never regret withdrawing from the marriage. This Xiao family is truly lawless. Don't they know that Nalan Yenran is my Yunlan sect patriarch's own disciple? Not only did they humiliate her, they also killed 2 of our Yunlan sect's elders. Good, very good. When Yunling said this, the fighting chi on his body couldn't help but explode out in all directions. The reporting disciple was trembling in fear. The angry aura of a 5-star Do Wan was too strong. One of his disciples naturally could not withstand it. That Xiao family has a Do Huang powerhouse, otherwise it wouldn't be so arrogant. Immediately after the reporting disciple continued, Yunling frowned slightly after hearing this. The Xiao family has a Do Huang? It can't be possible. As far as I know, that Wutan City's Xiao family is just a family. How could there be a Do Wang? The Yunlan sect disciple swallowed. This is what Elder Guyi personally said. He was also injured by that Do Huang, and even Nalan Yenran was seriously injured. Hearing this, Yunlan gas eyes wide open. This Xiao family one appeared Do Huang strong. This time Nalan Yenran door to withdraw from the marriage is to mention the Yunlan sect. The other party even disregarded the face of the Yunlan sect to do these things. Moreover, this matter would soon spread in the Gamma Empire as well. How would other people look at the Yunlan sect then? Where is the majesty? Simply do not put the Yunlan sect in the eyes. As the Yunlan sect grand elder, to maintain the dignity of the Yunlan sect is what you do not want. Does that Do Huang know who it is? According to his knowledge, there were only a handful of Do Huangs in this Gamma Empire, and they all knew that the Yunlan sect existed, and they certainly would not do such a foolish thing as offending the Yunlan sect for the Xiao family. That person is no other than Xiao Yan's elder brother, and this person is only 18 years old. The Yunlan sect disciple slowly said, What? Big brother Xiao Yan, 18 years old. The Xiao family was a declining family. How could such a young Do Huang appear? To be honest, he was envious. Now that he was a handful of years old and still stuck in the Do Huang realm. 18 years old Do Huang, visible talent horror as such. If let this son go on, then the future is certainly the Yunlan sect is a big enemy. You go down. We will decide this matter ourselves. Yunling put away that stern aura, raised his hand and waved it, and said, the Yunlan sect's reporting disciple was as relieved as he could be, so he arched his hand and bowed, and obediently retreated. The great elder is so strong. Subsequently, in the middle of the Yunlan sect's main hall, several Yunlan sect elders were sitting together to discuss this matter. This Xiao family has too much guts, not giving our Yunlan sect any face at all. Yes, my Yunlan sect has stood in this Gamma Empire for thousands of years, and today is the first time I've suffered this great humiliation. Having seen the crowd of elders fighting for the Cloudlan sect, Yunling was also very satisfied that the reputation of the Cloudlan sect could not be insulted. Elders, there is one more thing. That Do Huang powerhouse is Xiao Battle's son, Xiao Yan's elder brother. Now that he's only 18 years old, he's already a Do Huang powerhouse. Everyone, if you let him continue to grow, then he'll be a big threat to my Yunlan sect. The door-to-door marriage withdrawal has completely offended this son. Even Guyi and Nalan Yenran were seriously injured. so it's clear that this son is ruthless, and I'm sure he can't do anything about my Yunlan sect right now. Everyone, think about it, if he had enough opportunities, he would definitely crusade against my Cloudlan sect for the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, the elders were shocked beyond words. Each one of them looked at each other, their hearts shocked beyond measure. An 18-year-old Do Huang, it was more powerful than even their patriarch's talent. This would indeed be troublesome for the Yunlan sect if it was allowed to grow. This son must not be kept. Several elders had agreed with this statement, but they also couldn't help but be jealous of that Do Huang's identity. Yunling shook his head and said, "Everyone, I know you're worried, but the other party is just a brat in the end. Even if it's a Do Huang, I'm afraid that it's been forcibly elevated through some secret elixir. Now that the patriarch is out, this Yunlan sect is temporarily watched over by this elder, and I will absolutely not allow anyone to be able to humiliate my Yunlan sect." Imperial capital, Naylan family. Naylan Yanran went to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage, also spread to the clan, and was injured, and is currently lying in bed to recuperate. The two people, Naylan Su and Naylan Jie, hurriedly walked in. "Yen Yen, are you alright?" Naylan Su's face was worried. This Xiao family's hand was too heavy to have injured Yen Yen so badly. Naylan Yanran had eased up quite a bit after taking the pills to heal her injuries, and she was able to regain her life because Xiao Tian had not dealt a deadly blow. At this moment, Naylan Yanran's chi sank into her dantian, recovering from some of her injuries, and slowly opened her eyes. "Father, grandfather." When she looked at Naylan Jie, she lowered her head in resignation. "Grandpa." Naylan Jie was relieved when he saw that she was fine. Then with an angry face, "Yen Yen, why don't you listen to Grandpa? Go up to the door and withdraw from the marriage." "I, Naylan Jie, definitely don't agree with this marriage." Naylan Yanran's silver teeth clenched. "Grandpa, things have reached a dead end. No matter what, I will not marry Xiaoyan." "Father, Yen Yen has just recovered from her injuries. Do you want to not?" Naylan Su beside him persuaded up. To be honest, he is not in favor of this marriage either. If it is not the old master, he also will not agree. Asshole words. Naylan Jie threw out his hand and stormed out. "I absolutely do not agree with the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. Today you will go with me to the Xiao family to apologize." Naylan Yanyan's beautiful eyes widened. "Grandpa, why do you have to force me?" Her fists clenched. "If I, Naylan Yanyan, can't even decide on my own life, what's the point of talking about becoming a strong person? I might as well die. I'm not at fault for withdrawing from the marriage, and I'm definitely not going to apologize." Naylan Jie was so angry after hearing this that his internal injuries recurred, raising his hand to cover his chest. Seeing this, Naylan Yanran looked worried. "Grandpa, no need." Naylan Jie raised his hand to stop it and was helped to sit down by Naylan Su. "Good. You're really going to put Grandpa in a position of injustice. You really want Grandpa to be the one who breaks his trust and have me cursed by my old brothers pointing at my spine. How will you let Grandpa have the face to meet old friend Shaolin in the future like this?" Naylan Yanran's brows knitted tightly. "Grandpa, that was a marriage contract that you guys made privately. Moreover, this time I have already withdrawn from the marriage with Xiaoyan. This was the marriage in the first place. From today onwards, I, Naylan Yanran, have no relationship with Xiaoyan." Saying that, Naylan Yanran took out a marriage contract with a bloody handprint. "What?" Seeing this, Naylan Jie's pupils shrunk and he was directly infuriated enough to fall to the ground in agony as his old injuries returned and the branding poison wrapped around him. "Father!" Naylan Su was terrified, and beside her, Naylan Yanran was equally terrified and rushed forward to help. Looking at her grandfather lying on the bed in a coma, she burst into tears, her pink fists clenched, a million pains in her heart. Why are they all pushing themselves? Is it wrong to want to control your own destiny? All this bull ***** marriage contract caused what she did today, all her own one person to bear. She, Naylan Yanran, did not regret the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, ever. The back of the Xiao family's mountain. Xiao Tian stood on top of the mountain cliff. Behind him Xiao Zhan slowly walked. "Tian, something on your mind?" At those words, Xiao Tian turned to look. "Father, I know what you're going to say. No matter what, Father will always be on your side. The Xiao family today can all be proud of you. You are the hope of the Xiao family. Any decision you make, Father will support unconditionally." Looking at Xiao Zhan's kindly appearance, the years had left quite a few traces on his face. Xiao Tian lightly and slowly said, "Father has worked hard to support the Xiao family all these years." Xiao Zhan laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Compared to all of this, Father is more interested in knowing how you have been living these years. The debt to you and your mother is more than Father can make up for in this lifetime." Xiao Tian continued, "Father, although I don't know why Mother doesn't want to see you, I'm sure that Mother has always missed you and your brother and the others." When he heard this, Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned. His eyes could not help but rise. His original promise was also accomplished. 3 children were all successfully raised. Tian This is the best gift father has ever gotten in his life. Chapter 11, The Xiao Family That Is Not What It Used to Be. Mysterious Do Wang Strongman. Father is proud of what you have accomplished today. No matter what, if one day you get tired of wandering outside, come back. The door of the Xiao family will always be open, and father will always be here waiting for you. After all these years, you've made your way alone to get to where you are now. You must have encountered a lot of setbacks. What you have seen and heard, although my father has not seen it with his own eyes, he can feel it clearly. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Tian with all pride and satisfaction. Xiao Tian inexplicably had some eyes. This feeling of being cared for, it was still weirdly good. Ha ha, you can't blame father for being an egg. We father and son have a rare chance to be alone today, so I'll spare you the sad talk. Tell me if you've met any favorite girls. Xiao Zhan revealed a smile and looked at Xiao Tian. Father, not yet, Xiao Tian said with a hefty smile. At this moment, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Tian were talking and laughing. No matter what happened to Xiao Tian, he was a child in Xiao Zhan's eyes, and as a father, he would always talk some sense. Big brother, father, why did you guys turn out to be here? Xiao Yan ran over at this time. Xiao Zhan turned to look. Yener, you're here too. Aha! Xiao Yan was very happy today. It was really great to be able to sit under the moon and chat with his father and long-lost big brother. Under the moonlight, the 3 men sat down, looked at each other, and couldn't help but laugh, smiles spreading across their faces. At this moment, all the worries of the day were swept away. Xiao Yan was lying on the grass with the dogtail grass inside his mouth. Big brother, I really thank you for today. If not, that Cloudlan sect is going to step on our Xiao family's head. Xiao Tian smiled gently. Little Yanzi, you have to know that in this Doqi continent, fists are the hard way. Xiao Zhanxiao slowly closed his eyes as he listened to the 2 of them talk, his face revealing a face full of happiness and pride. Right, big brother, how did you cultivate so fast? Teach me. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and said with a hefty smile. Xiao Tian sat up. Me, it was just a fluke, but to get stronger, I can help you some. Xiao Yan also sat up and spat out the dogtail grass inside his mouth. Really? I'm going to practice hard starting tomorrow. Xiao Zhan opened his eyes at this time and looked at his 2 brothers and slowly spoke. Haha, not bad. Tian Yener, a person's life is one that requires constant growth, and growth is a process of isolation. You guys need to learn to be on your own. Don't give up no matter what. Don't think you can't do it, and don't deny yourself all because you did one thing wrong. You don't have to have a successful life just once. Perhaps those seemingly unremarkable days will one day show you the meaning of perseverance. So don't be in a hurry to take your time, and those who move forward will always find their way to shine, because each of us is our own protagonist. All have their own path to success. Xiao Tian was also deeply touched after hearing this. Although he was only 18 years old now, his father Xiao Zhan's words inspired him even more. While Xiao Yan did the same, they exchanged words for a long time before they each returned to their own rooms. Behind the big tree in the middle of the forest, a silhouette stood behind it, and suddenly a breeze blew by, and a long hair fluttered. It was only through the moonlight that Fong saw her face. She was no one else but Xiao Sunair, who had just arrived not long ago. With just a hint of sweetness on her face, she turned and left. Looking at the picture of the 3 of them, father and son, Xiao Sunair was inexplicably touched in her heart. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes from the bed. In the past few days, he had never been so relaxed anymore, and slept very peacefully. Was this the feeling of going home? In his previous life, he was an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and today, he didn't expect to have his own home after being reborn. After packing everything up, Xiao Tian opened the door and walked out. He stretched, and just as he went out, the butler, Lao Mo, bowed to him in greeting. Good morning, eldest young master. Inside the courtyard, several Xiao family children who were cleaning the courtyard bowed. Good morning, eldest young master. Xiao Tian also revealed a smile and raised his hand to greet them. Yesterday's incident had already spread among the Xiao family. Xiao Tian was heroic and mighty, and he had beaten Nailan Yanran, who had come to the door to withdraw from the marriage, fiercely, adding light to the Xiao family. Not only that, he was also the youngest Do Huang powerhouse, but also an honored alchemist. With the addition of these 2 identities, today's Xiao family has long been different from the past. Even the Gallian family, which had always been against the Xiao family, had also become much more honest, and at this moment, the hall of the Xiao family was even broken through the threshold of the door, and some forces and families had all brought their gifts to pay their respects to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family elders were receiving them. Their faces showed joy. Nowadays, many people wanted to get in touch with the Xiao family because of Xiao Tian's presence. Their actions, Xiao Zhan naturally knew that they were looking at Xiao Tian's talent and strength. Before, these forces did not have such an attitude. This is all because of Tianer. Several Xiao family elders even smiled into a warped mouth. How could they not expect the Xiao family to be brilliant nowadays? Their faces were also bright, and now when they went out and walked in Yuten City, all of them showed envious eyes and took the initiative to greet them, which was not too pleasant. This was the phenomenon of a strong family, and now everyone in the Xiao family all looked like they had lifted their spine and were proud wherever they went. The grand young master of a Do Huang powerhouse, the weight of a 6th grade alchemist was too heavy in Yuten City, no one would ignore it, and at this moment, the Gali family, which originally had a not-so-small rivalry with the Xiao family head Galabai was so angry that he slapped his hand on the table. Damn it, how could Xiao Zhan have a son at the Do Huang level? If this goes on, our marketplace in Yuten City will definitely be suppressed by the Xiao family. Yes, if this goes on, how can our Gal family survive in Yuten City? Now that many powerful families have chosen to cooperate with the Xiao family, it's difficult for us now. The elders of the Gal family shook their heads and sighed. That Xiao Tian is even a Do Huang level powerhouse. Now we don't even have the qualifications to compete with the Xiao family. That's a Do Huang powerhouse. I'm afraid that if we mess with him our Gal family will be exterminated. Listening to the words of the elders, Galabai was so angry that his fists clenched and creaked. Why is his son not a Do Huang? This is the gap. If there was only that loser Xiao Yan, would their Gallian family still be afraid of his Xiao family? So what if he's a Do Huang powerhouse? It's not like he can't compete with the Xiao family. I have a chance right here. I wonder if you're willing to try. Just at this time, an old voice came from outside the door, followed by the door suddenly snapping open. A powerful chi of Do spread out towards the house. Who actually dares to break into the Gal family? The Gal family elder's brow was tightly locked, and the Do chi on his body had already erupted. Galabai sensed the other party's aura. His eyes widened, his face full of shock. Do Wang powerhouse. Chapter 12 Galabai's decision. Yunlan's Sect thigh hugging. Those Gali family elders who wanted to make a move just now were all stunned, because the person in front of them was actually a Do Wang powerhouse, and they were no match. Galabai's thick eyebrows frowned, thinking that they hadn't offended a strong person at the level of a Do Wang, so how could they come to them in an aggressive manner? If the other side really have the intention to kill, today this Galabai family is bound to perish. Is it Xiao family Xiao Tian specifically let the fighting king to destroy their family? Thinking of this, Galabai cannot help but tremble. But how such a strong man? They naturally will not go to actively offend. Galabai hurriedly arched his hand and said, Fighting King Senior, I do not know what you come to our Gale family, but where there can be used on us, I will certainly go all out. The Do Wang powerhouse was dressed in black and wore a black mask, very mysterious, looking like he didn't want others to know about him. At this moment, his voice was much lower. Very well, the old man came today, so he has something to discuss with you. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Understand? The moment he said that, a burst of majestic fighting chi emanated from his body, which was a warning that if he didn't abide by it, then don't blame him for showing no mercy. Galabai had been hanging out in Yuten City for such a long time, more or less his eyes had seen quite a lot. He immediately opened his mouth and said, Elder, don't worry, we definitely won't tell the truth about today's matter. He glanced at the other elders, and several of them hurriedly swore as well. That's good. If you say anything, your Gal family can disappear in Yuten City. Saying that, the Do Wang powerhouse walked in and sat directly on the chair. Galabai's face was respectful, and he also made tea for the other party. His face was all smiles. Seniors don't know what to order. The Do Wang powerhouse had a serious look on his face. Old me has some issues with the Xiao family and can provide some help in dealing with the Xiao family. At those words, Galabai's eyes were stunned. This person had a grudge against the Xiao family? From what he knew, the only one who had any recent beef with the Xiao family was the Cloudland sect. So that such a power can send out a strong person at the level of the Do Wang level. They themselves are also guessing, but they must not say it. Reveal the other side. They are bound to be in trouble. This time to pretend to be confused is the best. Seeing that Galabai didn't say anything, he already knew that the other party must be afraid. Senior, if we put it in the past, I would certainly not put the Xiao family in my eyes. But now, that Xiao Tian is a Do Huang powerhouse, are you not letting our Galabai family send us to our deaths? Galabai said truthfully. He wouldn't be stupid enough to do such a thing for the sake of the galleys. As far as I know, the various forces in Yuten City have all defected to the Xiao family. If this continues, I'm afraid that your galleys won't have the qualifications to gain a foothold here. As the words fell, the other elders of the Galleon family nodded their heads secretly. Yes, the Xiao family might annex all of their Galleon family's marketplaces. They had a lot of friction with the Xiao family in the beginning, and now that the Xiao family was powerful, they would definitely be settled. Galabai slowly sat down and sighed. Senior is joking, although this matter is troublesome. But, that Xiao Tian is a Do Huang. The Do Huang powerhouse smiled disdainfully. A mere Do Huang is just a district. As long as your gal family makes a move to capture that Xiao Yan, the amount of him will not dare to do anything about it. Of course, I will help you in the dark. Galabai frowned slightly. Wasn't this an obvious attempt to drag their Gale family down? However, if they missed this opportunity, then there would really be no more. The Xiao family would definitely not annex them, and it would be too difficult to resist at that time. After a tangle of thoughts, Galabai nodded his head immediately. Fine, but my Gale family's people also need to hide their identities. The corner of the Do Wang powerhouse's mouth smiled. Of course, capturing the Xiao family will allow you to threaten that Xiao family, and when the time comes to exterminate the Xiao family, you, the Galleys, will be the biggest family in this Yuten city. As for that Xiao family fortune, I won't take a penny. Hearing this, the greedy Galabai was directly excited. Annexing the Xiao family was his dream all along. Now with the help of the mysterious Do Wang, there are also a lot of chances of winning. Not to mention, he guessed that this old man might be from the Yunlan sect, in which case they would have a relationship with the Yunlan sect with the shelter of such a sect. The rise would not be a matter of minutes. Afterwards, the Do Wang powerhouse nodded his head in satisfaction, and as he left, he didn't forget to remind Do Huang powerhouses, we don't put them in our eyes at all. Just don't worry about it. You galleys, my clan will protect. In the next moment, a pair of wings condensed by Do Chi appeared behind the Do Wang powerhouse, which were Do Chi transformation wings, and with a leap, they transformed into a yellow light in the sky. A strong Do Wang is as terrifying as this. Get some resourceful people and move immediately. Galabai's eyes narrowed slightly as he made his decision, which was now more certain. This Xiao war loves Xiao Yan. Now this waste material Xiao Yan is the best target. As long as he controls him, Xiao family Do Huang can do nothing. Moreover, with the Cloudland sect around, he wasn't afraid. Family master, at this moment we have been waiting for a long time. Yes, the Xiao family will surely die after messing with the Yunlan sect this time. As long as we're good, then we're absolutely flying high. A few elders of the Gali family had an excited look on their faces. However, we won't be foolish enough to expose ourselves. Remember, if we fail, these people must. Galabai raised his hand knife in a neck-wiping motion, but with that Do Wang powerhouse around there shouldn't be any trouble. On the streets of Yuten City, Galio was walking with a smug look on his face, leading a few Gale family sons and daughters. It was a glance that saw Xiao Yan and Xiao Sunair walking together in front of them. The corner of her mouth could not help but smile. Lavender was still so beautiful. Her temperament was off the charts. Isn't this Xiao Yan, the genius of the Xiao family? I've heard that you're a complete waste of space at the third stage of Doshi Chi. Xiao Yan turned to look with his brows locked. Galio, Kairur, do you want to follow me? Xiao Yan, this loser cannot protect you at all. Following him will only put you in danger as well. Galio had a lewd smile on his face, and a few disciples of the Gale family behind him similarly laughed out loud. Xiao Sunair's pink fist was clenched and she was just about to strike when Xiao Yan lifted up and said, Lavender, teaching a lesson to this kind of goods. Just leave it to me. Sucking palm. He raised his hand and a terrifying suction force came from him. Gario flew directly over. Xiao Yan directly punched several times, punched to the flesh, and finally kicked out. Ah! Gario flew straight out and fell to the ground with an agitated look on his face. How are you so powerful? You punk! Xiao Yan revealed a hint of mockery and clapped his hands. I'm afraid the one who should be saying waste is you. Galio's face was furious, and it was only with the assistance of his men that he stood up, only to feel a raw pain in his cheeks. Rubbish Xiao Yan, you wait for me. As soon as he turned around and was ready to run, he ran headlong into someone. Who is it? Ungrateful thing, don't want to live. Annoyed, Galio was so angry at the moment that he broke into a fit of rage. Xiao Yan froze and revealed a smile. Big brother, Galio woodenly raised his head. The whole person trembled in fear, swallowed his mouth. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was standing straight in front of him at the moment, holding a peach inside his hand and taking a bite. Roll! It was a direct slap and Gario flew out instantly. Feeling the terrifying palm force, Galio fainted on the spot. A few disciples of the Gali family shivered in fear. Young master, Xiao Tian did not even look at the other party. Fourth brother, Kairur, quite a coincidence that I actually met you here. Chapter 13, My Xiao Tian's brother. How can a mole deserve to be bullied? After seeing Xiao Tian walk over, Xiao Yan glanced at Galio, who had already been slapped away long ago, and his big brother was really a ruthless person. When Xiao Xianer saw Xiao Tian, a touch of elegant and soft gradual smile appeared on that originally indifferent little face. Brother Xiao Tian, Kairur treats you to a peach. With that, she heatedly smiled, revealing her sweetness, and took out a large, fleshy and fat peach and handed it to Xiao Tian. Seeing this, Xiao Tian was slightly stunned. The peach inside his own hand had just finished eating. It's still Sister Kairur who is good to me. Unlike little Yankee, I can't believe I don't have a little something for me. Ugh, Xiao Yan raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Big brother, I will definitely prepare for you next time. By the way, how come Sister Kaoror still prepared peaches in advance? How did she know my hobbies? Xiao Tian took a bite of the watery and juicy peach with a satisfied face. Ever since awakening the Qi Tian de Shang bloodline, his fondness for peaches had grown stronger and stronger, and he wanted to eat them whenever he had something to eat. Xiao Sunair raised her small hand to cover in front of her and smiled gently. When Kaoror was in the hall, she noticed that brother Xiao Tian was staring at the peaches with his eyes straight. So I guess that brother Xiao Tian definitely likes to eat peaches. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian laughed. Sister Kaoror is really observant enough to be careful. Little Yanzi, you have to learn from Kaoror. Xiao Yan looked like a child who had made a mistake and proceeded to heave a smile in front of Xiao Tian. One should learn from Kaoru. Big brother, Kaoru-chan and I still have a little something to do, so we'll go back in a while. Saying that, he pulled Kaoror and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Xiao Tian looked at this brother of his and gently shook his head before glancing at the peach in his hand and taking a bite. Instantly, he felt a hint of something else around him, like someone was watching. He subconsciously looked around, and that feeling actually disappeared all of a sudden. The moment. The galleys. Report, Family Master. Something big has happened to the Family Master. A family disciple ran in with a panicked face. At this time Galabai was still in the middle of the hall discussing opportunities with the family elders. He immediately frowned. What's all the fuss about? What's the demeanor? Report, plus, young Master Galio has been seriously injured. The disciple opened his mouth. Galabai's eyes widened at once, anger surging to his heart. He only had one son, and someone actually dared to beat his own son. The next moment, Galabai angrily walked out, only to see that on the stretcher, Galio was beaten to a pig's head, his nose was bruised and swollen, and his body was covered in bandages. Father, I'm in so much pain. Oh, wasted. Wasted? Seeing such a scene, Galabai instantly blood rushed to his head, bloodshot eyes, body fighting chi burst. That the peak strength of the great master of the fighting is not ordinary disciples can carry. They have been scared to kneel on the ground trembling. Who the hell is it? I'm going to kill him. Patriarch, is Xiao Yan and Xiao Tian of the Xiao family. The disciple who ran back said with trembling. Good. What a Xiao family. What a Xiao Yan. What a Xiao Tian. What a Xiao Zhan. Galabai freaked out. Now the Xiao family is doing this to his son. Then don't blame him for Galabai's ruthlessness. His only son was so casually wasted. This revenge he would definitely avenge. And the price would be the extermination of the Xiao family. Notify down the line. The plan will be executed to assist that Do Wang Sr. Galabai's fists clenched and he made up his mind straight away. At this time, Xiao Yan and Kaoror had just parted ways, and a person under the command of the medicinal old man was preparing to go inside the mountain to train and look for some medicinal herbs. Just after walking out of Yutan City and arriving in the mountains, Xiao Yan felt a hint of something wrong. Brat, you're being watched. The ring when the Chinese medicine elder began to warn. Xiao Yan vigilantly observed his surroundings and took the Xian heavy ruler given to him by Pill Elder in his hands. There is indeed someone, I don't know what kind of people, actually striking out at me in broad daylight. Aren't they afraid of my big brother? Pill Elder held his beard. This time, it might also be a good opportunity for you to exercise. The big deal is that the master is possessed by a ghost. Ahem, it was direct soul possession. However, it consumed a lot of his own soul power, and he wouldn't use it as a last resort. No. These people's breath is that of a grand dosher. Pill Elder instantly frowned. Brat, run. Kid, where to run? Stay obediently. Right at this time, a tall and thin middle-aged man suddenly appeared on Xiao Yan's body. His body was wrapped in Do Qi. The green-colored Do Qi on his palms was rapidly condensing, and his aura was clearly that of a one-star Grand Do Master. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. So fast. It was worthy of being a great Do Shar powerhouse. Go to hell. This was a Xian rank fighting technique. It was enough to deal with a young master who was only a wastrel. The man revealed his complacency. He belonged to the sneak attack. This palm was bound to hit. Xiao Yan hurriedly urged his Do Qi and raised the Xian heavy ruler to block with a bang. The fist was in mid-air, bringing up a sharp wind-breaking sound and a huge wind pressure. Xiao Yan only felt his body sink and was directly sent flying by this force. As he landed on the ground, he stomped out a crater and stepped back repeatedly, then smashed the Xian heavy ruler on the ground, pulling out a deep trace on the ground before stopping. The great dosher was really powerful. Xiao Yan only felt his arm tingle. If it was not for the Xian heavy ruler being there, he really did not have anything to resist. This kid actually blocked my strike. How is that possible? That ruler is actually so hard. Immediately after dozens of figures appeared, Xiao Yan was startled. No, so many people. Don't waste time with him. Quickly kill him. The few people who had newly appeared directly struck out, green light emerging from their hands. They were likewise not weak experts. A slap down. Xiao Yan was injured and still persisted. 8-pole avalanche. The palm of his hand, the chi of fighting, built up its strength and directly blasted against them. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth and he flew out directly, crashing into a tree. This kid can actually still hold on. Sure enough, if we let it go, I'm afraid it'll be another Xiao Tian. Do it. Right at this moment, several people all struck out at the same time, wanting to make Xiao Yan pay the price. Xiao Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, am I Xiao Yan going to be planted here today? In front of him, several strong men had already struck out, striking towards him with their palms. I'm sorry, father, mother, big brother. The 3-year appointment, the shame that he brought to the Xiao family to come has not been personally cleansed. Big brother, father, Kaeru, I'm sorry. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came. Rampant. Suddenly a figure appeared from the sky, and the group of people who had already attacked towards Xiao Yan were suppressed by an extremely terrifying force and knelt on the ground. How is that possible? Who the hell is? They all turned pale with fear, only to see a figure appear above the sky, his feet stepping on the void and walking down step by step. Inside his hand was a peach, backed with one hand. My Xiao Tian's younger brother. How can a mole like you deserve to be bullied? Chapter 14, Xiao Tian's terror. Taking you to kill. Exterminate the clan. Seeing this scene, the others immediately felt their scalps tingle as their feet stepped on the void. This seemed like something that could only be achieved with Dozong strength. Dozong. The killer's face was all horrified. If the Dozong powerhouse, how they would die is unknown. The difficulty of this mission is simply the level of extermination. They had the heart to die. What kind of terrifying existence had they messed with? Some of the killers had been scared on the ground. How is that possible? Xiao Tian was actually a Dozong. Unbeknownst to these people, Xiao Tian's awakening of the Qi Tian Dishang bloodline allowed him to fly in the sky and hide in the ground, and this was merely one of the aptitudes. While they were shocked inwardly, they wanted to end themselves on the spot. When Xiao Tian lifted his finger, definition, several people all stopped in place. Big brother, why have you come? Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Tian, who had descended from the sky, his face all filled with shock. The strength was really too strong. Even he looked dumbfounded. Pale Elder was instantly shocked. This Xiao Tian was so terrifyingly powerful. I wondered what terrifying degree he would reach when he truly exerted his power. Subsequently, the medicinal old man breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had just awakened, his soul was very fragile and was not enough to possess Xiao Yan for a battle, otherwise he would be severely damaged. Is everything alright, little Yanzi? Xiao Tian raised his hand and threw out an elixir bottle. Xiao Yan caught it with his hand and his eyes were stunned. It was a healing elixir. This is the feeling of having a big brother. It is really good. Xiao Yan opened the bottle of elixir and then poured out the elixir into his mouth to start healing. As soon as he entered the mouth, a marvelous power restored the loss of doji qi in his body as well as the injuries on his body, and the healing effect was remarkable. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes with an incredulous expression. Big brother, this elixir is so magical. I've been pretty much fine. Seeing that his brother Xiao Yan was not in any serious trouble, Xiao Tian nodded his head slightly. Humph, and a little mouse. A strange light suddenly flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes, and with one hand behind his back, his figure was illusory and instantly disappeared in place. At this moment, the eyes of the mysterious Do Wang in the distance narrowed lightly and his face changed greatly. How is it possible? Dozong? How could Xiao Tian of the Xiao family be a Dozong? Escape! In an instant, the fighting chi behind him transformed into wings, flying low in the middle of the forest for fear of being discovered. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to bring this terrible news back. If you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Suddenly a voice appeared, and the Do Wang powerhouse looked around, realizing that there was no one, and raised his head to look at the sky. Xiao Tian stepped on a cloud with his feet and looked down on him as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Not good. He instantly mobilized his entire body's Do Qi to fly rapidly. Xiao Tian directly raised his palm and struck out of thin air, and instantly, a huge golden palm slapped over. The Do Wang powerhouse's pupils shrunk, and he only felt a terrifying energy pressing in. Bang! In an instant, the surrounding trees and ground were all destroyed. Spare! Boom! A palm went down. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. That Do Wang powerhouse was simply unable to fight, and had already been lying on the ground, all in a sorry state. His fighting chi was dispersed, and at the moment, he was spitting out blood from his mouth. Say, who exactly sent you? Xiao Tian said in a deep voice, all coldness in his language. You think I would say that? The Do Wang powerhouse gritted his teeth. Rather hardcore. This is 80% the Cloudlon sect. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, the other party's eyes were stunned. Did this son already know about it? You're useless too. Xiao Tian raised his finger and poof, an extreme energy shot out from the tip of his finger and struck his brow. instantly falling to the ground and being killed. In the next moment, Xiao Tian's body moved and appeared at the place where Xiao Yan was. At this moment Xiao Yan had a strange look on his face. What kind of Do technique did Big Brother use? It could actually make people not move at all. Noticing Xiao Tian's arrival, Xiao Yan turned to look. Big Brother, there were others just now? Xiao Tian nodded. Yes, it is a 2-star Do Wang who is nearby and should be preparing to make a move against you. But this person has already been locked down by me. Long ago. Xiao Yan shivered in fear upon hearing this. A Do Wang powerhouse? If the one he encountered just now was a Do Wang, then I am afraid that Big Brother would not even have a chance to save him. Pill Elder was also startled. Brat, this Big Brother of yours is really not simple, Xiao Yan said immediately after. Then the other party ran away? Xiao Tian raised his palm and sucked out a corpse from inside the forest and threw it on the ground. It has been killed by me. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's mouth slightly opened. Also, how could a Big Brother at the Do Huan level be allowed to run away? Afterward, Xiao Tian directly raised his hand and grabbed one of the killers, lifting the other party's fixation spell. Say, are you from the Yunlan sect? Facing Xiao Tian's question, the killer was still quite arrogant when he saw that the mysterious Do Wang powerhouse on the ground had fallen. He was all trembling in fear. Xiao Tian, spare my life, I'll tell you all. As long as you spare me, I'll tell you. Now he couldn't care less. His life was important. Yes, Xiao Tian nodded. The other party hurriedly said, it's the Yunlan sect. Ah no, we were invited by the Gal family of Yuten City. I said leave me alone. You can't go back on your word. Xiao Tian smiled gently. Of course, 8-pole avalanche. After saying that, Xiao Yan made a decisive move and directly struck a palm on top of his head. Pust, you said. The killer could still finish and was killed. Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, have always been true to my word, but that doesn't include others trying to kill you. Pill Elder frowned at this moment, then revealed a smile, holding his beard. Ha ha, your brother really knows how to play. Xiao Yan clapped his hands. Of course, Big Brother. I didn't realize that it was the Yunlan sect that had colluded with the Gallian family. Are they trying to make a move against our Xiao family? Yunlan sect. At this moment, Xiao Yan's fists were clenched, not to mention withdrawing from the marriage at the door, but now he was doing this kind of thing to himself. What a Yunlan sect! Xiao Tian lifted his direct and gently gripped it, and the bodies of a dozen or so killers of the Gali family twisted and all exploded. Whoa! Blood rained down from the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes widened as his Big Brother's means were so strong. But these also deserve to die. Pill Elder nodded his head for a while. This Xiao Tian was decisive in killing. He had reached such a realm at such a young age, and he did not look like he was living up to his reputation. Big Brother, the Yunlan sect is very strong. If they really make a move against our Xiao clan, then the Xiao clan will be in time. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan was also startled. What about Kaoror, her father, her brother, and the other clansmen? Little Yanzi, the Yunlan sect thinks it's doing a seamless job, but it's still too stupid. Go with Big Brother. At this moment, Xiao Tian directly leaped up and brought Xiao Yan to the top of his somersault cloud. Xiao Yan's face was full of astonishment. How did he step on top of the cloud and not fall down? Big Brother, we are going to. Xiao Yan felt a trace of killing intent coming from Xiao Tian's body, and even he felt that sense of deep coldness. A cold aura flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes. Big Brother will take you to kill people. Extermination. Chapter 15, Exterminating the Galleys. Big Brother's charm is too strong. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. Did Big Brother want to exterminate the Galley family and the Cloudlan sect? Before Xiao Yan had time to think, an instantaneous acceleration. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in the sky above Yuten City, and Xiao Yan was able to react too quickly. In the middle of the ring, Pill Elder had a surprised look on his face. Xiao Tian really gave him too much shock. This speed was simply as terrifying as it was. What was this situation? He had been wandering in the Do-Chi continent for so many years, and his insight was quite good, but how could he not see what the clouds under Xiao Tian's feet actually were? He could not see through them. In Yuten City, everyone looked up, and above the clouds were two people that they recognized at once. That was no one else but Xiao Tian, who stood above the clouds with a posture as straight as a pine, as if he were a god, with a head of long, inky hair flying recklessly, and the young man next to him was Xiao Yan. Look, isn't it Xiao Tian and Xiao Yan from the Xiao family? Yes, that's the pride of our Yuten City, a Do Huang level powerhouse. What are they up to? That's the galleys down there, isn't it? It's over. This Gallian family and the Xiao family have constant friction. This Xiao Tian won't rely on his status to suppress it. I don't think so. Either that or this Gal family has done something wrong. The Xiao family. The Xiao family's children hurriedly reported. Family Master. The eldest young master and the fourth young master are now standing in the sky. It looks like they're going to make a move against the galleys. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Zhan and a few elders were still planning the Xiao family. In the recent days, the Xiao family had been in the limelight. Many nearby forces had chosen to cooperate, and they were also busy. After hearing such words, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and directly followed the several elders out. The moment, Xiao Tian's soul force had already swept through the entire Galabai family, and that was when he discovered the strongest aura. Peak de Dosher? I am afraid that this is Galabai. Galabai, old piker, get out within 3 breaths, or none of the Gale family will be left behind. The voice mixed with the terrifying fighting chi spread throughout the entire Gal family, for the disciples with very low cultivation could not withstand it at all. It only felt like their souls were going to be shattered, and they were revealing their pain. The only way they could resist was to cover their ears as much as they could, but it didn't help. Ho! How dare you break into the galleys? The guards of the galleys used their fighting chi to fend them off, and when they looked up, there was a familiar figure. Xiao Yan. If I'm not wrong, the person next to him is Xiao Tian. Galabai was still inside the hall at this time. Galabai was discussing something with alchemist Lu Shi when he suddenly heard a voice. Arrogant. What the hell? With a look of anger on his face, Galabai was just about to walk out when he heard a scream outside. Ah! Mercy! Sha! Bang! Immediately afterward, a clan member's body flew in, smashing the door to the room into smithereens. Galibi lifted his hand to catch the body and took a look at it. It was his cousin. Dead just like that? Galabai instantly became furious. Who exactly is your excellency? And why did you come to my Gale family to kill innocents indiscriminately? Xiao Tian slowly walked in. Gal family head. 3 breaths have passed. I always keep my promises. Looking at the outside, the Gal family guards were all lying on their sides, having long since lost any breath. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, Galabai's eyes widened. You are Xiao Tian. Now that he was a big celebrity in Yuten City, the portrait itself was naturally there, and he recognized it at a glance. The young man next to him was Xiao Yan, and how could their target this time be here? They all had eyes and ears on Xiao Tian, and it was reasonable to say that he wouldn't even notice if they quietly laid hands on Xiao Yan, and by the time he knew, Xiao Yan would have already been controlled by them, together with the Yunlan Sect's gang leader. He was naturally unafraid. However, Xiao Yan was actually unharmed at this moment, so there was only one possibility that they had failed. Difficulty. Yunlan Sect's Do Wang elder also. Galabai swallowed darkly at the thought and looked panicked, but at this point he could never admit that there might be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the outside of the Gal family's gate was already surrounded by people from Yuten City, and they were all talking about it. Galabai suddenly revealed a trace of doubt and was very polite, but in reality, his fists were clenched. Nephew Xiao Tian, nephew Xiao Yan, what are we doing today? It seems that my Gal family doesn't have any blood feud with your Xiao family either. It's just competition above business. It's not that bad. Xiao Tian instantly raised his hand and grabbed Galabai. The Gale family head is really pretending to be confused when he is trying to understand. And don't wait for the assassins you sent. I killed them all. Galabai struggled and panicked. Don't kill me, Xiao Tian. It's not us. I didn't. You killed me without proof based on your strength as a Do Wang. And when word gets out, it won't be good for your Xiao family to stay in Yuten City. Xiao Tian didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with him. Then you go to hell. Right at this moment, Lu Shi suddenly stepped forward and arched his hand. Xiao Tian, please also spare the Gal family head. You? Which onion are you? Xiao Tian glanced at the other party's chest, which was a badge, only to see that on top of the badge, there was a painting of an ancient medicine cauldron, and on the surface of the medicine cauldron, a silver-colored ripple. A first-grade alchemist? You're also worthy? Scram! Xiao Tian's aura exploded, forcing this person to retreat back and forth. After Lu Shi stabilized his stance, his face was filled with shock. Xiao Tian, I am a first-grade alchemist. If you treat me like this, you are humiliating the Alchemist Association. A mere mole cricket. Old 6th grade. Xiao Tian directly added a few points of force to his hands after he finished speaking. Ah! Galabai cried out as he tore his heart out. At this rate, he'll die for sure. What do you want to say? Say it now or you won't have a chance in a while. Xiao Tian said icily. Seeing his big brother standing up for himself, Xiao Yan's heart was warmed. Galabai's eyes were filled with blood. Fine, Cloud Lan clan. Since you chose to sacrifice us, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. Let the Yunlan sect and Xiao Tian kill each other. It's the Cloudland sect, Galabai shouted, remorse all over his eyes at the moment. Little Yenzi, today big brother teaches you a truth. That is to leave no loose ends. Then you can go to hell. Pust. It was an instant's work. Galabai spat blood from his mouth. Even though he tried to struggle and use his Bishingdo Chi to resist, all to no avail. As a result, they were crushed to death like ants in Xiao Tian's hands. Lu Shi's entire body was dumbfounded. The other party's 6th grade alchemist status shocked him. Lu Shi, you helped the galleys to deal with our Xiao family. but you can think of today's result. Today here is to want to work together in a lopsided manner. Xiao Yan looked at the trembling Lu Shi and spoke. You think you can put yourself at risk? At those words, Lu Shi directly knelt on the ground in fear. Young Master Xiao Yan, I was wrong. I'm an animal. Saying this, he raised his hand and slapped himself. What are these humiliations to him? It's nothing compared to a small life. As long as you don't kill me, I can refine pills for the Xiao family and become a Xiao family alchemist. Being a slave is fine. Xiao Yan was also stunned. If it were normal, a first-grade alchemist would be a towering existence in Yuten City, who would not want to draw in and respect. I didn't expect that nowadays it has already disregarded the status, kneeling in front of himself and constantly kowtowing. The former kind of majestic feeling disappeared. Chapter 16, Providing Pills for the Xiao family to rise quickly. Lu Shi even knocked his forehead and blood flowed out. Wanting to know so, he would not deal with the Xiao family. Xiao Tian, you and I are both alchemists. For the sake of the Alchemy Association, can you spare me? Xiao Tian directly slammed his palm. Lu Shi was not a good thing. In Yuten City, he had helped the galleys to deal with the Xiao family. So what was the point of having this kind of aunt? Bang! With a simple move, Lu Shi directly flew out, falling to the ground, dead. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva. His big brother was not giving him any chance at all. Pill Elder said in the middle of the ring, Brat, this big brother of yours is decisive enough. Not bad. It has the look of when Master was young. However, this kind of mole was actually not even worthy of Xiao Tian's hand, and he was just going along for the ride. At this moment, all of the galley family guards were exterminated. At the entrance, the people of Yuten City all burst into conversation. This Xiao family, Xiao Tian, is really ruthless enough to directly exterminate the galleys. Yeah, even that pill refiner Lu Shi was planted in there. What? That's from the Alchemist Association. It's only a first grade. It said that someone else, Xiao Tian, is a 6th grade. The onlookers are all eating melon. This is the recent hot topic in Yuten City. They know that the Xiao family is not a soft persimmon. Who dares to mess with it will be finished. By the time Xiao Zhan walked over with a few elders, he realized that the galleys had all been exterminated. Even more so, Xiao Tian had destroyed all the buildings with a single slap. The inside of the yard was a mess. Shock appeared on his face. The galleys had actually been completely exterminated. Xiao Tian and Xiao Yan saw Xiao Battle coming forward and hurriedly went forward. Father, what brings you here? Xiao Zhan stammered. Tian, it was you who made the move? Saw the scene somewhat suddenly. Xiao Tian slowly said, I know that father is all worried, but this is not me bullying the small with the big, but rather this Galleon family colluding with the Cloudland sect to strike at fourth brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's eyes were stunned. He naturally believed in his Xiao Tian and would definitely not make a move for no reason. So that's how it is. Sure enough, the Cloudland sect is trying to make a move against my Xiao family. Alas, the Yunlan sect power is the strongest in the entire Gamma Empire. The several Xiao family elders in their hands also thumped in their hearts after hearing this. If the Yunlan sect really made a direct strike, their Xiao family would not be able to stop it. Seeing their worries, Xiao Tian slowly said, Father, this Yunlan sect has colluded with the Galleon family and has clearly not decided to directly strike at our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan nodded his head and said, That's right, after the withdrawal, many people now know about it, and if the Yunlan sect takes the initiative, it will definitely be perceived as retaliation against the Xiao family. In that case, it would only let others know that the Yunlan sect is bullying others and fall into disrepute. However, Tian, if they really messed with the Cloudland sect, they might not care about this. Xiao Zhan analyzed and said. Xiao Tian smiled and said, There is no need to worry about this. Father, everything is with me. His Yunlan sect is merely playing dead. These some 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade pills, and 6th grade pills. Having said that, a space ring appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. Xiao Zhan froze. The Xiao family elders behind him all opened their mouths wide when they heard it. Young master, you're in the elixir wholesaling business. So much? They hadn't seen so many high-level pills after living in Yuten City for so long, and today was an eye-opener. Tian, you are. Xiao Zhan could not calm down for a long time, and in his heart, he was still thinking that it would be better for Xiao Tian to leave these things to cultivate on his own. And what was the point of taking them out? Father, right now, the overall strength of our Xiao family is too weak. These pills are some of my small savings from before, which I used to train the Xiao family disciples. As I said before, this time when I return, I want the Xiao family to rise completely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's eyes revealed a pride that was hard to hide, and he smiled faintly. Since this is the case, father will accept it. Don't worry, the Xiao family will definitely not become a burden to you. Nowadays, one only needs to have enough strength to survive in this Do Chi continent. Xiao Tian heatedly smiled. Father, take it. In the future, My Xiao family is no one to be bullied. The Xiao family elders were thrilled. Their Xiao family was so lucky to have a great young master. With these pills, why would the Xiao family worry about rising to power? The key thing was that there was such an alchemist. Their hearts were now full of pride. Soon, such news spread in Yuten City, and the streets and alleys were celebrating the fact that having a son should be like Xiao Tian, a glorious ancestor. Today's Xiao family guards stood at the door with their faces doubly honored. People who passed by would all take the initiative to greet each other. And this was the present-day Xiao family of Yuten City. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like it was time to go to the Yunlan Sect to settle the score. And at the moment, Yunlan Sect, in the middle of the council hall, Yunling walked around with his hands behind his back waiting for news. Great elder, a voice came in and a disciple's face was filled with shock. Say, Xiao Yan was captured? Yunling opened his mouth. No, it's the elder we sent out who died. Xiao Yan has not been captured either. And according to the latest news, Xiao Tian also brought Xiao Yan to exterminate the Gal family of Yuten City. Now that the Xiao family is dominant in Yuten City, all the forces have submitted to the Xiao family. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Yunling's eyes, and he directly slapped his hand on the table. How come? Aren't they told to take advantage of Xiao Tian's absence to decisively strike at Xiao Yan? Several other elders also stood up directly. Grand Elder, Xiao Tian killed someone from my Yunlan sect. We absolutely cannot let him go. Yes. When has our Yunlan sect ever been so weak? Xiao Tian won't come to my Yunlan sect to cause trouble. Yunling slowly sat down, his eyes lightly narrowed. I don't believe that he dares to come to my Yunlan sect. If he dares to come, I will definitely let him have no return. As the news spread, Xiao Tian's great name spread to all parts of the Gamma Empire. The Nalan family. Nalan Jia was also shocked when he received such news. He had just suppressed the branded poison on his body, and his breath had eased a little. Xiao Yan encountered an assassin. I'm afraid this isn't a move by the Cloudlan sect. This is a big deal. Go get Yuma. Nalan Yenran, who was cultivating at this time, was called to go. She was standing in a pavilion, with a yellow dress and a high ponytail, only to see her lifting her chin hand and pushing open the door. Looking at Nalan Jia sitting on the bed, she went forward. Grandpa, are you better? Yan ah. Just now I received news that Xiao Yan was attacked by a group of assassins. Do you know if this was done by the Yunlan sect? Nalan Jia directly spoke. Those who understood could certainly see that this Cloud Lantern sect had a lot to do with it. Nalan Yenran's beautiful eyes were stunned. Grandpa, my Yunlan sect is the holy land of all cultivators in the Gamma Empire. No, I believe that this is something that our Yunlan sect can do. My teacher, she would never have given such an order either. Cough, cough. After hearing this, Nalan Jia raised his hand and coughed. So it is. Grandpa doesn't want anything to happen between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect. Otherwise, when Grandpa goes down in the future, he won't be able to explain to Brother Shaolin. That's right, you also inquire. After all, you also have some status in the Yunlan sect now. Ask about the situation. If it's the Yunlan sect that's making the move, if it does, you'll have to reconcile it. Nalan Yenran nodded. Alright, but, Grandpa, the Yunlan sect would never do such a thing. Afterward, Nalan Yenran retreated. Chapter 17, Going up to the Cloudland sect. Xiao family, Xiao Tian, requesting readings. Meanwhile, the imperial capital, the royal family. Garjin Tian put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. After so many years, he had never been able to break through the Dozong. That was the thing that bothered him the most. Ugh, breaking through the Dozong, without a trace. Just at this time, a cold-looking woman walked in, dressed in luxurious brocade robes and with a tall figure. Under this coldness, there are actually a few points of the majestic temperament that was cultivated by the royal family. Young knight has met grandfather. The woman spoke archly. Aha, yes? Gargantua slowly turned around and walked over. Grandpa, today, Xiao Tian of the Xiao family in Yuten City destroyed the Galleon family, and the people who are friends with the Galleon family have already reported it to us. Wanted our royal family to step in. Gargantuan's eyes narrowed slightly. You're talking about that Xiao Tian who has been rumored to be very lively lately. At 18 years old, he's a Do Huang powerhouse, and he's also a 6th grade alchemist. With such talent, if it's true, I would have an idea to recruit him into my royal family. Young knight was also stunned. Yes, such a genius was too dazzling. It would be good if he could work for the royal family. Gargantuan immediately turned to look out of the window, thinking in his heart that this Xiao Tian was afraid that he had offended the Yunlan sect, and that befriending him would likewise make him hostile to the Yunlan sect. Right now, the royal family had no thoughts of crossing paths with the Cloud Landscape sect. If Xiao Tian could agree to join the imperial family, he himself could negotiate with the Yunlan sect. That old man, weighted horse, heard about Xiao Tian, the 6th grade alchemist, and also wanted to meet him in person. When the time comes, We will go with him to see if this so-called genius of the Xiao family is as rumored or not. Young knight continued. I heard that Xiao Tian is extremely protective of his shortcomings. This time if the Yunlan sect is really dealing with Xiao Yan, then he will not go to the Yunlan sect to cause trouble. Hearing young knight's words, Gargantuan's originally serious face suddenly smiled. Young knight, you guessed wrong. Of course this Xiao Tian can't go to the Yunlan sect. I think the Xiao family would not dare to mess with that behemoth of the Yunlan sect even if they have the presence of a Do Huang now. After all, that is a clan that has stood in the Gamma Empire for thousands of years. Is it something that a Do Huang can shake? After thinking about it, Gatling Sky shook his head straight. Absolutely impossible. Even he didn't dare to go to the Yunlan sect to cause trouble. If a Do Huang could make the Yunlan sect bow down, then why would he, the Gamma royal family, keep looking at the face of the Yunlan sect? Upon hearing what Kakaraji said, young knight nodded her head as well. Indeed, Yuten City, Xiao family. After taking care of the matters within the family, Xiao Tian led Xiao Yan out of the compound. Little Yanzi, are you ready? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Xiao Yan was curious. Big brother, what are you preparing? Xiao Tian's next words directly shocked Xiao Yan. Of course, it is to go to the Yunlan sect and get back to you. My Xiao Tian's brother isn't something that can be left alone after bullying. We need an explanation from the Yunlan sect not. Xiao Yan's entire body froze, and his heart suddenly thought of what would happen to the Gali family today. Big brother, the Yunlan sect is very strong. We are somewhat worried, said Xiao Yan. After all, Big brother was doing this for himself, and he didn't want any surprises. Don't worry, Yunlan sect must kneel down for you today. Just at this time, Xiao Zhan slowly came, and it was when he heard Xiao Tian's crazy plan that he had a worried look on his face. Tian, do you really want to go to the Cloudlan sect? It's too dangerous. Father just needs you to be at peace. This thing. Before Xiao Zhan finished speaking, Xiao Tian said, Father, we want peace and quiet, but they may not give it. Now that I have some strength, it is to win peace for the family. Peace of mind sometimes needs to be earned. Upon hearing this, although Xiao Zhan was very worried in his heart, since his own son was so certain, he must have his own methods. As a father, all he can do now is be supportive. On this trip, you must be careful. Xiao Zhan instructed a few words and Xiao Tian took Xiao Yan and jumped onto the somersault cloud and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Patriarch, are you really assured of the eldest young master? The Xiao family's grand elder had a worried look on his face. The Cloudland sect was a small power like the Galleys. Xiao Zhan slowly said, no matter what, I believe in my son. That's the way a good man should be. He was also very angry at the Yunlan sect's use of despicable and unseemly means to attack Xiao Yan. As today's child has this power, he has always believed in him. Looking at the sky, Xiao Zhan's heart was complicated, hoping that they were safe and sound. Along the way, Xiao Yan opened his arms and felt the wind-like speed. Woohoo! Big brother, it's so fast. Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. It can be even faster. Xiao Yan's hairstyle was blown into a back head, and the two of them sat in the somersault clouds, traveling through the mountains and forests, skimming over the streams, and crossing over a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. Pill Elder, even Dozuns can't catch up with this speed. This Xiao Tian is terrifying. Xiao Yan revealed a smile at this moment. Enjoying all of this, his mood was incomparably relaxed at this moment. It's really good to have a big brother. The time went by in a flash and soon we arrived at our destination. Yunlan sect, on top of the mountain, here in the fog. This is the famous Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire. Above the square on top of the mountain peak, a group of disciples are practicing Yunlan sect sword technique with long swords in their hands. Xiao Tian glanced at it. This Yunlan sect is really worthy of being the #1 sect in the Gamma Empire. Its scale is really big. Xiao Yan swallowed. I did not expect the Yunlan sect to be this huge. Let him become smaller in a moment. Xiao Tian instantly released his Do Chi and a terrifying force pressed towards the Yunlan sect below. An elder of the Yunlan sect instantly detected the mysterious aura, and he immediately frowned as his Do Chi transformed into wings and directly flew up. This aura was not weaker than his own at all. Who is it that dares to cause trouble in my Yunlan sect? Come out. Instantly, the other disciples all raised their heads to look, only to see the cloud slowly parting, and Xiao Tian, with his hands behind his back, stepped on the somersault cloud and slowly descended. The Xiao Yan next to him was similarly serious as he was shocked in his heart. This was the feeling of a strong person looking down on him. As long as you're strong enough, everyone you look at from below is an ant. This was the reason why everyone in the Do Chi continent wanted to become stronger. If he wanted to make it this far and cleanse himself of insults, he needed to be as strong as his big brother. The Yunlan sect elder's eyes were stunned as he looked at Xiao Tian only to feel that the aura on the other party was very strong. He froze in the next moment. This kind of aura, it was actually quite a bit stronger than their patriarch. Could the other party be a Do Huang powerhouse? What exactly is your honor? Xiao Tian slowly said. Xiao family, Xiao Tian. Chapter 18 Bloodline Excitation. Qi Tian de Shang. Xiao Tian? Upon hearing this, the Cloudland sect elders sucked in a breath of cool air. They were too familiar with this name. Not long ago, the matter of Nalan Yenran's withdrawal from the marriage had spread throughout the sect. No matter if it was the elders or the disciples, all knew about it. The reason is because the Xiao family's Xiao Yan was born a waste material one. Doji Qi all the way down to the third stage of Doji Qi. How can such a person be worthy of Nalan Yenran? The one next to him is Xiao Yan. Right. Yes. I did not expect big brother Xiao Yan to actually bring him to break into our Cloudland sect's mountain gate. My Yunlan sect is the Gamma Empire's cultivation mecca, with strong people like the clouds. How did they dare? The Yunlan sect disciples stopped practicing their swords and raised their heads to look at the handsome man in the sky above in disgust. Bold Xiao family, actually daring to break into the Cloudland sect. Just at this time, several light shadows flew over, stopping in the air one after another. The leader was Yun Ling, and elder Yun Shang. Seeing the first elder come, the other elders all followed. You are Xiao Tian? A strange light flashed in Yun Ling's eyes as he looked straight at him. This kid's aura was actually really at the Do Huang realm, and he could not help but clench his fists at the thought. Xiao Tian was bound to want to take revenge when he brought Xiao Yan here today. It's the Yunlan sect's Cloud Prism Grand Elder? You old thing. You don't know how to be shameless. You actually secretly made a move against my fourth brother Xiao Yan. Today I came to Yunlan sect not to travel but to ask for a statement. And of course, your Yunlan sect will have to pay a corresponding price today. Xiao Tian's eyes looked at Yun Ling, and a chill came out, causing Yun Ling to not be able to help but feel a chill at his back. And this feeling made him very upset that a brat was so rampant. Xiao Tian, I don't know what you're talking about. Today, by barging into the Yunlan sect, you are disregarding the existence of the Yunlan sect, and you just don't want to leave in disgrace. Just as Yun Ling was speaking, Xiao Tian's figure disappeared in place, leaving behind a residual shadow. And in the next moment, it had already appeared in front of his eyes. The speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, and at this moment, the pupils of the Cloud Prism Grand Elder shrank, and he was truly startled, with cold sweat pouring out of his body. Such speed, even the Patriarch is difficult to do. This Xiao Tian among the horror. This is an ordinary Do Huan? Yun Ling, did you order this matter? Xiao Tian looked at the other party and serious killing intent flashed. Yun Ling immediately felt the terror and shook his head. How could I, the Grand Elder of the Hall of Yunlan sect, do such a thing? So much so, you think I don't know? To be fair, I don't use the chi of fighting. I only use my fists and feet. If you can block it, it proves that you don't deserve to die today. At the word, Cloudprong is even more mouth slightly pumped. These a little explanation is not given. To do it, arrogant to the extreme. Do not use fighting chi. I am not fair. Right. Wait. Before Yun Ling could react, Xiao Tian had already punched over. And even without the use of Do Chi, that terrifying physical strength struck with a cracking sound. Bang! Yun Ling mobilized his Do Chi to form a barrier. Only, the moment Xiao Tian's fist made contact, it actually broke by inches, making it difficult to resist at all. No good. Snap! Xiao Tian punched Yun Ling's body, and the other party flew out like a deflated ball, and with a rumbling sound, smashed into the ground, stirring up countless dust. The several Yunlan sect elders beside them all looked dumbfounded. The speed was too fast, and their district Do Wan could not react at all. When the smoke dissipated, Yun Ling covered his chest, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he was covered in injuries. The power of this punch was so terrifying that he couldn't actually defend himself using his full strength as a 5-star Do Wang, and the key was that he couldn't dodge it at all. Damn it, what are you waiting for? All of you. This is an insult to the Yunlan sect. Yun Ling took out a healing elixir from amongst his nascent sack and took it, wanting to quickly recover from his injuries. Subsequently, the 4 Do Wangs of the Yunlan sect all offered their long swords and launched an attack towards Xiao Tian. Is the Yunlan sect not something you can provoke? Whoosh! Instantly, countless sword chi chopped out and attacked towards Xiao Tian's position, and above the tendon Do Yun. Xiao Yin frowned slightly, for Do Wang should be enough to pester a Do Huang powerhouse. Big brother will not be in any danger. Pill Elder held his beard. What? Could it be that you want to go up and help? You won't be able to block the attacks of that Do Wang powerhouse for even a single moment. It's not often that strong people fight with each other, so you should observe them well and see how they fight. It will also be very beneficial to your future cultivation. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva with a shocked expression. Teacher, I can't learn this. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Pill Elder also observed and went there, only to see that Xiao Tian at this time raised his hand and pulled out an embroidery needle from inside his ear. The Cloudland sect elders were stunned. What is this? How dare you take it out when it's so small? Together, They nodded to each other and simultaneously gathered Douqi to chop out a huge sword made of Douqi towards Xiao Tian. As Xiao Tian cupped the weapon in his hand, it suddenly became larger and held it in his hand as his mind moved, and at that moment, a change appeared on him. The original clothes disappeared and a new costume appeared. At this moment, he wore a phoenix wing purple gold crown on his head, a golden armor of locks, lotus root silk walking cloud shoes, weapons in his hands, and a red cloak appeared behind him. Seeing this, shock appeared on the faces of everyone in the Yunlan sect, and Yunling was even frowning. What was this? Hey, eat my stick! Xiao Tian at this moment raised the Rui weapon in his hand high in the air and waved it at the 4 Dowang elders of the Yunlan sect while the Rui weapon grew longer and longer. How is that possible? The Rui weapon was originally the East Sea Dragon Palace's sea-suppressing object, refined by the Supreme Lord, weighing 13,500 pounds, and with such power, it was simply not something that a few Dowangs could block. Above the sky, the Rui weapon swung out, stirring up the wind and clouds, and the sky changed color. Bang! Under the baton, the terrifying power spread towards the surrounding. The space was cracked, and the 4 Dowang powerhouses were shaken out. Even if they exhausted their Do Chi, they were unable to fight against them. Yunling's pupils shrank. Retreat quickly. This Xiao Tian is too strong. Activate the Yunlan sect protector formation. In an instant, all the disciples of the Yunlan sect were sitting on the ground, and they were striking out their fighting chi and inputting it into the Yunlan sect's defense formation. In an instant, an energy shield wrapped the entire Yunlan sect. Yunling's eyes narrowed slightly. This Yunlan sect protector formation was not something a Do Huang could break. This was a collection of tens of thousands of disciples of Yunlan sect strength gathered together. Impregnable. So far no one can break. He also didn't expect the Xiao Tian's strength to be so terrifying. It wasn't even a one-trick pony. Now he could only wait for the patriarch to come back, and he had already sent out a message for help. Xiao Tian was currently standing above the void, his cloak behind him moving with the wind as he gently raised his hand and felt the power. Although the blood veins have fused, they are still unable to utilize their true power at the moment. However, it's enough to deal with the Yunlan sect tube. Chapter 19, The Power of the Rui Weapon. Yun appeared. Requests for follow-up readings. As he looked at the great battle of the Yunlan protector sect below, Xiao Tian held his weapon tightly in his hand, and just the aura emanating from his body at this moment shook the hearts of everyone in the Yunlan sect to the core. It was because there was simply no one in the Yunlan sect who could block it now. Several Do Wang powerhouses were already dying, shocked by the weapon's aftershocks, not dead but crippled. If they hadn't used all their Do Chi with all their might to resist and escape, they would have already been beaten to death. Yunling's fists clenched, although he did not know exactly how Xiao Tian instantly raised his strength by a lot. It should be a secret method of a certain kind, and this kind must have some kind of price. He was also considered to have completely feuded with the Yunlan sect in this way. This kind of genius could never be left behind. Growing up was too much of a threat to them. As an elder of the Yunlan sect, he was actually beaten into such a sorry state. Right at this moment, the weapon in Xiao Tian's hand instantly grew larger, several hundred meters in diameter, and he raised his hand and pushed with force, and the huge weapon descended from the sky. Upon seeing this, everyone in the Yunlan sect all turned pale with fear, revealing a look of horror. What's that? His weapon actually got bigger. It's still getting bigger. Can our Yunlan sect protector formation block it? If we can't block it, the entire mountain will be destroyed. Right. Yunling's pupil shrank and he hurriedly flew up, seeing that the weapon had already fallen, and all he could feel was a powerful sense of oppression. Everyone, go all out and block. The patriarch will be back soon. All of them sat down on the ground and raised their hands, transmitting their fighting power into the formation. And Yunling did the same. Rumble. The huge Rui weapon fell. The lines on it were clearly visible. Bang! Only a loud crashing sound was heard, and the clan protection formation instantly shook. At the top of the Yunlan sect's mountain, the entire sect was like a great earthquake. Countless debris slammed down towards the bottom, even with the great protector formation. At this moment, Yunlan sect was shaking. Bang! 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 Terrifying energy aftershocks spread towards the surroundings. A burst of blinding light bloomed. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Yunlan sect had revealed painful expressions. Some disciples even had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths, and some directly ran out of doji chi and began to eat pills to replenish it. Yunling's face was full of shock. He glanced down. With this strike, the Cloudlan sect was destroyed a bit, as well as the condition of these disciples. He was instantly annoyed and struck out with all his might. The only thing that could protect them was the sect protector formation. Xiao Tian flew in the air. The turtle shell is still quite hard. Give it to me. He pushed his palm once more with force, and the weapon once more powered up and continued to press towards the bottom. Click click click. Several cracks appeared in that sturdy and incomparable sect protector formation at this moment as well. No good. Yunling's eyes were wide open. The inside of his head was blank. What to do? It's finished. How could this Xiao Tian be so powerful? It's impossible. The protector formation can't even block it. Is this a Do Huang? Break me. The Rui weapon continued to grow larger with a buzzing sound, covering the sky and the sun. And with this strike, the Yunlan sect would completely disappear. At this time, Neilan Yanran arrived at the news, and she looked up at the huge object in the sky above the Yunlan sect, her pretty face full of shock. How can this be? That is Xiao Tian and also Xiao Yan. They really fought up. Is it because of the withdrawal? Thinking about it, Neilan Yanran's pink fists clenched. It's over. The Yunlan sect is going to be finished. The surrounding Yunlan sect's children all revealed despair. What kind of monster had Yunlan sect messed with? Could it be that the Yunlan sect, which had stood for thousands of years, was about to be destroyed? Neilan Yanran looked at Xiao Tian with her brows knitted. Xiao Tian, you are so cruel. She wasn't just withdrawing from a marriage, and she didn't want to make such a big deal out of it, unless what Grandpa said was true. Bang! Right at this moment, the protective formation could no longer hold on any longer and collapsed inch by inch. Weapons fell from the sky, and because of the pressure generated, the buildings below were all destroyed. Neilan Yanran suddenly felt a pressure falling from the sky, and she bent over with direct pressure, her face full of fear. It was too difficult to mobilize the chi of fighting to fight against it. Grand Elder Yunling even revealed a look of despair. Just at this time, a ray of light flew rapidly from the distance. A stunningly beautiful woman flew in sharply. Her head of green silk was pulled into a noble phoenix hair ornament, and her beautiful and moving features were calm and tranquil, permeated with grace and nobility. Only, at the moment, her face was full of shock. What was going on? What had happened during her absence? As the Yunlan sect patriarch himself, he naturally had to protect Yunlan sect's safety. Sensing the fluctuation of the Do Huang's aura, Xiao Tian looked towards a short distance away, and there was a green light flying rapidly. It's the patriarch. The patriarch has returned. We are saved. All the disciples of Yunlan sect showed their excitement. Yunling was also relieved that the patriarch had returned. Yunyun looked at the giant object in the sky, and also her beautiful eyes widened as she had a light green dress wrapped around her delicate body, holding a long sword that emitted a greenish glow as she landed in front of the Yunlan sect's big formation, and let out a delicate cry. Wind's pull. Meteor killing. Only to see her fingers shoot out an extremely slender, like the size of a thumb but deep and incomparable light, which instantly shot out, as if the entire space was cut, with a terrifying explosive force and penetrating power rushed to the weapon above. That speed was so fast that wherever it passed, the air emitted a sharp whistle, as if it was trembling in fear for this powerful killing move. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out as extreme energies collided. The moment contact was made, Yunyun realized the strength of his opponent. She couldn't help but be stunned by her beautiful eyes, and her face changed slightly. Your Excellency, I'm Yunyun, sect leader of Yunlan sect. I don't know how my Yunlan sect has offended you. After seeing Yunyun appear, Xiao Tian swept a glance. This Yunyun was truly stunning. Soon he replied indifferently. This is something you have to ask your Grand Elder. When he sent someone to intercept and kill my fourth brother Xiao Yan, it is him not giving face to me, Xiao Tian, and ignoring my Xiao family. When a younger brother is bullied, is it not reasonable for a brother not to step in? Today I will come in person to ask for a statement. Originally, Xiao Yan was still worried about his big brother, but now it seems that he is not at all vain about the Cloudland sect. If only he had the strength of his big brother, wouldn't have been humiliated, disgraced the Xiao family, and needed big brother to step in. Blamed myself for being too weak. Disgraced big brother. Pill Elder had already been shocked badly by Xiao Tian, and only then did he react for a long time. Brat, what kind of bloodline is this big brother of yours? It's too strong. Xiao Yan also shook his head. What bloodline? My Xiao family is just an ordinary family, and there is a bloodline? Xiao Yan finished, his eyes slightly narrowed as a traverser, naturally recognized. This is not the Qi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong that he knew in his previous life? Almost exactly the same. This made Xiao Yan directly stunned. How in the world did Big Brother do it? Did the Xiao family still have this kind of bloodline? About crossing over, he didn't talk to Pill Elder. Pill Elder held his beard, his eyes lightly narrowed. No, teacher sensed the power of his bloodline was strong, vaguely an extremely terrifying power. The Yunlan sect doesn't consider the consequences. This time it's considered a kick in the teeth. How could they have ever imagined that an 18-year-old would be so perverted? Xiao Yan nodded his head. Big Brother, it is truly amazing. He is the hope for the rise of our Xiao family. At this moment, Yunyun's eyebrows frowned slightly as she looked at Yunling below. Grand Elder Yunling, what have you done? Yunling froze and stammered. Patriarch, I didn't do anything. This Xiao Tian is just spitting blood. Chapter 20, Junior. Rampant. Requesting for readings. Yunling was still unrepentant, And of course he could not admit that he had sent people to attack Xiaoyan, and he had not participated. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's fists clenched. Old thing Yunling, those killers had already stated that it was you who did it before they died, and they still don't admit it. What a great elder of the Yunlan sect. Truly shameless and shameless. After hearing this, Yunling looked at Xiaoyan angrily. You, old piker, do you recognize this man? Xiao Tian waved his hand and threw out a corpse. It was the Dozong powerhouse that he had killed earlier. Yunyan's eyebrows frowned slightly when she saw this. This person was familiar to him. Wasn't this Yunlan sect's elder Yunnan? It was an elder, Patriarch Yun. In that case, do you still want to take sides with Yunlan? Of course, as the Yunlan sect patriarch, you naturally have a responsibility that you cannot escape. Xiao Tian said as strength erupted above his arm and the Rui weapon instantly pressed down. Yun was directly knocked back and her delicate body flew straight out. But she once again adjusted her stance to meet back up. Boom! Even in the face of Xiao Tian's weapon, she did not retreat. Her body's doji qi was consumed crazily, and her Qian Yu hand was raised to resist. Bang! The Rui weapon smashed down directly, and a large portion of the Yunlan sect's buildings were all destroyed. Yun was even shocked and flew out. The long sword in her hand was stuck on the ground. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. It was too strong. Xiao Tian's strike could not be blocked by himself at all. Looking at the destroyed Yunlan sect behind her, a wave of self-blame ran through her heart. Sensei, Nalan Yenran could no longer look on and directly stepped forward and shouted. She frowned and her fists clenched. Xiao Yan, is this what you want to see? You are satisfied now. It was all my fault. You're happy now that you've won. Nalan Yenran's eyes reddened. A drop of tears flowed out across her cheeks and fell to the ground. She was aggrieved and bad, with a hint of regret. Why did you do this? This is between you and me. Why involve the Cloud Lantern sect? Could it be that I, Nalan Yenran, can't even decide if I like someone? The matter of withdrawing from the marriage. I know it's my fault, so today you're satisfied. Are you happy? If it weren't for your big brother, you'd be nothing now. Poor talent and not letting anyone back out of the marriage. Don't you know that yourself? Looking at the surrounding clan disciples who were killed and injured, she also felt a pain in her heart. These were usually her own and the senior brothers and sisters that she spent time with. Yunyan's eyebrows knit tightly as she turned around and said, Yan, the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, the teacher is also at fault. Lacked consideration. Xiaoyan was also shocked by Nalan Yenran's hiss as he clenched his fists. Nalan Yenran, today's matter is all your Yunlan sect's own fault. Assault is assault, withdrawal is withdrawal. Don't get confused. Pill Elder reminded up. Brat, you don't need to blame yourself. The Dochi continent has always been like this. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Only after experiencing this much, people will grow up. Kid still has too little experience. Xiao Tian put the Rui weapon in his hand and noticed Xiaoyan's expression and also flew over, lifting his hand and patting it on his shoulder. Why are you sad, little Yankee? Xiaoyan shook his head and said with a smile. No. Xiao Tian turned to look ahead. Little Yanzi, this time, Big Brother wants to know that destroying the Cloudlan sect Big Brother can do it. But it's sometimes up to you to wash away the shame you once felt. Other people can't really help you sometimes. You can only really grow if you unravel it yourself. The 3-year appointment, in my opinion, he's more than a practice for you. It's a motivation to move forward. Xiaoyan listened to his fists clenched. Yes, they cannot always be protected by the Big Brother. That would really become a flower inside the greenhouse. His current cultivation was still too slow. Pill Elder had a shocked look on his face. His 2 eyes were wide open. It's unbelievable. This Xiao Tian is really a doll that's only 18 years old? Patriarch Yun, just hand over that Yunling today. I will not do it for your Yunlan sect. Xiao Tian's eyes lightly narrowed as he said, this person has broken my bottom line, and that is to make a move against the people of the Xiao family. Only a trace of misery appeared on her pretty face. Even so, she had to stand up for herself. You're right. As the Yunlan sect patriarch, I naturally have a responsibility as well. I, Yun, am willing to endure any punishment today. The wrong he has done will be mine alone. Yunling was also stunned upon hearing this. Then he clenched his teeth. Patriarch, they are completely disregarding my Yunlan sect by making a scene. Yun twisted her head to look at Yunling and angrily rebuked. Shut up. Do something wrong and still not admit it. Don't you realize the mistake now? Yunling shivered. His fists clenched. Damn Xiao Tian. What he did to Yunlan sect today was simply unforgivable. Wanting Lao Fu to apologize to you, a brat, and admit his fault? One just won't agree to it even if one is dead. Xiao Tian gently shook his head. Since Patriarch Yun is adamant on protecting him, then I will not be polite. Don't think that, if you are a woman, I, Xiao Tian, will be soft-hearted. A hint of complexity flashed amongst Yun's beautiful eyes. I am not. Yunling is my Yunlan sect's grand elder. I can't just watch something happen to him. Today's matter, can we stop here? Yunlan Sect, will definitely send compensation and restrain Yunling from doing anything bad to your Xiao family in the future. And, if you're not satisfied, I'll grant you any request you want. Just please, don't go on. It's not that we can't mediate. If you insist, Yun can only go all out. Guarding Yunlan Sect is my responsibility in this life. Her willow brows were slightly locked and her gaze was deep as she raised her hand and gently placed it on her chest, facing Xiao Tian with a very friendly, self-blaming attitude. Yun looked pathetic at the moment. No matter it was her appearance, her voice, or her attitude, she was totally admitting her mistake. It gives you the feeling of listening to something that you can't bear to do. However, Xiao Tian naturally would not be moved by these things. Yun is such a person. In the original, in the face of feelings and clan interests of the conflict, she showed a certain indecisiveness, which led to a very bumpy road of feelings between her and Xiao Yan. In the Cloudlan sect and Xiao Yan's conflict, she sandwiched in the middle of the left and right difficult. He is stubborn in certain things and will not give up until he achieves his goal. He has a gentle character, is good at getting along with people, is good at establishing good interpersonal relationships, listens to the needs of others and is willing to help others, but is an image of a good old boy. Stubborn and indecisive. Compensation? That's how you compensate. Can Yunling, as the Cloudlan sect's Grand Elder, just run away? If he survives today, there is no need for this Yunlan sect to exist. Yunyan's delicate body trembled when Xiao Tian said this, and a trace of surprise flashed among her eyes. Above the sky, Xiao Tian no longer continued to tangle with her further, but instead shifted his gaze towards Yunling. At this moment, Yunling's eyes widened and that killing intent could not be concealed at all as he trembled. Xiao Tian, I am the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. You know the consequences of killing me. Xiao Tian smiled with the corner of his mouth. What's the harm in killing you? Even if it's this Yunlan sect, I can destroy it with a single hand. Now that the Protector formation and the others are helping you, let's see how you can escape. In the next moment, Xiao Tian directly struck a stick at Yunling. The weapon power was terrifying. It was simply not something that a Do Wan would dare to block, not to mention that Yunling was still injured right now. It's over. Yunling's pupils shrank. Yun raised her hand. Her eyes were filled with panic. Xiao Tian, don't. It can't be helped. At this rate, I'll die for sure. This is the only way. Old Patriarch, save me. Right at this moment, Yunling directly crushed a token in his hand and a burst of light rushed to the sky. At the back of the Cloudlands Sect's mountain, within the cultivation cave, a white-haired man snapped his eyes open, and a white energy emerged from his eyes. Boom! Immediately afterward, he broke through the closed cave and flew out. Junior. Rampant. Chapter 21 Yunlan Sect Yunshan appears, requesting for follow-up readings. Suddenly above the sky, a green-colored light shadow flew in, and his figure flashed, directly grabbing Yunling in his hands and pulling him out. Bang! Xiao Tian struck the ground with a stick, and instantly, with a rumbling sound, a large pit appeared on the ground. Whoosh! The mysterious figure flickered and reappeared in the air. Inside his hand, he carried Yunling, who had already been scared half to death. Junior. Doing whatever you want in my Yunlan sect. Today is the day you have to give an explanation to the old man. The man in the air was wearing an extremely plain set of white robes, with cloud patterns painted on top of the robes, and a sword pattern painted on each of his double sleeves. His age didn't look too old. His face had no wrinkles, and he had a head of white hair with a dusty and ethereal atmosphere. Seeing this, Yun hurriedly arched her hand. Teacher! Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, not realizing that her teacher had actually come out from his place of seclusion. Old Patriarch, it's his old man who has come out. I can be saved. Yes, the old Patriarch is said to be a powerhouse infinitely close to a Dozong. Seeing Yunshan's appearance, the disciples, elders, and deacons of the Yunlan sect all revealed hope. Yunshan turned around and nodded gently, then quickly shifted his gaze to Xiao Tian, who was already at the peak of the Do Huang at this moment, just one step short of being a Dozong. Immortal Pass seeks a breakthrough. Not expecting that the Cloudlan sect has encountered the extermination of the clan today, and he can't continue, so he can only forcefully interrupt. Looking at the cloud prong in his hand, he shook his head and threw it straight out. Yunling, old Patriarch, this Xiao family's Xiao Tian wants to destroy the Cloudlan sect. Yunshan had one hand behind his back. His eyes were sharp as he looked towards Xiao Tian. Xiao family? He was still and really did not understand. Actually appeared a strong person at the Do Huang level. When did this Gamma Empire have such a young Do Huang? Wanting to cultivate himself for such a long time is only the peak of the Do Huang. This junior looks like 16 or 17 years old. With such a talent, his first thought was to use it for himself, and if he couldn't, then he would directly exterminate it. Considering what he did to the Cloudlan sect today, it was unforgivable, and a price had to be paid. Today, We must keep this son here no matter what. We must not let him grow up. As he watched Yun Shan appear, Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. Old thing Yun Shan, you think that your appearance can save that old thing Yun Ling? Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yun Shan instantly became furious. Rampant. Kid, today is the day to let you know the consequences of offending my Yunlan sect. After saying that, he directly struck out, and with a tremor of his fighting chi feathers, he instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out. He raised his palm, his wind attribute Do Chi covering his palm, and directly struck out with a palm. As a former generation of the Gamma Empire's top 10 strongest man, his strength base was not something that a junior could resist. Xiao Tian saw the other party's palm strike over, and he spun the weapon in his hand and directly leapt up with an aggressive momentum. Yun Shan's face was indifferent. Junior's aura is good, but his strength is just a bit weaker. Bang! A cracking sound rang out as the weapon smashed down. Yun Shan was slightly stunned at the sight. What exactly is this weapon? So terrifying. Wind wall. In an instant, the sky's wild wind suddenly became violent, forming a huge green-colored wind wall above the sky. Bang! Xiao Tian knocked up with a stick and Yun Shan frowned as he felt a terrifyingly huge force coming from him, only to see that the wind wall was also starting to crack, which caused Yun Shan to be shocked and clicked. In the blink of an eye, the wind wall shattered. Xiao Tian directly smashed down with his weapon in hand. Yun Shan's eyes were stunned and he hurriedly flew to avoid it. Eat my stick! Yunlan sect had many extremely large floating giant mountains. With such an advantage, Yun Shan began to dodge, and when Xiao Tian's baton fell, it was a floating mountain that was shattered. Countless huge rocks fell from the sky, and two rays of light, one green and one red, rushed across the mountains. In terms of aura, Xiao Tian forcefully suppressed Yun Shan. Xiao Yan was even more dumbfounded. This Yun Shan is a former generation Gamma Empire powerhouse. I didn't expect him to be actually chased and beaten by Big Brother. Pill Elder was also frowning. This Big Brother of yours is also too fierce. The other party is a peak Do Huang, and he's an 8-star Do Huang chasing after others to smash them. Yun Yun was helped up by Nailin Yanran at the moment. Teacher, are you alright? Only Yun Yun shook her head and looked at the battle above the sky, her beautiful eyes blinking as she had extremely complicated emotions. Yun Ling glanced at Yun Yun. Alas, why doesn't the patriarch go help the old patriarch at this time? If the two of them go together, they may not be afraid of that Xiao Tian. Nailin Yanran similarly looked at the battle in the sky. A burst of energy exploded from the battle hit. Her eyes were full of shock. Originally thought that Xiao Tian was just an ordinary Do Huang. Who knew? He was actually so powerful. It was just as well that his own teacher couldn't beat him. Even the old patriarch was suppressed. At the same time, outside the Yunlan Sect's mountain, several figures flew in rapidly, and among them were several Do Huang auras, as well as several Do Wangs. Stopped in the air not far from Yunlan Sect. The two people at the head of them were Jia Jingtian, and a long-bearded old man with a Dan tripod on his head, except that his Do Chi transformed into wings as a pair of many small wings looks funny. The other was the middle family's grand elder, Middle Tingshan, who squinted his eyes and gave off a grinning look, and the other was the stout lion King Yin Lion. They sensed the aftermath of the battle and the energy that kept coming from the direction of the Cloudlands sect. There were inevitably Do Huang-level powerhouses fighting there. What made them very curious was that there was actually someone who dared to go to the Cloudlands sect to challenge them. It really had to make them admire them. One must know that normally, the Yunlan sect was not in existence that they dared to mess with at all. A few people came with the mindset of eating melon. Of course they were watching a handful of theater. Out of the hand is absolutely impossible. Right at this moment, another Do Wan level powerhouse flew in, and the person who came was no other than Dan King Gui. He was only seen to have a gentle and modest appearance, with the cultivation of a Do Wang, giving off a sense of gentleness, dressed in long robes and quite elegant. As a pill refiner, his body might emanate a unique medicinal aura, and the whole person revealed extraordinary strength and elegant demeanor. As soon as he came over, he clasped his fists. Greetings, Elder Gar. President waits. Gargantuan nodded his head slightly, then looked at the aftermath of the battle that kept coming from above the Yunlan Sect's mountain top, and his eyes flashed with a hint of scorn. Even he didn't have the strength to do so. However, in Gargantuan's opinion, this might not necessarily not be a good thing. After all, weakening the Yunlan Sect's strength would be beneficial and harmless to their royal family. But the newly emerged powerhouses needed to pay more attention themselves. I'm sure all of you are here because you want to know who exactly is the one who broke into the Cloudlands sect. Furukawa, you don't know? Guhi shook his head. I also just left the Yunlan sect today to go out for some things, and I just came back and encountered these things. President Wade lifted his dry hand to hold his beard. Judging from the shaking of the fighting aura, the opponent's strength is definitely not below ours. Since this is the boundaries of the Yunlan sect, then I'll ask Elder Guhi to lead the way. Gargantuan had an extra mind and slowly opened his mouth. After all, they belonged to the uninvited, and if they wanted to go in, they still had to be brought in by Guhi, the honorary elder, or else it wouldn't be too good if the Yunlan sect blamed them in the future. Guhi nodded gently. Everyone, follow me. He also wanted to know exactly who was actually so bold as to actually challenge the Yunlan sect, which hadn't appeared much in the Yunlan sect's 1,000-year history. Last time, it was one of the top 10 strongest men in the Gamma Empire, Ice Emperor Hi Bodong, and the former head of the Yunlan sect dueling on top of the Yunlan sect's mountain. Chapter 22 Or Rod Breaks the Void, Xiao Tian's Fear, requesting for catch-up reading. Soon, a group of people arrived on top of the Yunlan sect's mountaintop and searched for a safe location to land. And Dan King Guhi flew over at the first opportunity after seeing Yun Yun's injury, revealing a face of worry. Yun, are you alright? This is the healing pill. Dan King Guhi took out the high-level pills he had refined. Seeing this, Yun was slightly stunned and took the pills. Thank you, this is what I should do. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Dan King Guhi also let out a light sigh, followed by a glance at the surroundings, all of which had turned into ruins. Nailin Yenran arched her hand at Dan King Guha. Greetings to Elder Guha. Dan King Guhi nodded. What's going on here? Why did someone come to the Yunlan sect to cause trouble? Nailin Yenran's fists clenched. It's Xiao Tian of the Xiao family. He's come to take revenge on the Yunlan sect. Dan King Guhi was slightly stunned upon hearing this. You're talking about the recently rumored 6th grade alchemist Xiao Tian? Yun's willow brows frowned slightly at the words. What? He's actually still a 6th grade alchemist? Dan King Guhi nodded. That said, I'm still planning to look for him to share my experience related to alchemy. Of course it's best if I can spar. At this moment, she was shocked. Xiao Tian was a Do Huang at such a young age, so it could be seen that his talent was extremely terrifying, and now he was also a 6th grade alchemist, and the Yunlan sect had actually offended him. Originally, there was a chance to pull in such a talent, but now it seems unlikely. Her eyes looked to the sky as she thought about it. At this moment, the sky above was covered with dark clouds, the hurricane winds were howling wildly, and a burst of intense Do-Chi fluctuations were emitted. Not far away, Gargantuan frowned as he looked over, and his entire being was directly dumbfounded. No, why does that person look familiar? Beside him, Tongshan inserted his hand and said slowly with narrowed eyes, this person is Xiao Tian of the Xiao family. I've seen it on top of the portrait. Originally, their middle family also wanted to pull together or visit this kind of genius. How can such a character make a good acquaintance? For them to do business like this kind of people, it is also a family affair. Only by meeting more capable people will they be able to invest. When the words fell, the rest of them all looked shocked. What? That Xiao Tian? It can't be. In that case, the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect are at war? Could it be because of the marriage withdrawal? Waits raised his hand to hold his beard. This can be troublesome. The old man also intends to let Xiao Tian enter the Alchemist Guild. In this way, it is the risk of offending the Yunlan sect. Currently, it was necessary to make observations, and it was not known whether the Yunlan sect or Xiao Tian was stronger. This is Yun Shan, the former head of the Yunlan sect? That old guy is actually still alive? Immediately afterward, Gargantuan was once again startled, his eyes full of shock. One must know that Yun Shan had already been at the peak of Do Huan long ago, and was now on the verge of that Dozong. If they really broke through, then their royal family would be in danger. I didn't expect him to actually make a move as well. Wait's eyes, which were originally squinted, also opened at the moment. Several people were all shocked enough, especially Gatling Tian, before he still just finished saying that Xiao Tian absolutely did not dare to confront the Cloudlan sect, and now snapped his face. Xiao Tian could be different from him, a goon, who would only talk and help not even for a second. At this moment, he instead smiled and flirted at the Waits. Didn't you say that you wanted to invite Xiao Tian into the Alchemist Guild? So if you go up and help now, maybe he will be grateful and enter your Alchemist Guild. Waits, also a goon, raised his hand awkwardly to hold his beard. This, bang, bang, bang. At this time, among the clouds, a hurricane exploded, and the hurricane of Cloud Mountain was dispersed by Xiao Tian with a single strike. And at this moment, Xiao Tian revealed a hint of excitement. Peak Do Huang is this? Although Yun Shan's face was calm, his heart was shaken for a while. This son was so strong. The weapon in his hand was not only perverted, even his physical body was horribly strong. Such an existence, how could it be that a small family like the Xiao family could cultivate it? This son must have gotten some kind of inheritance or something on his body. If we take him down, won't all these things be ours? Only if you want to take down this son, it will take some effort. Winds pull, meteor killing. Yun Shan's eyes sank. His fingers accumulated wind attribute Doshi Chi. The next moment directly pointing out, instantly shooting out an extremely slender light, where it passed through the space shook, leaving behind a pitch-black trace. The terrifying white energy pushed straight towards Xiao Tian with a majestic momentum, and the wind pole of a peak Do Huang powerhouse was a power that should not be underestimated. Xiao Yan also felt a chill when he saw this. After all, for the current him, it was simply the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Big brother will be okay. Pale Elder shook his head and said, there is no need to worry. This big brother of yours is summarized in 4 words for the teacher. Xiao Yan looked curious. What? Medicine old man, terrifying as hell. On the other side, Yunling's eyes narrowed lightly as a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian, die. There is no way you can catch this move. Nalan Yanran and Yun. Dan King Guhi face showed surprise. This strike is very strong. Whether it can be caught is not yet known. Waits held his beard, his face showing an extremely shocked look. This strike is even stronger than me. Xiao Tian is having some difficulty resisting it. Gargantuan's eyes narrowed lightly. His heart was equally complicated. He didn't expect that after so many years, Yun Shan's strength was getting stronger and stronger. This was not good news for him. With the current attacks from Yun Shan, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to resist, and at this moment, he had to admire Xiao Tian's courage, actually directly shaking the Yunlan sect. If he succeeds this time, I must find a way to bring him to the side of the imperial family, so that the Xiao family can move to the imperial capital and become a great family is one of the conditions he has thought of so far. Whether it can be resisted is the question. Though, seeing that, the attack had already arrived in front of him, Xiao Tian stood in the middle of the void, the weapon in his hand directly clenched. It's these painless attacks again. Break me! The weapon emitted flame-like energy and directly knocked out, and wherever it passed, the weapon hardened in shattered space. Ka! In an instant the sound of space shattering rang out. Above the sky, space was torn apart. Boom! Violent explosions came out, and the intense aftermath of the battle spread towards the surroundings. In an instant, the entire Yunlan sect trembled. All of them were affected by the battle, and the endless pressure above their heads made them unable to lift their heads. Above the Yunlan sect, an extreme vortex was even created. Yun Shan directly froze as he incredulously watched Xiao Tian actually break the space hard with a single strike. This kind of ability can only be done if you've reached Dozong, right? How could it be? How could the Xiao Tian in front of him do it? Could it be that his strength was already close to that of a Dozong? The Waits were even more wide-eyed, their long eyebrows blown up by the aftermath of the battle, their faces full of horror. How is it possible? It actually broke the void. Could it be that Xiao Tian has already reached that level? Chapter 23 Yun Shan breaks through Dozong. Requesting readings. It is said that when one reaches the strength of a Dozong, one can achieve stepping in the air without the help of Do Chi transforming wings, which is the most obvious characteristic of a Dozong powerhouse. And a Dozong powerhouse in his peak period can block off part of the space to create a spatial lock. And the Xiao Tian in front of him only had the strength of an 8-star Do Huang. How did he do it? Seeing this, Gargantuan was also frowning. It looked like Xiao Tian's strength was too much stronger than what he had imagined. With such strength, if he did not work for the royal family, if he had any ambitions, he was afraid that another Cloudland sect would exist. At that time, they were afraid that their royal family would be threatened. However, if Xiao Tian really wanted to do so at that time, he would make a move to stop it. The more Yun Shan and Xiao Tian fought, the more they were at a disadvantage, and their own abilities simply wouldn't work unless they broke through the Dozong realm. Thinking of this, Yun Shan thought of some information that the Soul Palace had given him earlier, namely the search for the Xiao family, which he had put on hold. Now it seemed that it was time to invite the one from the Soul Clan. Utilizing the power of the Soul Palace to break through the Dozong is a possibility. Originally, he hadn't had this intention, but now, Xiao Tian was too unbridled, and if this continued, the Cloudland sect would cease to exist. Open the Clan Protector formation. Yun Shan descended from the sky and flew down, his face anxious, and behind him, Xiao Tian had already smashed down with a stick. Seeing that the old patriarch wasn't much of an opponent either, everyone in the Yunlan sect panicked, especially Yunling, who had recovered almost as much as he had, and hurriedly greeted the sect's disciples to open the formation. It could be quite powerful to have Yun Shan preside over it. Cloud Smoke over Sun formation. Activate. Yunlan sect is at the moment of life and death. All the disciples all ate the elixir and transmitted all the fighting chi. The elders, the deacons, they all joined in. Even the Yunlan sect's handymen also all came. Yunling, there's a trace of old man's power here that can block it for a moment. You only need to hold on for a moment. This Xiao Tian will definitely die. Yun Shan flew directly towards the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. Hearing that Yun Shan had a solution, Yunling also nodded his head. He bellowed. Instantly, energy appeared to be pumped out of the tens of thousands of people in the clan, converging into the large formation. Looking around, the entire Cloudland sect was protected by a sea of clouds. Sovereign, what are you waiting for? If we let the Xiao Tian come in, the Yunlan sect will be destroyed. Yunling hurriedly looked at Yun Yun and shouted, as long as the old patriarch was given some time, this Xiao Tian would definitely be killed. When the time came, he would make the entire Xiao family disappear in Yuten City, so that his heart's hatred could be quenched. Yun Yun tangled up and Nalan Yenran spoke. Teacher, for the sake of the future of the Yunlan sect, we can't let Xiao Tian kill again. Yun Yun's eyebrows slowly unfolded as she nodded and directly flew over, beginning to preside over the patriarchal formation. Yun Ling nodded. Patriarch, with you here, we are the ones who can hold him back. At this moment, Yun Yun raised her head and said, Xiao Tian, this matter, it is all the fault of the Yunlan sect, and as the patriarch of the Yunlan sect, it is my responsibility to protect my disciples. I said that I would compensate accordingly, and I thought that I would never allow the Yunlan sect to do anything that would harm the Xiao family. Yun Ling sighed. What words did the patriarch waste with him? Now in this situation, it could only go on and on. He would not compromise anyway. Xiao Tian directly slammed down with a stick, and with a rumble, the cloud smoke overlaying sun formation shook, and each strike was a few points weaker. All the Yunlan sect disciples' faces were pale and they kept getting high on medicines, just to consume with Xiao Tian. The distant gargantuan had his hands behind his back, gripping them tightly together. This Xiao Tian was too terrifying, actually forcing the Yunlan sect to such a point. Wait's eyes were stunned. Such strength. If it is really a 6th grade alchemist, then he has to pull together no matter what means and promises he uses. No, even if there is no 6th grade alchemist strength, he has to pull together. Now this sun is showing too strong. Not only did they have this thought, even Middle Tingshan and Lion King Yanshur also had this thought, while Nalan Su who went to check it out also looked at the direction of Yunlan sect with a complex color on his face. Is this still the same Xiao family from before? Yun Shan entered the place of seclusion, without much thought, directly crushed the token given by the Soul Palace before, whenever he wanted to be contacted. Now is the moment of crisis. In a moment a black fog appeared, is in the form of a soul body appeared. The appearance is like the god of death. This is the soul temple washed away the protector. Patriarch Yun, have you thought about it? Guardian Rustler let out a jia laugh. Yun Shan covered his chest. He was also injured by Xiao Tian before. He was too strong. No matter what the conditions are, I promise you. Protector Rush nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. If Patriarch Yun had said it earlier, wouldn't everything have been better? Saying this, he directly threw out a bottle of pills. This is the clan-breaking pill. Remember our agreement. Jia. Yun Shan received the Sect-breaking Dan. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Sect-breaking Dan was a 6th grade elixir that could increase the chances of a peak Do Huang powerhouse to be promoted to a Dozong by 10%. And even if the breakthrough failed when taking the Sect-breaking Dan, the strength could be stabilized at the same level as it was before the breakthrough. Without much thought, now the clan protection array is afraid that it cannot withstand for a long time. Thought of this, Yun Shan directly will break the clan. Dan poured out gulp mouth, closed his eyes refining. In an instant, the medicinal power of the clan-breaking pill was integrated into the meridians, and a terrifying power traveled across the body. At this moment, Yun Shan's wind attribute Doji Qi erupted from his body, and the wind attribute power in nature all gathered towards the back of the Yunlan Sect's mountain, and an energy gas visible to the naked eye was already formed. All of them gathered their gazes over, with different degrees of expressions on their faces, and Gargantuan's brows were tightly locked. This terrifying energy has all converged to the location of Yun Shan's retreat. Is he trying to? The weight next to him nodded. That's right, Yun Shan is afraid that he is going to break through the Dozong. As the words fell, all the people around them revealed their horror. Garlantine's eyes widened. What exactly had this Xiao Tian done to actually force that Yun Shan to break through the Dozong? This was not a good situation. Originally, they weren't a match for the Yunlan sect, and now that Yun Shan had advanced to the rank of Dozong, this balance was afraid to be broken. As Yun Shan continued to absorb this power, originally he had reached the limit of his energy from his adult years of sedimentation. This sect-breaking Dan was like a key to open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying fighting chi energy spread towards the surroundings, rumbling, followed by a wave of cyan energy that rose up to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Tian had already shattered the Yunlan sect's grand formation with a single strike, and with a single movement of his body, he arrived directly in front of Yunling, who was unable to react in time. And his pupils shrank. How is it possible? No one can protect you now. Die. Xiao Tian smashed his weapon as if it were his own. No, old patriarch, save me. Yunling's face was full of fear. There was no chance to even run. Yunling's flesh was directly knocked to pieces. Nalan Yenran stared in horror. The Grand Elder died. Died? Yun is even more shocked. Want to say something but cannot say words. Began to blame themselves. Their own this patriarch went too bad. At the same time, Yunshan violently opened his eyes as a terrifying pressure came from him. Xiao Tian, you are too rampant. This day, this patriarch vows not to kill you. Whoosh! He was originally sitting in the same spot, and when his body transformed into a shadow, he disappeared. Next moment, a figure descended sharply and reappeared above the cloud landscape sect. Yunshan's figure flashed, and when he stepped out, it was the space that fluctuated. Chapter 24, 72 Changes. Transportation Technique. Requesting for readings. The moment the cloud mountain appeared, all the surrounding pumice stones exploded, showing the strength of its power. At this moment, Yunshan stepped barefoot in the air in vain, glowing with vigor, his entire state completely different from before. He had already stepped into the ranks of a Dozong, and his rampancy had reached its peak. Is this the power of a Dozong? Yunshan raised his hand to feel the power, as if it had endless power to destroy everything. The Yunlan sect's crowd of disciples all looked to the sky. Old Patriarch has broken through the Dozong? This time our Yunlan sect is saved. Yes, this Xiao Tian is too unbridled and actually killed Grand Elder Yunling. Yunyun's eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she watched this scene. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. He supported the injured Yunyun. Let's go to the other side first. Here, there is going to be a big battle soon. Now that the Yunlan sect had been destroyed for the most part by Xiao Tian in such a manner, it was unlikely that they would want to stop. As a Do Wang level, he was still an honorary elder of the Yunlan sect. There was no need for him to go and fight with Xiao Tian. Right now he was just a little worried about Yunyun, seeing that she was in a somewhat bad state. Yunyun had no choice but to nod her head, and the two flew to another place, and all the disciples of Yunlan sect, under the command of Nailin Yanran, also ran to a safe place. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. It was better for those with low strength like them to hide far away. The role of these disciples was also to activate the sect protector formation. However, this formation could not stop Xiao Tian at all. Looking at the cloud prongs that had smashed into powder, Yunshan's eyes narrowed slightly as anger showed in his eyes. Xiao Tian, you are preparing to leave your life here if you kill my Yunlan sect's grand elder. Today, no matter what is said, old me will not let you leave peacefully. Xiao Tian gently laughed. Joke, this Yunlan sect, I can come when I want to and leave when I want to. You can't stop it. Saying that, Xiao Tian directly swiped his baton. Now even if he breaks through the Dozong, what can he do? Xiao Tian's figure leaped into midair like lightning, and the weapon in his hand danced with the force of 10,000 pounds, and wherever he went, the air was torn apart with a gurgling sound. Yunshan gently raised his hand, wanting to catch it, but the next moment directly the whole person was sent flying out, crashing into the inside of the pumice stone with a rumble. After the smoke dissipated, Yunshan's entire body was dumbfounded. His Dozong's strength should be enough to resist that stick. How in the moment of contact, the body was like a titanic pressure. I'll take this weapon for myself. Jaya Jinshan eyes are looking straight, stammered. How is this possible? I thought that Yunshan broke through the Dozong and inevitably suppressed Xiao Tian. How is it still ineffective against him? It had to be said that Xiao Tian's son was truly as terrifying as he was, and the royal family must not offend the Xiao family in the future. Gatling Tian was like an old fox. He wouldn't make a move himself anyway. Whoever was strong would be good with whoever was strong. Of course, he himself was very confident. Even if Xiao Tian really had any threat to the royal family, he himself would let him shed a layer of skin even if he couldn't beat him. The waits were even more dumbfounded as they watched. It's even stronger than me. Yunshan at this moment once again flashed out, only to feel a burst of pain coming from his arm. If not, their own borrowed strength will rebound themselves out. Hard to catch words is also to suffer. One exchange of blows had taught him that the stick in Xiao Tian's hand was not simple and he absolutely could not be hit. Even with his Dozong strength, he needed to be cautious. Xiao Tian smiled with the corner of his mouth. Rui Weapon also dared to receive it hard. Now be honest. Yunshan stepped on the void, and in an instant, the palm of his hand was wrapped in green-colored Do Chi, and he slapped it towards Xiao Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The two men engaged in battle. With one blow, Yunshan flew straight out. The two beams collided in the air, and wherever they passed, they were all destroyed. The surrounding floating mountains all collapsed. Xiao Tian held the weapon and instantly turned into it, directly stabbing towards Yunshan, who was too late to react as the wind attribute Do Chi shield appeared in his hand, resisting it with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The weapon topped the cloud mountain and directly penetrated the three huge floating mountains, and at this moment, the weapon also turned into thousands of meters. Seeing this scene, everyone watched with jaws agape, especially Xiao Yan. How could he not expect his elder brother to actually be as terrifying as this? With this kind of power, a Dozong powerhouse was not enough to be feared. No wonder his big brother said to him earlier that he was not at all vain about the Cloudlan sect. This is the bottom line. Pill Elder similarly stared wide-eyed. In the Dochi continent he had also intruded for a long time, so it could be said that he had seen a lot. It was the battle armor on Xiao Tian's body, and the weapon in his hand that he had not seen before. And this did not look like something that could be found in the Do-Chi continent. Or, there were still small things that he hadn't seen. After all, this Do-Chi continent was so big that he couldn't have seen everything. Dang curious. Even he, Pill Exalted One, was flooded with mutterings and shook his head straight. The moment there was a loud boom. Immediately after that, Yun Shan was directly toppled by the weapon to the ground, smashing out a large pit. Suddenly the smoke and dust rolled around and it was impossible to see anything at all. Xiao Tian raised his hand and looked openly. A golden light emerged from his eyes and he used his fire eyes to probe and found that Yun Shan had entered the underground. With a thought, Xiao Tian's weapon retracted and turned into the right size as he swooped directly towards the bottom, diving headfirst into the ground. This is one of the 72 transformations, the art of recluse, which allows one to travel through the mud. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian disappeared. The air party also a burst of fighting sound, now instantly restored calm, which makes so he felt a burst of just afraid, cannot help but swallowed saliva. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Tian is directly hiding from the world? Gargantuan's eyes narrowed lightly. What kind of fighting technique is this? How come I've never heard of it before? Waits, you know? The waits next to him were also dumbfounded and shocked, shaking their heads woodenly. The old man has lived for so long, but he has never seen it before. It's really amazing. Bang! In an instant, the ground exploded. Yun Shan was sent flying out. His face was full of shock. What is the situation of this kid? How can he go up to the sky and hide in the ground and do everything? Underground he was tortured by all kinds of torture and still could not find others. The key is how no matter how to escape cannot run away from him. Yun Shan directly swallowed a few recovery pills. It would be troublesome to tangle with this son any longer. With a movement of his body, he came to a higher place, and the moment Xiao Tian appeared from the ground, only his eyes were stunned. It's now! Great Wind Hand Seal. Yun Shan made a seal with both hands, and a green-colored palm spell seal suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, followed by a palm launch, and at the moment it passed through the spell seal, a nearly several feet high energy hand seal struck out. Xiao Tian raised his head to look, and there was a terrifying large palm attacking with a gust of pressure. Only Xiao Tian lifted the Rui weapon in his hand, and in an instant, it was giganticized and toppled towards that palm. Boom! Even if Yun Shan used his own great wind hand seal, he was unable to attack Xiao Tian. His Rui weapon was too strong. Damn it! Yun Shan was also very shocked. In that case, one could only use another trick. Chapter 25. A single hair blows out a group of Xiao Tian. Requesting for follow-up readings. Wind attribute Do-Chi erupted directly from his body and he folded his hands. Then let's use this move to settle you. Gotta get this kid sorted out quickly. Yun Shan frowned, only to see the wind attribute Do-Chi gathered at the top of his head, condensing into a green-colored long sword that was about 10 feet wide, and with the change of hand seals, he directly chopped towards Xiao Tian. The faces of Gargantuan and the others also revealed panic when they saw the huge green-colored sword filled with terrifying energy in the distance. I didn't expect this to be the strength of a Dozong. It's too terrifying. This strike, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to block it for a moment, the waits next to him said as he held his beard. After the two goons from the Gamma Empire finished their comments, Yun Shan chopped towards the bottom with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Xiaoyan's fists were clenched tightly as he looked at Yun Shan's stance, and the Doji Chi surged and surged along with the heaven and earth, and even produced a giant vortex through the sky. The gale raged and Xiaoyan was also unable to open his eyes due to the scraping. Teacher, the power of this strike is too strong. My big brother should be able to do it. If big brother is really Qi Tian de Shang, that is definitely not a problem, but it is still hard to avoid worrying about it. After all, according to the teacher, big brother is now the strength of the 8-star Do Huang, and this Yun Shan is a strong Dozong. In this Gamma Empire is also a party of strong. Pill Elder held his beard. According to the usual situation it should be possible. However, this time, the power is very strong and it's a Dozong's full strength strike. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for a Do Huang to resist. With this move, it was his own possessed Xiaoyan who was afraid that he would not be able to defeat it, and the cost of consumption would also be great. There's really no choice but to yourself. Just as Pill Elder was pondering, Xiao Tian had long ago gripped his weapon and directly met him. Break for me. The 5 large characters of the Rui weapon emitted a burst of golden light and instantly became enormous as Xiao Tian grabbed it and started waving it away. The giant weapon and the giant sword clashed together. The terrifying power instantly tore apart the entire space. However, in the next moment, that originally torn space actually healed once again. Yun Shan frowned tightly. At the moment of the explosion, 2 doppelgangers came out from among his body, with the strength of a Do Huang level, and with the same intelligence as Yun Shan. Xiao Tian, today I will consume you even if I have to. Yun Shan is completely furious. 3 against 1. the advantage is mine. Up! The two doppelgangers directly struck, attacking both front and back. The main body was attacking towards the front, and in 3 directions. It had already locked Xiao Tian. This kind of secret method of detachment was few and far between, and it was not easy for him to obtain it, so he did not believe that he still could not defeat Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. 3 people? Too few. He directly plucked a bit of his own hairs. His eyelids blinked and he placed them in his hands and gently blew them out. And these hairs actually turned into countless Xiao Tians when he blew them out. They looked exactly alike, dressed, outwardly, and with weapons in their hands, 50 or 60 of them. After all, one hair was a Xiao Tian, which was 50 or 60 hairs. However, it didn't matter. Each of these Xiao Tian's strength was at the Dowang level, but they didn't have the full power of their honors. Currently unable to utilize the full power of his bloodline here. There is only so much, and at his peak he was able to blow out tens of thousands of Xiao Tian in one breath. Boys, give it to me. Xiao Tian held his weapon with a hefty smile. Seeing this, Yun Shan's entire face revealed panic. How is this possible? He had originally thought that he was already very powerful by splitting into 2 doppelgangers. Xiao Tian directly divided 50 to 60 of them? Every single Dowang. In other words, 20 to beat one of his own detachments. Yun Yan's eyes that were like autumn water were extremely wide at the moment, and they were filled with a look of unbelievable shock. How is it possible? How did Xiao Tian do it? He was even more wide-eyed. Nalan Yanran similarly had her red lips slightly open. A few people had a face that had never seen the world, and there was only shock in their hearts. Gargantuan. He did the same, his eyes staring dead ahead, full of unbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. What kind of fighting technique is this? What technique? Mithril Tenzin's originally squinted eyes opened this time. Xiao Yan looked ahead in surprise. Many big brothers. Big brother is really strong enough. Pill Elder also reacted from the shock. Now in front of Xiao Tian he was like a person who had not seen the world. Xiao Tian could not understand just using an ability himself. The one who was suffering the most right now was still Yun Shan, and the other 2 doppelgangers were under a lot of pressure. Although these Xiao Tian doppelgangers only had the strength of a Dowang, they were all wearing the Phoenix Wing violet gold crown, clad in locks of golden armor, wearing lotus root silk footsteps and cloud shoes, and holding the weapon of Rui in his hand. Dealing with just one was extremely troublesome. Now there were a whole bunch of them. It was impossible to fight. Originally Yun Shan thought that he had won steadily by splitting himself. A real slap in the face. Look at the fight. I wanted to. Go on. Go on. The doppelganger that Xiao Tian blew out was extremely mischievous, holding a weapon. It was a slamming attack, and the Yun Shan doppelganger could not resist at all, and could only flee. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Cloud Mountain doppelganger covered his chest and quickly fled, and there were still clearly visible stick marks on his face. Behind them was a group of mischievous Xiao Tian chasing after them. In another place, one of Yun Shan's doppelgangers was scattered by a chaotic stick. Within a few moments, the last detachment was also annihilated. Immediately after that, they launched a group attack towards Yun Shan. Look at the fight. I'm gonna punch him in the face. I'm going to hit him in the loins. Looking at the dozens of noisy Xiao Tian, Yun Shan was getting annoyed. His face was clouded with anger. Terrifying power erupted within his body. Bang! Instantly the diversions all shook away, and Yun Shan didn't feel good at the moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, that monstrous anger bubbling up from his body. The rest of Xiao Tian's bilocations once again shouted and rushed up. At this moment, Yun Shan's fists were clenched as he watched them rush in. Do you really think that my Yunlan sect has stood in the Gamma Empire for so many years because of a false reputation? Think you can defeat me just like that? It's not that easy. Ha ha ha. Countless Xiao Tian leapt up with weapons in hand and smashed towards Yun Shan. Yun Shan violently raised his hand, and 2 balls of red and black energy appeared in each of his left and right hands, and then directly fused them together. A roar of rage, rampant. The terrifying energy erupted and even formed a black hole, instantly destroying everything around it, and countless Xiao Tian disappeared in place without reacting. Rumble. A burst of red energy chopped out in all directions, destroying everything. The legendary heavenly rank sonic fighting technique was truly as terrifying as it was. Xiao Tian's body moved to a safe position, dodging the aftermath of the attack, and sneered, "Sect leader Yun Shan, going through all this effort just wiped out a few hairs of mine." Seeing this, Yun Shan was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Eliminating so many of Xiaoyan's doppelgangers at one time and he was actually fine? Could it be that this kind of doppelganger did not have a connection with his main body? This Xiao Tian so young will be so good. The ability is endless. Now he just broke through the Dozong is still not stable, so it is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Isn't that Soul Palace looking for the Xiao family member? It's just that we can make use of it today. At this rate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill this son in a short period of time. Yun Shan thought about it and turned around and said, Guardian Xiao, this Xiao Tian and Xiao Yan are the Xiao family members that you're looking for. So what better time to wait if you don't make a move at this time? Jia Jia Jia. As Yun Shan's words fell, a burst of eerie laughter echoed in the sky above the Cloudland sect. Yun Shan, you, a Dozong, actually can't take down a brat. This Cloudland sect patriarch of yours is nothing more than that. Yun Shan frowned and couldn't help but clench his fists. Suddenly a cloud of bizarre aura appeared out of thin air, and the wasted protector walked out with a scythe weapon. However, the people of the Xiao family are the target of my soul palace. GGG. Chapter 26, Struggle Against the Soul Palace Rash Guardian. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Soul Palace Protector, Yun Shan smiled at the corner of his mouth. As long as the Soul Palace Protector was out, this Xiao Tian would die for sure. It was important to know that the Rash Guardian was a solid 5-star Dozong, and it was not something that Xiao Tian could deal with at all. Although he did not know what the Soul Palace was looking for the Xiao family to do, as long as it was something that could take down Xiao Tian, a trace of astonishment flashed among Yunyan's beautiful eyes. Someone from the Soul Temple? Next to Gu He, Nalan Yanran also revealed the same expression, their hearts shaken. Above the audience, the few people of Gatling Heaven, Waits, and Mithril Tingshan looked at each other and stared at each other, and they had heard of the Soul Temple. This Hall of Souls is also extremely arrogant and domineering, searching for all kinds of soul bodies all over the continent. Even this tiny Gamma Empire has their figure. Gargantuan frowned slightly. I didn't expect that someone from the Soul Palace would actually appear, and that Yun Shan was in contact with them. Now, the Xiao family's brat is afraid that he's in danger. Waits topped a Dan tripod, nodded his head, his withered hands slowly raised, holding his white beard. This Soul Palace person gives me an extremely scornful aura. It's actually a Dozong level powerhouse as well. Gatling Tian sighed lightly. Even if Xiao Tian is more powerful, it would be difficult for him to face two Dozong level powerhouses at the same time, and I'm afraid that he will fall this time. A fallen genius. A pity indeed. Wait shook his head in a fit of regret. He was still prepared to let Xiao Tian go to their alchemist guild, but now it was even more unlikely. The entire Dochi continent had never heard of a Do Huang being able to fight two Dozongs at the same time, and that was with a large gap. Middleton Mountain. Also Lion King Yan Lion did not speak, but inwardly greatly shocked. Today they are considered to have seen a wonderful and incomparable battle, shocking to the eyes. Let them not help but sigh their weakness. Although as a Do Wang in the Gamma Empire is already considered a strong person, but in the face of this level of power, they simply have no room to resist. The most shocked person was still Pill Old Man, who had directly concealed his aura when he realized the appearance of the Soul Temple Rash Guardian. How is this Hall of Souls everywhere? Because he was the one who was backstabbed by his beloved disciple Han Feng when he was fighting the old man Mubon of the Hall of Souls before. He also knew something about this Soul Palace, and there were some conflicts. If he was discovered, they would definitely just take his soul body. After all, if the Pill Exalted One's soul body was captured and returned, it would definitely receive a generous reward. A great achievement. Xiao Yan was also stunned. How did the teacher disconnect from himself? What happened? Xiao Tian was flying in the air at this time, holding a weapon and confronting the two Dozongs. Yun Shan, to help you take down this person, you must promise me another condition. Guardian Rustler opened his mouth and said, damn it, it's clearly you guys who want to find the Xiao family, and now you're still making conditions. However, looking at the Yunlan sect down below which has been destroyed like this, nothing can be said today to allow Xiao Tian to leave peacefully. He decided decisively. As long as Protector Rushing captures him, the Cloudland sect will also have a generous gift to offer. Having received such a promise, the corners of the mouth of the Wasabi Protector smiled, coming out to do a mission. This time let's accomplish what is explained above. And in the meantime the extra money that can be earned in the Cloudland sect can be considered as not a wasted trip. After all, he wouldn't be stupid enough to be a free hitter. Guardian Rustler held the scythe in his hand. The Xiao family's brat, right? Been looking for you guys for a long time. GGG. Xiao Tian glanced at the strength of the 5-star Dozong. This Soul Palace looking for their Xiao family was actually very simple. It was for the Dasha Ancient Imperial Jade. Guardian Rufus, please also make a move. Yun Shan had already been impatient. 5-star Dozong. I don't believe that you can't take Xiao Tian. You won't be able to rampage for long. The rustling protector had a relaxed look on his face. A mere 8-star Do Huang. Isn't that a handful? As an Earth-ranked protector, he was really a big deal to deal with a Do Huang. Let's capture it first and bring it back to the police. Only to see the rustling protector's body flickering like a ghost, instantly appearing in the air, his hands dancing as the bizarre scythe chopped towards Xiao Tian. A terrifying power erupted as Xiao Tian swung the weapon in his hand. Ka-chow. The entire space was torn through a huge crack. The rustler protector was also shocked in his heart after sensing Xiao Tian's strength. not expecting that he had actually blocked his attack? How was that possible? Was this the strength that an 8-star Do Huang should have? This clearly had the power of a Dozong. Xiao Tian's Rui weapon was swung out with force, and the Rui protector was directly thrown out. The rustling protector who was thrown out stepped on the void and retreated back and forth, stepping on rippling waves with each step. This was the ability of a Dozong powerhouse to step on the void, and there would be no need for Do Qi to transform into wings. Seeing this, Yunshan's brows tightened and his expression produced a change. How was this possible? Even a 5-star Dozong can't do it? Are you kidding me? The rustling protector raised his hand and scratched his face, letting out a jia strange laugh. There is some strength. I really didn't expect that such a genius would actually appear in this small Gamma empire. However, it's a pity that you're a member of the Xiao family, or else the old man would really want to take you into the Soul Palace and serve for the Soul Palace. I wonder how your soul tastes. Xiao Tian directly smashed over with his weapon in his hand. Let me be the Soul Palace master and I'll go. Arrogant. The rustling protector hurriedly counterattacked. His hands danced, and countless black soul chains were inspired, attacking towards Xiao Tian like a ferocious poisonous snake. Xiao Tian snorted coldly, not fearing in the slightest, as he swung the Rui weapon in his hand violently. A majestic force erupted out and collided with the soul lock, sending out a roar as they were all sent flying. The rustling protector's hands were once again in control, and the soul chains that flew out acted as if they could track and attack towards Xiao Tian once again. Looking at the densely packed soul chain, Xiao Tian did not counterattack this time. A smile appeared on his face, he blinked his eyelids, and hey, in the next moment, the original spot directly disappeared into thin air. Bang, 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 the soul chains all hit empty, and at this time, Xiao Tian had actually turned around and transformed into a mosquito, flying out from among the gaps in the soul chains. Guardian Rush was instantly confused and could not find where Xiao Tian was at all, and then, he hurriedly used his soul power to probe. Just then Xiao Tian directly transformed back into his original form and raised the Rui weapon to slam it against the back of the Rui protector. Bang! The rash guardian was unable to react in time and was directly knocked out. The terrifying power was a little hard to resist even for a 5-star Dozong. Asterisk. The rustling protector instantly erupted with a terrifying power as he shouted and made the 100 souls heavenly python. Countless soul chains coalesced together and instantly turned into a huge terrifying soul python that swept towards Xiao Tian with a powerful and evil soul aura. Seeing this, Xiao Tian instantly raised his Rui weapon high towards the terrifying soul python in front of him and smashed it. Chapter 27, Xiao Tian's Might. The Law of the Heavens and the Earth. Boom! There was a loud bang toward the spread. Terrifying doji chi energy exploded towards the surroundings. Space shatters. The rustler protector's heart was shaken. What kind of weapon was inside the Xiao Tian's hand? It was too powerful. Patriarch Wen Shan, don't come and help yet. Guardian Rui was also a bit overwhelmed. His own 5-star Dozong actually could not manage Xiao Tian for a while, which made him lose face. Yun Shan also made his move immediately. After all, he did not want a genius like Xiao Tian to live either. Wind's pole. Meteor killing. Afterward, he lifted his finger without mercy to build up his strength and shot out towards Xiao Tian, a terrifying energy instantly splitting the sky in two. Xiao Yan was worried at this moment. Big brother. His fists were clenched. His big brother was doing it all for himself. For the Xiao family, he himself was so weak right now, yet he could not do anything. Yunyan's eyebrows knitted tightly as she looked above the sky. All of this was not supposed to happen. She was extremely complex and didn't know what to do. Nalan Yanran looked at the shocking battle in the air and also changed her expression slightly. Speaking of which, they didn't have any hatred with the Xiao family, and now that it had become like this, it had already moved forward in an uncontrollable direction. Bang! Xiao Tian was slightly stunned. These two Dozong forces were too massive, and with a rumble, a bang, Xiao Tian was directly sent flying. Seeing the situation, Yun Shan and Rustling Protector looked at each other and directly disappeared in place, their figures flashing as they raised their palms and slapped towards Xiao Tian's body. An unusually terrifying doji chi energy erupted out. Click. Space shattered. Recovery. Boom. Xiao Tian was directly hit on the ground. Kid, how about now? Yun Shan didn't forget to taunt. Finally hit this kid. After the smoke and dust dissipated, inside a large pit on the ground, Xiao Tian slowly got up as he patted the dust on his body. You two actually injured me a little bit. Unforgivable. Ah! A roar rang out. Xiao Tian was all blood red. His eyes emitted light, and the Qi Tian Deshang bloodline in his body swelled up. Why did it explode at this time? Xiao Tian could no longer control it. Roar! A deafening and terrifying sound came out. The law of heaven and earth. In an instant, Xiao Tian's body continued to grow larger and larger, and the next moment, it was a giant ape that was several battles tall that appeared, and the surrounding mountains were like toys in front of him. Yun Shan and Rustler Protector were all shocked and froze. What is this situation? How could Xiao Tian have a demonic beast bloodline? Having seen his big brother directly turn into a giant ape, Xiao Yan froze. Is this? His eyes lit up, revealing shock. Yun Yun and Nailin Yanran. He was even more incredulous. What happened to Xiao Tian? Above the audience, Gargantuan's eyes widened. Could this Xiao Tian be some kind of demonic beast? Has he transformed? Wait's eyes narrowed slightly. That's the only way to explain it now. That's probably why he's so strong. It is said that the strength of a transformed demonic beast is extremely terrifying. However, how did he become Xiao Yan's big brother? They were all confused. After thinking for a moment, Guardian Rush hurriedly spoke. If my guess is correct, this should be the ancient giant ape. He's coming. Yun Shan suddenly reminded. At this moment, Xiao Tian was holding a huge weapon and smashed it over at them, and between lifting it up, it shook the sky and the earth. Xiao Tian is also the first time to use this ability. Feel all full of power. Rumble. A stick down. Yunlan Sect. A mountain is raised to the ground. The strong shockwave shattered almost all of the buildings in the Cloudland Sect, and at the moment, the Cloudland Sect was in ruins above. He was dumbfounded. The only thing he was worried about now was Yun Yun. Let's get out of here. It's no longer safe here. This Xiao Tian has gone berserk. Yun Yun had no choice but to directly take Nailin Yanran and leave the place. Nailin Yanran turned to look. The originally brilliant and incomparable Yunlan Sect had now turned into a scorched earth. Xiao Tian slowly brought his weapon up and lifted his hand to directly bring up a hill, directly smashing it towards Yun Shan and Rustling Protector. A mountain was thrown over, and the two of them turned pale with fear and hurriedly fled. Has this Xiao Tian gone crazy? Guardian Rustler shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'm afraid no one can stop him now. Yun Shan clenched his teeth. Yunlan Sect had stood for so many years and was completely destroyed by Xiao Tian. He was unwilling, trying to run. Xiao Tian let out a rough sound as he leaped up and lifted his giant weapon and smashed it down. Yun Shan and Rustling Protector hurriedly used their full strength to escape, and at this time, the Rustling Protector struck a soul python that bit towards Xiao Tian, and he directly raised his hand and grabbed the snake 7 inches with a gentle pinch, which instantly pinched and dispersed it. Damn it, this Gu Yuan power seems to have surpassed the Dozong. Our power can't do him any harm at all. The only plan now is for you to join the Soul Palace. I'll take you out of here and take revenge later. Right now even I can't fight. After turning into a giant ape, Xiao Tian was so powerful that he could destroy a mountain with one hand, and no matter if it was the attacking power, defense could be described as a bronze wall. It could not be hit at all. Yun Shan clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. I didn't expect that even if the old man broke through the Dozong, he couldn't stop him. Right now, the only way to join the Soul Palace was to join the Soul Palace. If he stayed, Xiao Tian would definitely kill him, and now the giant ape form couldn't fight. In the moment of Yun Shan's contemplation, he only felt that the place where they were had been covered by something, and when he looked up, it was huge weapons that had blocked out the sky. It was falling sharply in their direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gale handprints. A cyan-colored formation appeared in the air. Yun Shan struck up with a palm. The huge palm with wind attribute fighting chi slapped out and struck with a rumble, only to see the weapon not moving, still descending. Unstoppable. Die. Boom. There was a loud bang. Countless mountain ranges were directly smashed into smithereens, leaving behind a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom. Xiao Tian, old me will definitely not let you go. Yun Shan luckily dodged the heaven-destroying attack and was just about to escape when suddenly, Xiao Tian's huge body flashed as appeared in the air and came above him, only to see 2 huge palms appear to tear the clouds apart. Where is the old thief Yun Shan to escape? Immediately after that, the huge palm instantly grabbed over. Yun Shan hurriedly turned to look at his pupils shrinking. Despair appeared on his face. The giant palm that covered the sky had already covered him. Not good. Washo Protector, save me. I'm willing to join the Hall of Souls. Xiao Tian. No. Guardian Rustler was terrified. Damn it, this Xiao Tian is too strong. Retreat first. Bang. Under Xiao Tian's palm, the entire void shattered and Cloud Mountain was instantly crushed. Gargantuan and Waits looked dumbfounded, only feeling chills on their backs and trepidation in their hearts. At this moment, does this Xiao Tian have the power of a Dozong? It's too terrifying. I don't know either, but this Cloudland Sect is considered finished. It was a result they could never have imagined. Looking at the Yunlan Sect had been destroyed. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly before he lifted the State of Dharma Heavenly Image. This ability is simply too good for faction extermination. Xiao Yan looked dumbfounded. Big brother, is too strong. The old thief Yun Shan died just like this. Xiao Tian flew directly above the somersault cloud and said to Xiao Yan, it's a pity that he let that person from the Hall of Souls get away. Seeing the end of the great battle, Yun Yan's eyes were hollow and lost. Her heart seemed to be gnawed by millions of ants. The pain that drilled through her heart caused her face to instantly turn pale, and a line of tears slid down from her stunningly beautiful face. dripping onto the cold ground and splashing up a broken tear. Teacher! No! Why is that? Nalan Yenran's eyes got up and wiped her tears. Teacher! This is all my fault. If I hadn't withdrawn from the marriage, it wouldn't have been like this. Xiao Tian is really too ruthless. I regret it. 1 second she was the future sect leader of the Yunlan sect, and now the Yunlan sect was all gone. Even the former patriarch was killed. Yun Yun shook her head and said, Yen Yen, this is all Master's fault. As the Yunlan sect's patriarch, I am incapable of changing anything. The two people, Gargantuan Heaven and Weights, glanced at each other and flew over, and when they came to Xiao Tianyang, they were much more respectful. After all, they were clear about Xiao Tian's strength now, and if that giant ape appeared again, they could be no match at all. Little friend Xiao Tian, how are you? This is the Law Code President, Mount Middleton. The French code flashed a smile. Mithril Tingshan also narrowed his eyes and nodded respectfully. Xiao Tian glanced at him, and that single look startled a few people. Gatling Tian was quite tough before, saying that he would step in if Xiao Tian had something unfavorable to the Gamma Empire, but now he directly wimped out. With a kind smile all over his face, Xiao Yin froze and his eyes widened. The top 10 strongest members of the Gamma Empire? This came to 4 of them, or the president of the Alchemist Guild, and the Imperial Gamma. Chapter 28, Yunlan Sect will never exist again. Mithril Tingshan, Lion King Yen Lion, all of these came, and the key was that these people had an extremely good attitude towards Xiao Tian. At this time, Xiao Tian turned to look at a few people. What do you all want to find me for? Is it possible that you want to stand up for the Yunlan sect? Xiao Tian naturally knows that the most famous cowardice of the Gamma Empire, the legal code, plus the criminal sky, you are to them again, but also a lot of scruples do not dare to make a move. In this regard, Xiao Tian did not have much intention of having too much contact with them. Upon hearing this, Falsecode squeezed out a hint of a smile and said slowly as he held his beard, Little friend Xiao Tian, you've misunderstood. There are just some things that I want to talk to you about. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Xiao Tian, even the Dozong powerhouses are not opponents. You are truly a hero. Xiao Tian raised his hand. If there's any time, let's talk about it later. This, Pharmacode froze for a moment, and seeing that Xiao Tian left after saying hello, there was nothing they could do. After all, they also have a request to Xiao Tian. More importantly, they simply cannot fight. Dochi continent that is the strength of respect. Have the strength as the sky. You are weak, no one will sympathize with you. The people around you will only ridicule you in 100 ways. This was the reason why they would put down their faces to come to Xiao Tian. He was too good. Gadgetian still had a lofty appearance, and when he watched Xiao Tian leave, his eyes were lightly narrowed, and he did not go to pat his ass at the first opportunity like Pharma Yard, but instead put on a high and cold appearance. After all, as the guardian of the Gamma Empire's royal family, his face could not be damaged. Even if this Xiao Tian's talent was even better, it would be difficult to make him lower that noble head, and in his heart, he only wanted to use each other. If Yun Shan had already been killed, their royal family would not need to worry about the threat from the Yunlan sect. Then a new question arises, which is what to do about Xiao Tian, the Xiao family. Falsecode didn't care about this. He just wanted Xiao Tian to enter the Alchemist Guild. Middle Tingshan as a businessman. This aspect is also very keen. This Xiao Tian cannot be offended, must show goodwill, and afterwards must go to the Xiao family to pay a visit. Join hands to do business only. No, it needs to be done immediately now. Lion King Yen Lion was even more so. He didn't have anything that he could take out of his hand. Compared to the false code, Gargantuan Heaven and Mithril Tingshan, he was considered to have the thinnest home base. I have no choice but to take my chances. Show some goodwill and don't be offended. The FA code watched Xiao Tian fly towards the bottom of the Yunlan sect as a smile appeared on his face. This Xiao family is afraid that it will soar into the sky in the future. Looking at the legal code happy, Gatling Tian was not happy at all. Xiao Tian is so ruthless. If the Xiao family rises, I don't know if there is any benefit to their royal family. Subsequently, Xiao Tian brought Xiao Yan to the ground, and at this moment, Yunlan sect had long since turned into a ruin. Many of the disciples' corpses were lying around, and the air was filled with a bloody odor. The scene was extremely brutal. Xiao Yan was also rarely faced with such an environment and could not help but raise his hand to cover his nose as his heart was shaken. Only after the ruffian protector left did Pill Elder appear and slowly spoke. Brat, why are you afraid? This is just the beginning of the intrusion. Today is the day to have a good experience. This is the cruelty of the Dochi continent. The weak can't protect anyone. Xiao Yan gathered his courage. It's not like I'm afraid. I'm just sighing. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Tian in front of him. That magnificent stance filled him with a look of yearning. His big brother was his goal. After experiencing the blow of the Yunlan sect's destruction, Nalan Yenran looked at the messy sect and was shocked to the core. Tears swirled in her eyes and she could not calm down for a long time. She clenched her hands into fists, her nails sinking into her palms without even realizing it, her heart filled with remorse and pain. But in the midst of this pain, a determination gradually rose. I must avenge the Yunlan sect. Xiao Tian, I won't let you go. She stood up, her eyes revealing determination. At this moment, she was determined to raise her strength at all costs, and even if the road ahead was difficult and dangerous, she would never back down. Soon, Xiao Tian walked to the front of Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran and stopped. At this moment, Yun Yun's pretty face was full of crystal-clear tears. When he saw Xiao Tian walking towards him, He frowned and muttered in his heart. This Xiao Tian was too strong. Yun Shan was not an opponent, although he himself could not be his opponent. But the heart that guarded Yun Yun was true. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? He's eyes were firm, worrying that Xiao Tian would lay his hands on Yun Yun. After all, the Yunlan sect and him were considered to have a grudge, and Xiao Tian would most likely kill and exterminate them. Yun Yun lifted her luxuriant jade hand and wiped her tears. Thank you. This matter has nothing to do with you. As the Yunlan sect's patriarch, I am willing to bear all of this. Looking at the sad Yun Yun, He sighed. Xiao Tian, if you still have grievances in your heart, then take a shot at me, the patriarch. I only hope that you can spare the other disciples of the Yunlan sect, as well as Nalan Yanran. At those words, behind her, Nalan Yanran froze and frowned her eyebrows. Teacher, don't, even if it's death. I, Nalan Yanran, will definitely not back down. It's all Yin Yan's fault. If there hadn't been the withdrawal, none of this would have happened. Xiao Tian, this matter has nothing to do with the teacher. I, Nalan Yanyan, am responsible alone. Nalan Yanyan's eyes were firm, her brows slightly furrowed, and her body exuded an aura of determination. Huma, what are you doing? Cough. At this time a voice came. Everyone turned to look. It was Nalan Su supporting Nalan Jia walking over. They had rushed here at the first opportunity after learning about Xiao Tian's big mess with the Yunlan sect, and they did not care about the poison on their bodies. Grandfather, father, why are you guys here? Nalan Yanran opened her mouth. Xiao Tian and Xiao Yin froze. This old man was afraid that he was not Nalan Jia, only his body was now full of branding poison, and he was having trouble moving. Seeing Xiao Tian directly, Nalan Jia was slightly stunned and walked over, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, and Nalan Su was also startled. Nalan Yanran is even more tightly locked eyebrows. Want to go forward to stop. Grandpa, what are you doing to kneel down for him? Shut up, you still have the face to say. Cough. Nalan Jia chided in annoyance and suddenly raised his hand and coughed dryly a few times, enduring the pain that the branding poison gave to his body. Xiao Tian, I, Nalan Jia, beg you to let Yin Yan off the hook. I blamed her for all of this. I have indulged her too much. It's me who has apologized to brother Shaolin. Shaolin and Nalan Jia are close friends. They formed a deep bond over a battle when they were young. In order to thank Shaolin for saving his life, Nalan Jia proposed a marriage between the two families and fixed a marriage contract between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. He did not expect that his Nalan family backtracked on the agreement and did not abide by it. He blamed himself for this. At those words, Nalan Yanran had mixed feelings in her heart, but she wanted to control her own destiny. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped forward to help him up. Elder Nalan, you and Grandpa are also close friends. There is no need to be like this. Nalan Jia coughed. To be honest, the old man is no longer qualified for your Xiao family to forgive. But today I, Nalan Jia, apologize to your Xiao family on behalf of the Nalan family. Elder Nalan, there are also some things that cannot be forced. My elder brother is right. You do not have to be like this. Xiao Yan spoke at this moment. At this time Xiao Yan decided to stand out on his own instead of hiding behind his big brother. Yunshan, Yunling matter has been resolved. The latter thing is that he wants to personally come out to make a reply. At this time Xiao Tian stroked his chin. That Yunlan sect treasury should have quite a lot of things thought about it and went to see what treasures there were in a while. Only Xiao Yan's fists were clenched. Nalan Yanran, I, Xiao Yan, will prove that I am not a wastrel, and I will not forget the 3-year appointment. I, Xiao Yan, will not be a coward, and I will definitely keep my promise if I promise something, because this is a chance to prove me. As for the destruction of the Yunlan sect, it was all Yunling and Yun Shan's own doing. Looking at the young man in front of him who had almost suddenly converged his inner emotions, Nalan Jia suddenly felt some chills in his heart. This Xiao Yan, in the future, if he remained a waste, it would be fine. If he was really allowed to have power, he would definitely achieve extraordinary things. Nalan Yanran wiped her tears and her pretty face was resolute. Xiao Yan, I, Nalan Yanran, apologize to you once again and apologize to the Xiao family. That day it was me, Nalan Yanran, who was rude. However, for the 3-year appointment, I, Nalan Yanran, will not show any mercy and will win. Her pink fists clenched. Now it was no longer just the shame of withdrawing from the marriage. there was also the shame of the destruction of the Yunlan sect. She, Nalan Yenran, had to win, to wash away all the shame and to prove to myself that I was not wrong in withdrawing from the marriage. Chapter 29. Not Samadhi Fire. Xiao Tian sighed lightly. The experience of this 3-year contract is a kind of training for the fourth brother. Since this is his own choice, he as the elder brother will not bother. Every person had their own growth process, and it was impossible for him to stay by Xiao Yan's side all the time and take care of him all the time. Now there was only the matter at hand, endangering his life, and the forces that were a threat to the Xiao family he would exterminate. In that case, it was Xiao Yan's own choice. Xiao Yan likewise had a clear goal in his heart for himself to become stronger, and that was to win, to prove that he was not a wasted talent, and to make those rumors that had once been gossiping about him go away. This is how he can catch up with his big brother, and he can't always stay under his big brother's wing, and he doesn't want to. Sensing Xiao Yan's realization, the medicine elder was very satisfied. Not bad. After today, you will start cultivating hard according to the method given to you by your master, or you could ask your big brother to help you. Xiao Yan revealed a smile. Under the wings is bound to make people comfortable, but I, Xiao Yan, also want to walk out of a path of my own. After hearing this, the pill elder was slightly stunned and then nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiao Yan preferred to go out and experience a bit more than being protected. This Doqi continent was so big, and he was curious about the outside world. In the future, there will be no need for the Yunlan sect to exist. Xiao Tian then spoke to Yun Yun. This sentence shocked Yun Yun even more. She bit her lips tightly and tried to suppress the emotions that were churning within her, but her eyes gradually reddened. Now that the Yunlan sect had become like this, it was no different from the extermination of the sect, and it was now out of her control. Nalan Jia this time suddenly collapsed on the ground, began, no longer able to restrain the branded poison in the body. A purple line appeared on the body, all black and purple. This branding poison was inadvertently injected into Nalan Jia's body when he fought with a high-ranked magical beast, the branded iron poison seal python. In order to obtain the precious 7 illusory green spirit saliva back then, the people who were watching the show from afar, such as Gargantuan and Waits, also flew over and were all shocked to see this scene. This is branding poison? Gargantuan's eyes narrowed lightly. That's right, this thing branded poison is highly erosive and contagious. It will gradually spread within his body and continuously erode his body and Do-Chi. Pharmacode held his beard and spoke. Seeing this, Nalan Yenran hurriedly arched her hand with an anxious face. Law Code President, do you have a way to get rid of it? Please save my grandfather. Law Code as the president of the Alchemist Guild. Body law status strength are not low. Respected, knowledgeable, must approach. Only to see that the Law Code also shook his head inside. Yen girl, your grandfather has been suffering from branding poison for a long time. Even the old man can't do it. Recently many times of anger. The branding poison has invaded the heart and lungs. At this rate, I'm afraid my days are numbered. How is that possible? Nalan Yenran looked incredulous, hot tears rolling down in her eyes as she looked toward Jia Tingtian. Elder Jia, please, save Grandpa. Nalan Su similarly stepped forward and arched his hand. Elder Gar, as long as we can be saved, my Nalan family will certainly offer a heavy treasure. It is a strain of 7 illusory green spirit saliva. The eyes of Gargantuan Heaven and FA codes instantly widened. This spirit herb was extremely effective in nourishing the soul, and it could also awaken the soul in slumber, making a divine medicine that restored the soul's power. Even the false code president can't do anything about it. I'm even more incapable. Gargantuan also shook his head straight. Not only was this thing not curable, it was also easy to infest himself. Nalan Yenran's beautiful eyes were wide open. Could it be that Grandpa was really hopeless? Pill Elder froze directly after hearing this. Brat, you must take this medicine. This medicine is extremely useful for restoring soul power for my master. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned, but I don't know how to treat this branding poison. Pill Elder sighed softly. It's fine to use a foreign flame. However, the process is extremely dangerous, and it's difficult for the current you to control it. A different fire? What is that? Xiao Yan was puzzled. Pill Elder opened his mouth and said, I'll talk to you slowly later. Think of a way to take this elixir. By the way, you can ask your big brother about it. Maybe he has an idea. Xiao Yan then spoke about the matter of the medicinal old man, and Xiao Tian actually centered on the fact that he understood very well the importance of this medicinal material to the medicinal old man. Old man Pill Dust, I do have a method, but you can also give me all the high-level Dan formulas you have on you if you want them. Xiao Tian would not do a losing deal. All of them? You robbed them. Pill Dust was shocked. Forget it if you don't give it. Xiao Tian spread his hands. All right. After thinking for a moment, Pill Dust had no choice but to give all of the advanced Dan formulas to Xiao Tian. Of course, he also left the topography copy, or else Xiao Yan would not be able to do anything in the future. Having obtained the Dan formula he wanted, Xiao Tian was very satisfied. Xiao Yan was stunned. Was the teacher being pitted by Big Brother again? At this time, the assisting method code slowly opened its mouth and said, Yan girl, you might as well let little friend Xiao Tian try. He might have a way. I do have a way. But, Xiao Tian looked at Nailan Su several people. Nailan Yenran's pink fists were clenched. Today, for the sake of her grandfather, she would do anything, and immediately took the initiative to kneel down. Xiao Tian, please save my grandfather. She couldn't care less now, as long as she could save her grandfather, who had loved her since she was a child, and she could never let him die like that. But any glimmer of hope is fine. At this moment, she also put down that noble dignity. Who could imagine that Nailan Yenran, who was known as a genius girl in the past, also had a moment of kneeling down. This time and again, it had shattered her dignity. Having endured this, she could only swallow it with force. Everything was a result of what she had done. Sometimes hubris can be costly. She cried her eyes dry many times. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and secretly said in his heart, these few times down, the blow to Nailan Yenran was quite large. Dignity was shattered all over the place. This was mostly cheap for her. You should know that this approach is a way to cultivate one's heart, and unintentionally it is making her heart stronger and stronger. Sometimes a single act can destroy a person or make a person. This is karma. Nailan Jie himself could have struck out once, mainly for the bead medicine. Xiao Tian immediately nodded his head. Alright, the 7 illusory green spirits saliva is the payment. Xiao Tian, never do losing deals. And don't get me wrong, it's just a deal. Sometimes giving up one's dignity may not make one go for sympathy. Nailan Yenran directly froze. That beautiful eyes among all the aggression. Nailan Su was slightly stunned. Then he was nodding heavily. As long as it is saved, I will give it with both hands. Dan King Guhi was also shocked. How could this Xiao Tian treat the branding poison? Moreover, the treatment process was extremely dangerous. He was not even sure. Several people all shifted their gazes to Xiao Tian, and at this moment, he slowly lifted his finger and a cluster of fire suddenly emerged. Gargantuan, Pharmacode, Mithril Tingshan, Yun, Ancient River, and the others all looked dumbfounded. Fey Fire. Even Pill Elder was taken aback. This flame was extremely terrifying. The energy within it seemed to be able to melt everything. Just the aura alone made everyone feel afraid. This foreign fire is more terrifying than even my bone spirit cold flame. How could Xiao Tian have such a powerful foreign fire? The Dharma Code in Dan King Gu, he is an alchemist, and he is also very eager for the foreign fire. So it is no wonder that he is already a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age. They did not know that Xiao Tian was not only a genuine 6th grade alchemist, but also had the ability of medicine among the 72 changes, which was a wonderful way to heal the sick. Seeing that everyone's faces were filled with shock, Xiao Tian smiled with the corner of his mouth. This fire is the Samadhi True Fire. This Samadhi True Fire was the one that existed within his own body. When the Monkey King ate the coiled peaches, drank the imperial wine, and stole the elixir of immortality, the Samadhi flame in his body calcined these treasures into one piece, forming his adamantine body. In the Do Chi continent, Xiao Tian was surprised to find that his own body is used to refine the body of the Samadhi True Fire can be revealed. This fire was excellent for refining the body. That is, it could eliminate that branding poison. And Xiao Tian's means of controlling the flame was also extremely skillful. P.S. Sun Wukong Ben does not seem to be able to use the Samadhi True Fire. I added to the protagonist. Continue to strengthen. Do not spray. Is it feasible? Cannot be modified. Problems can be feedback. The author will look at it. Chapter 30, Terrifying Fire Control Ability. Shocking the crowd. Guhi and Fa Code's eyes both lit up and looked straight at it. The foreign fire was the love of their alchemists. Guhi had always been looking for clues about the foreign fire. The foreign fire is a kind of special flame born between heaven and earth. Can be used by the cultivator for his own use. Its power is huge, difficult to tame. High-grade foreign fire even has a spirit. All of the alchemists' foreign fires were sorted, and there were 23 in total. However, the terrifying aura of the foreign flame in Xiao Tian's hand, rather than the one at the top of the foreign flame list, was what caused all of them to be stunned. Xiao Tian did not say anything else and walked to Nailan Jie's side under their gaze. Master Xiao Tian, do we need to change places? Nailan Su had changed his name, and now the rumor was not broken, and it was very likely that Xiao Tian was really a genuine 6th grade alchemist. Controlling such a strong and incomparable foreign fire was admirable. Of course, when this news first got out, there were a lot of people who were half expecting it to be false, and with such strength, he is worthy of the title of master. In fact, it was more that Nailan Su felt that their Nailan family owed the Xiao family. No need. It will be done in a few moments. You only need to prepare the medicinal herbs for the exchange. Xiao Tian precisely controlled the Samadhi flame and raised his palm to strike into Nailan Jie's back. Nailan Su inwardly sighed lightly. Now that the Xiao family has produced such geniuses as Xiao Tian, In the future, the status of the Xiao family is bound to skyrocket, and it is afraid that it will be extremely difficult to maintain a good relationship with the Xiao family. If Yan Yan had been engaged to Xiao Tian at the beginning, perhaps there would have been no such thing. It was truly a case of destiny. At first, the idea was that Nalin Yanran and Xiao Yan were of the same age, and the difference was not too big before the marriage contract was set. Nalin Su also sighed in his heart for a while. All of this was no longer possible. What happens is what happens. Xiao Tian's brows were slightly furrowed as a drop of sweat trickled down from his forehead as he carefully controlled the samadhi flame. If there was a single mistake, Nalin Jia would be burnt to ashes on the spot. Sure enough, the real operation is far more difficult than imagined. The Ethe Code held his beard and incarnated as the King of Understanding began to explain. Now is the critical moment. A mistake Nalin Jia is life-threatening. However, Xiao Tian's little friend's manipulation of the flames has already reached an unbelievable level. Even I have trouble doing that. This can be next to the Galing Heaven. Tengshan. Several people listened to the stunned, but also inwardly shocked incomparably. The surrounding people all hear. At this time, Gui also shook his head inside. Such a technique of controlling the foreign flames is truly marvelous. I can't do it either. Even the Law Code President and Dan King Gui sighed to themselves. What kind of talent did this Xiao Tian have to have? It was too perverted. The samadhi flame in Xiao Tian's palm burned brightly, invading all parts of Nalin Jia's body in an instant, and it still needed to be precisely controlled so as not to injure his meridians. It was so difficult that it was hard to find in the entire Gamma Empire. At this moment, Nalin Jia suddenly opened his eyes. A look of pain appeared on his face. His entire body branded poison all seeped out of his skin. It was extremely terrifying. Little friend Xiao Tian, thank you for saving my life. The old man is unable to repay you. Xiao Tian slowly opened his mouth and said, now that the branded poison among the meridians has almost been removed, the next step is the heart vein. This process will be extremely painful. Nalin Jia laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, it's fine. The old man was not less swords on the battlefield back then. This pain is nothing. After all, there is nothing worse than death. Come on. Xiao Tian nodded his head and directly output his full power as the three samadhi true flames entered amongst his heart veins to begin refining the branding poison. Because it had been located in his body for too long, refining it up Nalin Jia himself would be subjected to a drilling pain. Seeing this, Nalin Su and Nalin Yenran's faces were all worried. Listening to Nalin Jia's bursts of screams, it was that there was nothing they could do even if they were worried. The only thing left now was to trust Xiao Tian. Pill Elder was also shocked. How is this Xiao Tian excellent in every way? How old is he and he has such talent strength? I really can't believe to what extent he will grow to in the future. It was the legendary Do Di that also had a chance. After all, Xiao Tian was considered the most talented young man he had ever seen. The future is promising. Subsequently, the branded poison on Nalin Jia's body actually receded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire complexion returned to normal, only that he was now a bit deflated. Xiao Tian took advantage of the situation to put the samadhi flame in Nalin Jia's body, and subsequently, into his own body, before he gently exhaled, adjusted his breath, and opened his eyes and stood up. Well, Nalin Su was shocked. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded. At this moment, Nalin Jia snapped open his eyes, only to feel his body was incomparably comfortable. His heart could not help but feel emotional excitement. He had been tormented by the branding poison for such a long time, but today he was finally well. Moreover, instead of pain, the meridians that had been cauterized felt a burst of warmth, and instead did him a favor. Nalin Jia didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out the incomparably precious 7 illusory green spirit saliva from his nascent ring and handed it over to Xiao Tian. After getting what he needed, Xiao Tian also nodded his head. Grandpa, are you really better? Nalin Yenran was also very happy. She knew that her grandfather had been tortured by the branding poison for so long, and to say the least, she had to thank the other Xiao Tian. After this matter was settled, Xiao Tian was just about to take Xiao Yan to the Cloudland Sect to collect treasures when Pharmacode walked over, and at this moment, he had even more respect for Xiao Yan. The Doqi continent is honored by strength. As long as you are strong enough, then you will be treated with unimaginable respect. Little friend Xiao Tian, I wonder if you are interested in joining our Alchemist Guild. Of course, if you join, our Alchemist Guild will fully support the Xiao family and provide all kinds of pills for free. Gargantuan froze. This old man of the law code actually struck out faster than himself. Xiao Tian smiled gently inwardly, knowing that False Code had also come over to invite him because he knew he was powerful. Of course, if something really happened, they would only defend themselves in the Alchemist Guild. Thanks for the invitation, President Falcode. I don't have any interest in joining any power right now, because I prefer freedom. After saying that, the somersault cloud in the sky flew down and he took Xiao Yan with him as he leaped up and flew towards the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. False Code was also quite embarrassed and hastily raised his hand and said, Little friend Xiao Tian, We can discuss it and make you the honorary president. Only at this time, Xiao Tian had already left long ago. There was a sigh of relief from the likes of Phosma and Gargantua. Garment Heaven even felt that his face could not hang on. This Xiao Tian was indeed a bit arrogant, actually giving them a bit of face. His heart was a bit uncomfortable, but there was no daring to express it, only sighing. Alright, I have to leave beforehand. Gargantuan still displayed that royal high spirits and directly left with his Do Chi transforming into wings. At this time, Xiao Tian used his fire eyes to discover the hidden treasures under the Yunlan Sect's spell formation. The old thief of Cloud Mountain had actually left so many things, even if it was a little payment he had to pay. Xiao Tian raised his weapon and directly cracked the defense spell formation with a stick, and the Yunlan clan rumbled once again at this moment. Surely there are some good treasures in there. Chapter 31 Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Decree. Requesting for follow-up readings, Xiao Tian then walked into the treasury of the Yunlan sect. In a naturally formed cave, there were all sorts of pills, fighting techniques, and of course, some divine weapons, all of which were knives, guns, and swords. Xiao Yan all saw the countless bottles of pills, weapons, and fighting techniques in front of him, which was far too rich compared to the Xiao family. It was worthy of being the Yunlan sect that had developed for thousands of years. It had a deep heritage, and there were quite a few medicinal herbs in it that would help with the recovery of soul power. Especially Pill Elder has looked dumbfounded. So many treasures. Pill Elder rubbed his hands together and opened his palms ready to help carry it. However, Xiao Tian raised his hand and directly emptied all the treasures, and in the blink of an eye, countless treasures, pills, and fighting techniques were all taken away by Xiao Tian. Medicine Old White was excited. Xiao Tian, Old Me still has some things. Can I exchange a little something with you? Right now. His top priority was still the need to quickly restore his soul power. The more the better. Of course he also knew that Xiao Tian didn't do money-losing deals and had to take something. Xiao Tian smiled and said, of course, after all, now that you are fourth brother's teacher, I can give you a discount. Pill Elder held his beard and nodded in satisfaction. This is more or less the same, as long as he doesn't pit himself. Xiao Tian left this place after he had scraped the treasures of the Yunlan sect. With these things, not only did he cultivate faster, there were some of them that could not be used to give to the Xiao family. In this way, the overall strength of the Xiao family would also increase rapidly. On top of the back mountain of Yunlan sect, a breeze blew. A strand of green silk moved with the wind. Yunyan stayed where she was, looking at the direction Xiao Tian had left, her eyes empty and lost. It was as if her heart was being gnawed by millions of ants, and the pain that drilled through her heart made her face turn pale in an instant. Her body shook as if she had lost all her strength. The memories were like a sharp blade at the moment, stabbing at her soul, causing her pain and nearly breaking down. Yunyan lifted her hand to lift her hair behind her ear and looked at the sunset and thought, teacher, it's ready. At this time, a figure appeared behind her, and it was Nalan Yenran who came slowly. Yunyan nodded slightly as a ray of light shone on her stunningly beautiful face. Blinking her long eyelashes, she sighed softly, this might be the last time we see the sunset of the Cloudlan sect. There were too many memories here, not realizing that one day she would need to leave. One last look at the beauty of the Cloudland sect. Yun, do you really want to leave? He walked slowly, a trace of doubt on his face. He did not intervene in what happened in the Cloudland sect today, and he was unable to stop it at all, so his heart was a bit ashamed. Aha! I'm leaving today. Yunyan blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly. Seeing Yunyan's look, he was out of options. Even if he wanted to speak his inner thoughts, it would not help anymore. It would only make her more confused now. She has experienced too much today. Guha still has a lot of words in his heart, so he didn't continue to say more. He knows that nothing he says can change her mind. After this battle, there was no need for her to stay in the Gamma Empire. Go outside this time. Be more careful. It's not like the Gamma Empire out there. It's also dangerous. This is some of the pills I've refined, so if you don't mind, just take it. Thank you. There's nothing for me to stay in the Gamma Empire now. Take care once you go. Yun said slowly, handing the pills to Yun. Gui sighed and was flying away from the top of the Yunlan Sect's mountain. He looked back one last time and wondered when he would see it. Nalan Yenran stepped forward and said, teacher, I'm going to follow you to cultivate and become stronger. I'll prove myself. Wash away all the shame. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and Xiao Yan returned to the Xiao family in Yuten City. At this time, the news that the Yunlan sect had been destroyed by Xiao Tian had also spread throughout the entire Gamma Empire, and everyone felt incredible for Xiao Tian's strength. Inside the living room of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was worried ever since he received the news. He certainly knew how powerful that behemoth of the Yunlan sect was. After getting the news of the destruction of the Cloudlan sect, he was even more shocked, and several elders of the Xiao family were even more excited to kneel inside the ancestral shrine to kowtow and offer incense. The Xiao family's ancestors are above, the Xiao family has finally produced a supreme genius, and this is the hope for the rise of the Xiao family. Now the city of Yuten is the Xiao family is dominant. The other families are all above to please. Do not dare to provoke. Before there are some ideas of the family heard the Xiao Tian destroyed the Cloudland sect is not even a little idea. Look, it's the eldest young master and the fourth young master returning. The Xiao family members excitedly raised their heads and pointed above the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at almost the same time. Now Xiao Tian was the pride of the Xiao family and was worshipped by everyone. As soon as they came to land in the courtyard, there were many Xiao family disciples surrounding them. 3 of them were extremely conspicuous. They were Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan's cousin. When Xiao Yan was in the 3rd stage of Doji Qi, the few of them laughed the loudest. That is, they looked down on Xiao Yan. Now that Xiao Tian had returned, they were also much more honest. Xiao Mei and Xiao Yu were the most excited. Big brother Xiao Tian, you're back. The 2 of them went to greet Xiao Tian with smiles on their faces. Seeing his 2 cousins, Xiao Tian also nodded his head. Xiao Ning let out a light sigh. It looked like the position of the first genius of the Xiao family would be Xiao Tian in the future. He was still thinking of competing, but now it was completely out of the question. At this time, Xiao Zhan brought a few Xiao family elders and hurriedly walked out. Originally his face was full of worry. When he saw Xiao Tian, he was actually unharmed and was still talking and laughing with his brothers and sisters in the clan. They were also relieved. Tian, are you alright? Xiao Tian turned around and looked. It was Xiao Zhan and the first elder, second elder and a few others. When they saw that Xiao Tian was fine, they had smiles on their faces. Father, it's okay. It's rumored that you fought Yun Shan to the death and defeated him. He is a Dozong level powerhouse. Xiao Zhan was astonished. Well, big brother is very powerful. You guys don't know. That Yunlan sect was almost razed to the ground. Xiao Yan, who was next to him, then said excitedly, Good. Xiao Zhan also smiled brightly, his face full of pride. The surrounding clan disciples all do not fall into shock. After verifying the information, all opened their mouths wide. This has to be how talented Do Huang in their eyes is already the existence of the high and mighty. Now that he had actually taken out the Dozong, it was terrifying to think about. This time, I have also taken away the Yunlan sect's treasure trove. So in the future, the Xiao family will have a foundation to rise. Xiao Tian then spoke. When these words came out, the entire room was once again shocked. Xiao Zhan was even more shocked as he stood still for a long time without regaining his senses. Young master is mighty. The great young master is invincible. All of them cheered. And this night, the Xiao family was brightly lit, reveling until the latter part of the night before all of them slowly dispersed. After it ended, Xiao Tian returned to his house and sat cross-legged on his bed. The resources are complete. It's time to start cultivating the great heavenly immortal decree. Chapter 32 Breaking Through Dozong. Xiao Tian raised his hand and the nascent ring in front of him floated up, which gathered the cultivation resources from the Yunlan sect. With these, one could cultivate the great heavenly immortal decree. The cultivation of this technique required a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to augment it. The Kung Fu was granted to Sun Wukong by Bodhi Laozu himself as the supreme wonderful technique, and with the activation of the Qi Tian De Shang bloodline, the Kung Fu inheritance was gradually revealed. It contains the infinite freedom of Ru Shi Tao, the extraordinary way of transcending conventions and mastering the creation of heaven and earth. The meaning of too much infinity and supremacy, take away the creation of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the Monkey King cultivated the leakless immortal body in 3 years by virtue of this technique and achieved the heavenly immortal fruit. After the completion of the work, the ghosts and gods are difficult to tolerate, because every 500 years to cross a disaster, a total of thunder, fire, wind, 3 disasters, the mystery of its work is to say that the root cause of the broken, the mind blessed, a hole through when 100 holes through. When he thought of this, Xiao Tian instantly began to refine the resources among the nascent sacred ring, and a powerful force immediately surged towards his body. Xiao Tian sat cross-legged, his body glowing with a golden light. The great piece of heavenly immortal decree revealed the essence of cultivation. When the mind was enlightened, a little aura penetrated the whole body. The great piece of heavenly immortal decree penetrates into the nature of Dharma and insights into its roots, granting the practitioner a divine physique, the ability to be invisible and hide, manipulate the laws of all things, going up to the sky and down to the earth. The sun and the moon have no shadow, gold and stone have no obstacle, water and fire do not invade, turning rain into wine, subduing ferocious beasts, stirring up the stars, and moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. A severed head can still speak, a severed limb can still fight, transcend the bondage of the 3 realms and jump out of the cycle of birth and death. If it is condensed, it manifests its behavior. If it is dispersed, it transforms into Qi, and it does not decay after 10,000 robberies, which is the true way of immortality. Xiao Tian opened his eyes in an instant. a ray of light bursting out as he gently exhaled. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Decree is truly incomparably mysterious. With this kind of technique, what heavenly rank? Emperor rank through no row. Only the speed of consuming heavenly materials and earth treasures is also extremely fast. All of it had been refined in just a few breaths of effort. However, cultivating the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique was what triggered the Do Chi in his body. And instantly, all the surrounding Do Chi gathered. Xiao Tian was slightly stunned. This is the sign of a breakthrough. He hurriedly closed his eyes tightly and began to refine this terrifying power within his body. Suddenly a tremor came from the depths of the Dantian, and the physical force Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Resolve worked crazily, actually instantly refining this terrifying force into a trace of refined ability. He could clearly perceive the invisible barrier between the Do Huang and Dozong, like a crystalline membrane stretching across the sky, seemingly transparent but firm as metaphysical iron. Break! The moment Xiao Tian's eyes opened, the sky changed color, dark clouds rolled in, and an extremely refined golden energy rose up into the sky, going straight up to the ninth heaven, connecting heaven and earth. Suddenly, the entire Xiao family shook, and all the family disciples ran out, shocked by the terrifying power. They stared wide-eyed at the direction where Xiao Tian was, and everyone in the entire Yuten city stopped to watch as they raised their fingers to point at the sky. Look, it's the gods coming down. What was that? It's horrible. The Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and several elders all looked on, their faces filled with shock. That position is Tianer, Xiao Zhan said slowly. Could it be that cousin Xiao Tian has made a breakthrough? Xiao Yu's eyebrows frowned slightly. In another place, Xiao Sunair slowly walked out, her beautiful eyes looking at the sky above, her bright and clear eyes filled with pleasantness. Brother Xiao Tian has made a breakthrough. Xiao Yan was also cultivating in his room, and after hearing the loud commotion he took an arrow step to the outside of the house. Honestly, is this? Pill-old eyes are all incredibly shocked. Brat, you this big brother shall not be If the teacher senses the right words, is that you this genius big brother is breaking through the Dozong? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. This big brother of mine I cannot compare to at all. He is really too strong. Pill Elder held his beard and said, beat that person to death. Breaking through Dozong at the age of 18, and still breaking through one after another in the last few days. Xiao Yan's expression froze as he shook his head inside. He was still working hard to break through to a dosher, a grand dosher, and his elder brother was already like this. It really doesn't compare a bit. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the light pillar in the sky. Work hard, with old husband's help. You kid won't be too bad in the future. Pill Elder continued. Cultivate well. Old me is still waiting for you to refine my body. Of course, you let your big brother do the same. Xiao Yan. The moment. In the light column is the figure of a person. Xiao Tian's golden energy emerges. He heard the body of the light sound of broken glass. The surrounding heaven and earth energy suddenly became reachable. That is unique to the Dozong of the space of the force. Only to see that Xiao Tian slowly raised his hand and threw a punch into the void. Click. Space shatters. With the current power coupled with the Qi Tian Deshang bloodline, even a Dozong powerhouse didn't seem to be weak. At this moment, he stepped on the void, and the corners of his clothes did not move in the wind, so he possessed the strength of a Dozong level in this world. Every step that fell caused ripples in the void, and the fingertips lightly scratched, and the mountain rocks 10 feet away were silently reduced to pieces. That's the Grand Master. Yeah, could this be the legendary Dozong? Joy appeared on the faces of the Xiao family's disciples, more excited than their own breakthrough to Dozong, and each of them danced and jumped for joy. The Xiao family had finally produced a Dozong powerhouse. The first elder, the second elder even trembled with excitement, and was even moved to tears. It's so good, it's so good. The heavens will not fail my Xiao family. Yes, we were wrong about the family head before. We make amends. Everyone is trembling, so happy. Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei and the two of them were also joyful. Cousin Xiao Tian is too handsome. It's a pity that it's my cousin, or else I would definitely fall in love with him. Xiao Zhan looked at the sky and saw that Xiao Tian, who was slowly coming by stepping on the void, was full of pride, and the Xiao family had produced a Dozong. He didn't even dare to think about such things before. What it meant to have a Dozong out of a small family like theirs. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian was already walking down, landing on his toes. Father, breaking through the Dozong, the commotion is a bit too big. Didn't make any noise, did you all? Looking at so many people surrounding himself with a shocked look on his face. No, young master, you are truly a role model for our Xiao family. Yeah, I didn't think I'd see someone break through the Dozong in my lifetime. Young master Xiao Tian, take me as your disciple. I also want to become stronger and contribute to the Xiao family. The younger generation of the Xiao family competed with each other, and each of them hoped that it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be personally instructed by Xiao Tian. Looking at the restless crowd, Xiao Tian slowly said, Everyone be quiet. I also have cultivation methods for the Xiao family, fighting techniques, pills, and weapons through and through. It takes more than one person to guard a family. It takes every member of the family. I believe all of you will be the backbone of the Xiao family in the future. As the words fell, everyone's blood surged and their aura rose. With eldest young master's inspiration, we must cultivate hard for the sake of the Xiao family. The Xiao family! The Xiao family! The elders were stunned and said to Xiao Zhan, Patriarch, the cohesion of the eldest young master is too powerful. Xiao Zhan nodded his head in satisfaction with a happy face. Yes, father, the situation of the Xiao family is not very good right now. Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Xiao Zhan and said, after the battle at the Cloudland Sect, the Xiao family was completely exposed, and the Soul Palace would definitely find a way to threaten the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan was also stunned and filled with curiosity. Let's go to the Xiao family hall. This matter is extremely important. Looking at Xiao Tian's serious face, Xiao Zhan knew what was at stake, and after nodding his head, he and Xiao Tian walked into the hall council chamber. Chapter 33 Myth-Relief, Request for follow-up reading. After arriving at the council chamber, Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Tian and slowly said, Tian, I wonder what is the matter. What do you need father to do? Xiao Tian naturally did not need to hide something. Father, this time in the battle of the Yunlan sect, I encountered the guys from the Hall of Souls. According to the information I have, they have their eyes on our Xiao family's patriarchal token. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was startled. Soul Temple? He had also heard a bit about the huge strength of the Soul Palace, which was said to be an extremely mysterious force that basically rarely showed its face. Fancy a token from our Xiao family? Although he still had some questions, he took it out the next moment. Tian, is this what you're talking about? Xiao Tian looked over and only saw those strange patterns on the surface of the jade appearing on a piece of broken ancient jade in Xiao Zhan's hand. This is the token of each of our Xiao family heads. What does the Soul Palace want with him? Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the key to open a Do Di relic. Xiao Zhan's entire body was also trembling after hearing this. As a great dosher, he simply could not believe that his family heirloom was actually important. He only knew that the Xiao family was not from the Gamma Empire before, but migrated here. And as for this ancient jade, it was also passed down from generation to generation of the family, and there wasn't much information about it. Regarding what Xiao Tian had said, Xiao Zhan naturally believed it, and then opened his mouth and said, Tian, if this is really the case, once the news of this ancient jade spreads out, there will be many forces that will threaten the Xiao family, and at that time, that's right, but don't worry, father, this kind of information is absolutely confidential, and there are very few people who know about it. The Hall of Souls will also take a shot in the dark. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan handed the ancient jade to Xiao Tian. Tian, since that's the case, this Xiao family's token will be handed over to you by father today. No matter what, this has been passed down from generations of the Xiao family, and father doesn't have enough power to protect it. Xiao Tian nodded as he looked at the draconic ancient imperial jade in his hand. Alright, even so, the Xiao family must be fully prepared. In fact, the Dasher ancient imperial jade was divided into 8 pieces, and in order to open it, one would need to get them all together, which was unlikely at the moment. After all, this kind of valuable thing must be in the hands of those supreme powers, and one would have to be strong to rob it. However, this ancient emperor jade has another use, that is to be used to exchange things. A roll is not very useful. If the exchange of valuable things to enhance the strength is also very useful, even if the cave is opened in the future, your strength is strong. The same qualifications to enter. Father, tomorrow I am going to refine a batch of pills so that I can enhance the Xiao family's strength faster. Xiao Tian opened his mouth and said. Xiao Zhan nodded. Good. After the exchange, Xiao Tian left the living room and returned to his room. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes. After practicing all night last night, he had fallen asleep without realizing it. And the Xiao family is also bustling with activity today. The matter about Xiao Tian's refining of pills today had also spread. Yuten City, the imperial capital, the entire Gamma Empire, the Alchemists Guild. Once upon a time, no matter what scale of alchemy it was always held in the imperial capital, and this time the news spread. In Yuten City, such a small place, many people had never heard of it. However, this time, many people had also heard of it, and Xiao Tian had destroyed the Cloudland sect's reputation. The key was that both Gu He and President Pharmacode were ashamed of themselves, and at this time, all the alchemists of the Gamma Empire all traveled there. After all, the alchemy of such a powerful alchemist was a kind of cultivation for them to see how a true master alchemized pills. The somewhat cold Yuten city of the past was exceptionally lively today, with alchemists everywhere, as well as powerful people from various forces. Yuten city is also bustling with activity today. Yeah, it's thanks to the Xiao family, otherwise the dogs of Yuten city wouldn't come. Isn't that someone from the mercenary group? There are also alchemists, second-grade alchemists and third-grade as well? Such characters actually came as well. On the side of the road, the people of Yuten City were stunned and dumbfounded. That's the president of the Alchemists Guild. False code. At this moment, the FA dock was extraordinarily conspicuous with its pill cauldron on top, followed by a few elders from the Alchemist Association. This Yuten City is also a good place with great people, Farmer's Code boasted as he held his beard, placing gold on Xiao Tian at every turn. In fact, the reality was that without Xiao Tian, it would have been impossible for him to come to such a place. That's Dan King Guha. The crowd fell into a frenzy. How is it possible to see these things in normal times? Definitely a lifetime series. Immediately after that, the Imperial Army came in a parade clad in golden armor. Their pace was neat and tidy. They stood on both sides of the road, and their hands glittered with golden spears. And then Gargantuan walked out, followed by the two princesses of the royal family. Young Knight had fair skin and slender legs. Wearing a power suit, she exuded a heroic aura. Her figure was straight and concave. From the front, she wore a wraparound skirt, which displayed the advantages of her figure completely. Especially the details of her waist were shown to the fullest. Next to her was her sister, Young Moon, who gave off a quirky vibe. Wow, what a beautiful woman. The surrounding all turned their gazes to Young Knight. That figure was really a masterpiece. Any man who saw it couldn't hold on to it. Farmer held his beard. I thought you said you weren't coming, old man Gar? Gargantua couldn't keep his face off again and puffed out his chest. Did I say that? Oh, Young Knight girl, you're here too. Are you here to see Xiao Tian? Pharmacode hemmed and hawed. The small thoughts in the heart of this gargantuan heaven was that he had seen through some of them. Aha. No, I don't have. Young Knight Willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Faces with a touch of redness hastily retort. The thing that Young Knight had heard the most recently was about Xiao Tian. The imperial capital is also rumored to be boisterous, but also thousands of young girls dream of love man. At 18 years old, he was a Dozong, and he was also a high-ranked alchemist. Such an outstanding person. Even Young Knight was very moved. Last night, Young Moon had been clamoring to meet Xiao Tian, and even her own sister was extremely interested in Xiao Tian. At this time, another voice, that person was no one else but the mithril Grand Elder Tung Shan. Xiao Tian's breakthrough to Dozong was known to everyone. There was no reason for them not to come, and such a character could only be befriended. And by his side, he was likewise followed by an extremely sexy woman with an extremely sexy body, which was Mithril Auction's Yufei. Yuffie's face was like a carefully carved jade. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint pink halo, and her eyes were bright and soulful. She was seen wearing a tight red brocade robe, tightly wrapping her shapely figure and outlining her striking curves. The snow-white long legs, surplus willow waist, coupled with a pair of narrow and seductive peach blossom eyes, hands and feet show all the charming and enchanting. At this moment, she was walking beside Tung Shan with those long white legs. With Xiao Tian's overwhelming talent, Yufei, you must find a way to have a good relationship with him this time. It's vital for our mithril auction. Yuffie nodded slightly. Okay, Grand Elder. Yuffie, just to look back as a group of people in love. The kind of maturity, so that people look at only feel the heart and blood surging. No way. All of the Gamma Empire's absolute beauties are here. What a feast for the eyes today. These several families have brought this level of beauty here. They can't be here to bribe Xiao Tian. The people around them whispered, their hearts full of envy. It was definitely not a wasted trip to see Yuffie for once. Several waves of people converged together and were heading towards the Xiao family. The formerly declining Xiao family will usher in a new climate. Xiao Zhan at the doorway wore a smile on his face as he brought a few elders of the clan forward to greet them. Xiao Tian was really their pride. Refining a Dan. All the dignified people from the entire Gamma Empire came. After all, the reputation of a 6th-grade alchemist was not something to blow off, and they were all looking forward to how Xiao Tian's alchemy techniques would be. Chapter 34, Gathering at the Xiao family in Yuten City. After seeing the Xiao family head, Galing Tian, Fal Code, Middle Tingshan, and several others all went forward. Even though the Xiao war in front of them was only a grand combat master, they, as Do Huangs and Do Wangs, had to respect him immensely as well. In the past, it was naturally unlikely for a powerful force like them to have any dealings with such a small family. All of this was all due to Xiao Tian. The supreme genius that came out of the Xiao family was unique even when looking at the Gamma Empire. The current Xiao family had long since ceased to be the small family it once was. Master Xiao. A few people went forward to greet each other. Xiao Zhan's face showed a gentle smile at this moment, raising his hand to make an invitation gesture. Everyone who can come to the Xiao family is the splendor of my Xiao family. Everyone please come in. Gargantuan and a few others also nodded their heads and walked in with their respective people. What they came today was even more well prepared. They also brought gifts, some precious cultivation resources. Several Xiao family elders received with a smile. The others all envied hemp. The Xiao family row is also too big. These top powers of the Gamma Empire also brought gifts to the door. Just as they entered, at the side of the road, Nalan Jia slowly appeared, and they were similarly bearing gifts. Now that the Xiao family is not what it used to be, all the forces are using this opportunity to watch the alchemy to show their goodwill. The things the Nalan family had done before had even caused the Xiao family to be humiliated. Yesterday, he had agonized for a long time and decided to come personally to make amends, but when he walked not far from the Xiao family, his steps slowed down and he hesitated. Father. Nalan Su was naturally the hesitation in his father's mind. Nalan Jia made up his mind and sighed softly. Let's go. Xiao Zhan sent the first wave in, and the moment he turned around, he saw Nalan Jia preparing to leave. Since you're all here, why don't you go in and have a seat? Xiao Zhan stepped forward and said slowly. Regarding all the recent things about Nalan Jia and the Nalan family, he had also heard a little bit about it. Back then, when his father, Xiao Lin, brought him to Nalan Jia, elder Nalan Jia was very enthusiastic, and there was also a time when he himself brought Xiao Yan, who was in his childhood. To that time, this moment was vivid in my mind. Many years had passed, and Nalan Jia was also gray-haired and emaciated. Because of Nalan Yanran's withdrawal from the marriage, the two families now have less interaction. Nalan Jia slowly turned around after hearing this, and he saw Xiao Zhan standing behind them. Alas! Nalan Jia sighed, revealing a trace of bitterness. Elder Nalan, please, regarding the withdrawal of the marriage, this is the decision of the juniors themselves. Maybe we didn't think this through. He thought long and hard about this matter and was relieved. However, Nalan Jia's heart was naturally filled with self-blame. It was not the Xiao family that had broken the contract, but their Nalan family. Now that the Xiao family had risen to prominence and he had come again, some gossip was inevitable, and he was prepared to bear it. Why wasn't the Xiao family like that before? Moreover, Xiao Tian had even saved him, so he should go to the door to thank him. After thinking of this, Nalan Jia put down the confusion in his heart and took a step to walk in. Patriarch, what are we letting the Nalan family in for? They went so overboard before, the Xiao family said with some confusion. In fact, our Xiao family and the Nalan family have always been on good terms. There are some things that are actually nothing that can't be said. There's no need to go too far and treat them as life and death enemies. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, isn't it? Xiao Zhan slowly spoke. After the matter of Yunlan Sect, a lot of insults and unwillingness had been washed away, and it was time to let go of what should be let go of. They made their own choices and are bound to come out on a unique path of their own. As a father, he can only support his children. No trouble for them. Xiao family members also nodded their heads after hearing this. Well, let's go in too, Xiao Zhan said and turned around to walk in. Just as the group of people walked in, Xiao Tian walked out face to face. He was dressed in a gorgeous suit, sword eyebrow, angular silhouette, Gasching Shinxiu, the table of the banishment of the immortals. The people who saw it were all amazed. Garrett, the legal code rushed forward to greet him. Gargantuan's pupils shrunk. The aura on Xiao Tian's body was getting sharper and sharper. Even if the other party was deliberately restrained, the compelling aura was still leaking out. Even he felt a deep chill. Before, he was still very confident, but now that Xiao Tian had broken through the Dozong, he had no idea whatsoever. If Xiao Tian really did something in the Gamma Empire, he was not confident that he could stop it. Pharmacode and Gu He were slightly stunned. Their hearts could not help but be shocked. What a strong aura. Just by looking at it, it was as if their souls were trembling. And behind her, Yafei blinked her beautiful eyes and looked, her eyes flowing. What a handsome young man. He is Xiao Tian. She often does business and deals with countless people. She is shrewd, quick thinking and discerning, easily able to see through other people's disguises and notice details that are often hard to detect. And what he saw from Xiao Tian was an indescribable feeling that was marvelous, and he was instantly attracted to it. It was a feeling that Yuffie had never had in anyone else. That pair of beautiful eyes looked straight at Xiao Tian. She was not the only one. Even the always ice-cold princess of the young knight was also lightly biting her red lips, and her heart was somewhat touched. He was Xiao Tian. Recently, he had heard the most about that talented young man. Wow, brother Xiao Tian, so handsome. Young Moon hemmed and hawed. I like it, even though young Moon is still small now. Everyone also laughed after hearing this. This little girl, she's quite an accurate judge of people. Someone around the room spoke up. Xiao Tian noticed Yufei and young knight looking at him, so he looked at them in the same way, only to see Yufei retracting his gaze, taking a step out of his long snow-white legs, twisting his sexy waist and hips to go forward, stretching out his jade hand coated with red nail polish, revealing a smile. Master Xiao Tian, I'm Yufei. I'm very glad to meet you today. Looking at the Yufei in front of him, Xiao Tian was also stunned. Also as a man, he was naturally somewhat moved. After all, Yufei was mature and beautiful, giving people a feeling of a big sister. Master, am I that old? Xiao Tian stretched out his hand to shake hands with him, and there was a burst of softness. The fragrance wafts in. Actually, Xiao Tian knew without her introduction. On the other side, Young Moon pushed her sister. Sister, go. Young Knight was directly pushed out and staggered a few steps towards the front before arriving in front of Xiao Tian. With her state restored, she raised her hand and said, Young Knight, Xiao Tian is pleased to meet you. Xiao Tian nodded his head as he looked at the two Gamma Empire-ranked beauties. The two had different styles and different feelings. Everyone, since you're here, then I am going to start refining pills. Xiao Tian also did not waste any time. At this moment, above the Xiao family square, Gargantuan, Pharmacode, Ancient River, Tong Shan, Yafei, and the others were all seated. They all looked over curiously. At this time, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su also sat in the back. After Xiao Yan finished his cultivation, he and Xiao Sunair also came to the square, and Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and the other outstanding disciples of the Xiao family all got up to watch. Little friend Xiao Tian, I wonder what kind of elixir you are going to refine this time? Pharmacode inquired as he held his beard. Next to him, Gargantuan slowly spoke. It should be a 6th grade elixir. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, the elixir I'm going to refine today is of the 7th grade. When the words fell, everyone in the room was shocked. What? A 7th grade elixir? How is it possible? Chapter 35, 7th grade Dan Thunderfall. Requesting for follow-up readings. Pharmacode and Ancient River. Jia Jintian were all shocked. Didn't Xiao Tian say that he was a 6th grade alchemist before? How did he refine a 7th grade elixir? Several people immediately looked at each other, and disbelief appeared on their faces. Unless there was a possibility that with the breakthrough to Dozong yesterday, Xiao Tian's soul power had already reached the 7th grade. Yafei's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Tian and were all shocked. She had never encountered such a stunning genius in her life. Young Knight similarly looked at Xiao Tian with unblinking eyes, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If he could really concoct a 7th grade elixir, what kind of talent would that be? Himself and him are not even above the same level. Xiao Yan watched this from afar and sighed lightly. Big brother is too excellent. Next to Xiao Sunair, a stunned expression surfaced on her originally calm face. Her fair cheeks perhaps slightly discolored due to the fluctuation of her emotions, and her small cherry mouth might unconsciously open slightly. Even though she had been paying attention to Xiao Tian for the recent period of time, she had never expected that he would actually be so heaven-defying. 7th grade alchemist. Breakthrough when he says so. This kind of genius was rare even when placed in the ancient clan. Uncle Xiao's family will be destined to see a rise. Only, would those guys wish for the rise of the Xiao family? And at that time, she would have to protect the Xiao family no matter what. Kairo revealed a hint of a smile as that pair of bright beautiful eyes looked at him. Brother Xiao Tian is very powerful. However, Brother Xiao Yan, you also have to work hard. Kairo has always believed in Brother Xiao Yan. Pill Elder appeared at an inopportune moment and let out a shock. Brat, your brother has begun. However, my master's alchemy is extremely strong, so I'm sure your brother is no match for the old man. The old man has been a genius since he was a child. Ha ha, after all, he is the famous Pill Reverend of the continent. Alchemy above is still very confident. Teacher, when you were this age were you more powerful than my brother? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Pill Old Man holding his beard said with a smile. Of course, at your brother's age, the old man has already reached 6, at least 8 products. Xiao Yan was taken aback. So powerful? That goes without saying, so that's why you should follow your master well. You still have a long way to go, Pill Elder said with a smile. At this moment, Gaping Heaven was the one whose eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a question. Why doesn't this Xiao Tian use a Dan cauldron for alchemy? Ancient River and Law Code were also shaking their heads, which was reasonably needed. However, the next moment, Xiao Tian lifted his direct, and a Samadhi true flame appeared above Xiao Tian's fingertips. Looking at the dancing magical flames, everyone was once again amazed. What a strong flame! Could this be the legendary foreign fire? Someone had a shocked look on their face. Fa Code squinted his eyes lightly. There is no record of this kind of foreign fire above the list of foreign fires. Xiao Tian called it Samadhi True Fire that day, so it should be an undiscovered foreign fire. The feeling given by this Samadhi True Flame was too strong to be a foreign fire. What could he be but a foreign fire? Because the beast fire simply couldn't reach it. Xiao Sunair's beautiful eyes were stunned and she was even more shocked when she looked at that Samadhi True Flame because she could feel the terror of this flame. It was actually no worse than the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame of his ancient clan. Or even stronger. Could it be left behind by Uncle Xiao Xian? She was very curious because it was extremely difficult to take in a foreign fire of this level. And with the current strength of brother Xiao Tian, it was not enough. Not to mention that he only had the strength of a Do Huang before. Xiao Sunair was becoming more and more curious about Xiao Tian's mystery. Those clear, beautiful eyes looked straight ahead. The eyes were full of shock. Yafei Young knights sitting in the chair with the same face shocked. The difficulty of the foreign fire to take in they certainly know. This Gamma Empire also does not have a person. Now they felt that Xiao Tian was even better. An existence that was beyond their reach. Young Moon blinked her eyes and secretly thought in her heart, how good it would be if her sister could marry Xiao Tian. Gargantuan had the same idea. So heaven-defying. If young knight could marry Xiao Tian, then their royal family would be soaring to the heavens. At this time, Xiao Tian's mind moved, and the samadhi flame on top of his finger looked like it had instantly come to life, rising up into the air and actually transforming into a danding. Seeing this, Pharmacode and Ancient River directly stood up, their eyes full of shock, their pupils trembling. This is the legendary foreign fire transforming tripod. This means has long been lost, and requires an extremely precise control of the flame, even when there is no Dan tripod to make pills. With such means, this Xiao Tian was definitely not some generalized person. Could there be some powerful teacher behind him? The only thing they could think of was this possibility, realizing that an 18-year-old teenager, regardless of seniority or experience, all failed to reach. If there was a mystery one that would make sense somehow. Dan Kinghua calmed down before this slowly sat down. Too incredible. Xiao Tian had left behind quite a few of his previous smooth and precious medicinal materials from inside the Yunlan sect's treasure trove, and Yun Shan had saved quite a few good things, which just happened to be there to refine the 7th grade elixir Su Xin Dan. As for the other 7th grade pills that didn't have enough herbs, such as the Yin Yang Xin Long Dan, it was even more necessary to have the crystal core of at least a 6th rank magical beast and the magic core of a dragon-type magical beast that had been dead for no more than 7 days. Unlike the Yin Yang Xin Long Dan, while the 7th grade elixir Su Xin Dan could rapidly increase strength, not only himself, even the Xiao family could quickly become stronger, and with the other elixirs would certainly progress at a rapid pace. Lift up instantly, it is a few precious medicinal herbs, doomed blood magic leaf, purple soul flower. Xiao Tian carefully put these several medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, and with every medicinal herb he put into the furnace, he would carefully observe the reaction of the alchemy furnace and then adjust the temperature and intensity of the flame according to the reaction. This process extremely consumed physical strength and soul power. Of course, more than that, the manipulation of the flames had to reach a certain level. Guhi and FA codes kept nodding their heads after watching. Xiao Tian's technique was subtle and they actually did not understand it. The comprehension ability of the great product Heavenly Immortal Decree was not a cover, plus the ability to practice medicine within one's 72 transformations. Now that he was variously buffed, alchemy was much simpler for him. Time passed minute by minute, and the medicinal herbs inside the alchemy furnace gradually fused together, forming a viscous liquid. Xiao Tian was not careless. His eyes remained focused and determined. He knew that the process of refining a 7th grade elixir was extremely difficult, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the end of his efforts. Suddenly, the liquid within the alchemy furnace began to tumble violently as if it was trying to break free from the alchemy furnace. Xiao Tian's heart tightened and he hurriedly increased the strength of the Samadhi True Flame in an attempt to suppress the tumbling of the liquid. However, the tumbling of the liquid became more and more violent, and the alchemy furnace began to tremble, wanting to break away from his control. This is the most critical moment, and nothing can go wrong. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. His hands once again formed a more complicated hand seal. A powerful soul force was injected into the alchemy furnace, and under the suppression of the soul force, the tumbling of the liquid finally slowly calmed down. After a long period of time, the liquid inside the alchemy furnace gradually solidified, forming a rounded elixir with a burst of elixir fragrance. Everyone present caught the scent and slowly closed their eyes to enjoy it, refreshing their hearts. The surface of the elixir emitted a 7-colored glow, and the surrounding air became distorted due to the appearance of the elixir. Ka-ching! Right at this moment, the entire upper air of Yuten City was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a streak of lightning traveled through the clouds, shocking people's hearts. This is Dan Lei. Pharmacode and Ancient River were all shocked. One must know that with this level of Dan Thunder falling, this Yuten City would be destroyed. I'm afraid. Chapter 36, Dan Thunder Quenching the Body. Gargantuan's face also changed drastically as he looked up at the thunderclouds gathering above the sky, revealing worry. There could be such a terrifying Dan Thunder. His eyes narrowed lightly. Even he wouldn't dare to resist a Dan Thunder of this magnitude. Ya Fei, young knight blinking beautiful eyes looking at the sky. The heart is also shocked beyond measure. Such Dan Lei they are also the first time in their lives to see. If this Dan Thunder falls, it's the entire Wu Tianqi that will be destroyed. Guhi said in shock. Words. All of the people around them revealed panic. This Xiao Tian, can he block it? Do we have to leave here? Pharmacode held his beard and said, don't worry, Xiao Tian should have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, if he refines 7th grade pills, he would naturally have a way to solve Dan Lei, right, or else counting on them would definitely be out of the question. Xiao Tian knew that this was the Dan Lei that was induced when the 7th grade elixir was formed. He quickly stood up and formed defensive hand seals with his hands, preparing for Dan Lei's baptism. The first Dan thunder roared down and directly struck the mountain peak. It was instantly pierced through, revealing a huge hole. Mixed lightning fell. Xiao Tian raised his hand and pulled out the Rui weapon from his ear, which instantly became larger and blasted towards Dan Lei. Boom! In an instant, a blinding light exploded. There was a violent buzzing sound that was deafening. Gargantuan immediately frowned. What a strong power. Xiao Tian actually blocked it. This terrifying power, but he was not able to do anything about it. Dan Lei one will be stronger than the other. The next one is the key, Fa Code said slowly, his eyes full of envy. A 7th grade alchemist was his lifelong pursuit, and Xiao Tian had achieved it at such a young age. Xiao Zhan's heart was even more shocked after hearing this. He raised his head. Xiao Tian, Tian. He could only trust Xiao Tian now. Everyone in the Xiao family held their breath. The eyes were full of shock. Xiao Yan's brows tightened. This Dan Lei is so strong. How will Big Brother receive it? Pale Elder heatedly smiled. Of course it's with his weapon. According to my master's projection, his weapon is definitely not simple. This was because ever since Xiao Tian had taken out his weapon, Medicine Elder had not been able to figure out what weapon it was. It gave him a burst of extremely shocking feelings. As well, everyone all thought that Xiao Tian, the weapon that would become bigger, would withstand all the Dan Lei. Click! The second Dan thunder fell immediately after, even more powerful than the first, and a terrifying force fell. Xiao Tian directly used his own body to receive it hard. Not only could he quench his body, his adamantine body, he could protect it effectively. Seeing this, everyone's mouths opened wide in shock. How is that possible? If it were anyone else, they would have been directly chopped to dust. Why is Xiao Tian okay? How is he using his body to? Could it be that Xiao Tian is utilizing the Dan thunder to quench his body? Falsecode looked incredulously at Xiao Tian above him. It's really too bold. This could really be soul-crushing if you're not careful. Only Xiao Tian dared to play like this. Pale Elder was directly stunned. What? Hard resistance with your physical body? It's nothing like he thought it would be. Who is a good person? Dan Lei resisted with his body. Although it was said that Dan Lei could quench the body, no one would normally resist it because it was too powerful. A careless person could easily fall on the spot, unless Xiao Tian possessed a strong enough physique, really using your body as a puppet. Immediately after that, the third and fourth Dan thunder fell one after another. Break me! Xiao Tian felt that it was almost time, and a terrifying force erupted out from among his body. That one Dan Lei was directly crushed. His eyes suddenly opened wide and a bolt of lightning streaked through them, only to see his feet stepping on the void, and the currents running through his body. It looks handsome as hell. Seeing this, Xiao Sunair, Ye Fei, and Young Knight's beautiful eyes widened. Xiao Tian was so handsome. After experiencing the baptism of 9 Dan thunders, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sunlight sprinkled on the earth again. The refined 7th grade elixir glowed with a faint golden light, and in an instant, it was transformed into a stream of light that flew towards the distance. Trying to run? Xiao Tian had one hand behind his back, and when he lifted his hand, a terrifying suction force sucked back his elixir and held it in his hand. This was followed by his slow descent. Seeing this, everyone secretly swallowed their mouths. The heart was shaken beyond belief. When Xiao Tian opened his palm, it was a Suaxian Dan that emitted a refined aura and had a Dan pattern on it. It is the best of the best among the elixirs. The pupils of the Dharma Code in Dan Kingu he trembled. The mere fragrance of the Dan emanating from them refreshed them. What kind of effect would this have if it was gulped down in the belly? Sure enough, the rumors were true. He really could refine pills. Still of the 7th grade, not the 6th grade anymore. The pills with Dan lines. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it was really hard to believe that refining such a pill was just a moment's effort. Pill Elder was also shocked beyond measure. Even he was not as fast as Xiao Tian's refining speed. Often the alchemy ended, and Gargantuan and the others revisited Xiao Tian. Pharmacode said excitedly, "Little friend Xiao Tian, are you interested in coming to my alchemist guild to become its president? This kind of talent is not as good as him." The words fell. The whole room was shocked. The Law Code president actually took the initiative to give up his position? If such a genius entered the Alchemist Guild, the guild's status would definitely skyrocket. Young Knight slowly stepped forward and arched his hand at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, our Imperial family is also interested in inviting you. I wonder what you think. Seeing that Young Knight had stepped in, Gargantuan nodded his head secretly. Young Knight stepping in should have a better effect than him. Xiao Tian smiled and said, I, Xiao Tian, appreciate all of you's kindness, and as of now, I have no desire to join any forces. A hint of disappointment appeared on several people's faces when these words came out. The surrounding people also said secretly, yeah, Xiao Tian is so powerful. Isn't it good for people to work alone? Do they have to be constrained? Well, however, such geniuses are also qualified to refuse. In that case, it is we who have taken the liberty, young knight said as she blinked her beautiful eyes. She was surprised to find that Xiao Tian was actually different from other men. That look in other people's eyes after they saw her beauty made her uncomfortable. However, Xiao Tian was completely different. That's the difference between good geniuses and those mundanes, I guess. Gargantua and Law Code sighed softly. In the midst of a burst of hilarious sounds, the matter of alchemy came to a close. One by one, the forces gradually left the Xiao family. After returning to his room, Xiao Tian continued to refine some pills, and then, he handed Xiao Zhan the other Su Xiandan that he had refined as well. The other pills obtained from the Yunlan sect were the ones that uplifted the Xiao family's disciples. The Xiao family is now on the right track. Late night, Xiao Tian walked over to Xiao Sun'er's room and knocked on her door. Who? Keed's voice came out. It's me, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian opened his mouth. Brother Xiao Tian? Xiao Sun'er walked over and opened the door to the room. After seeing Xiao Tian, Kaoru blinked with a curious expression. Is it convenient to go in? Xiao Tian said. Of course. Xiao Sun'er opened the door. When you walk in, there is a light fragrance. The inside of the room was neat as well. I don't know. What is it that Brother Xiao Tian is looking for Kaoru for? Xiao Lavender said as she poured Xiao Tian a cup of tea. Xiao Tian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Has Sister Kaoru heard of the Ancient Imperial Jade? Chapter 37, the Tosha Ancient Imperial Jade. Requests for follow-up reading. Dasha Ancient Imperial Jade? Xiao Sun'er's eyebrows frowned slightly when she heard Xiao Tian's words. This she naturally knew. In fact, coming to the Xiao family was when his father, Gu Yuan, asked himself to inquire about the Dasher Ancient Emperor Jade left behind by Xiao Xian of the Xiao family. Now that she was living down in the Xiao family, she also liked it, as well as Xiao Yan who had taken care of her since she was a child. Keeps her free of such thoughts. Xiao Sun'er naturally knew the meaning of Xiao Tian's words, and she could now completely say that she did not know. Since Brother Xiao Tian had said so, he must have some knowledge of the Ancient Emperor, or the Xiao family's past. Now Xiao Tian she was becoming more and more unable to see through. However, after thinking about it, Keed still spoke the truth. I know. Keed nodded. Not bad. Xiao Tian took a sip of tea and then put it down. Then, we have to talk. The eldest miss of the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun'er was directly shocked and looked at Xiao Tian dumbfounded. To be honest, her identity was all kept secret. No one knew about it at all. How did Brother Xiao Tian know about it? I didn't expect that Kaoru's identity was actually seen through by Brother Xiao Tian. But Brother Xiao Tian, don't worry, Kaoru definitely doesn't have any other thoughts about the Xiao family, let alone going to harm the Xiao family. After Kaoru's words fell, Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. The friend outside, please also show yourself. The aura that flowed out was too obvious. Your Excellency is truly worthy of being a genius of the Xiao family. This was all discovered by you. A voice appeared, and within the room, a black mist appeared, dressed in a black power suit, wearing a silver mask, with a bushy beard, and a curved sword stuck in his waist. Elder Ling. Xiao Sun'er was also slightly startled. Only Linging walked over. Miss, this person knows too much. What exactly is your purpose and how do you know all this? Want to do something to the lady? Linging was holding his scimitar in his hand and he had a hint of wanting to make a move. After all, he was sent by the ancient clan to protect Xiao Sun'er, and he absolutely could not allow it to be in the slightest danger. Otherwise, he simply could not account for it when he returned. Xiao Tian smiled with the corner of his mouth and placed the teacup in his hand on the table, and a terrifying pressure directly pressed Linging to the ground. Damn it! When Linging gritted his teeth, he used his strength to fight against him. 8-star Do Huan. Not my opponent. I advise you not to move. Linging frowned slightly. Xiao Tian, since you know who she is, you should know that she is not something you can move, or else my ancient clan will not release your Xiao family. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed lightly as his intimidation increased by a few points. Threatening words, it is better to say less. It was somewhat difficult for him to resist the Dozong pressure, and there was also a terrifying soul power pressing down on him, causing him to be confused for a moment. Xiao Sun'er's pretty face changed slightly as she stepped forward and said, Elder Ling, stand down. How can you be so rude to Brother Xiao Tian? But, Miss, Linging also had no choice. He could not go against Xiao Sun'er's words. However, no matter who the other party was, as long as there was any danger, he would fight for his life. I seem to remember that when my Xiao family was in decline, your ancient clan promised ancestor Xiao Xian that he would take care of the Xiao family, and if the blame is to be placed, it is your ancient clan that will first have to reflect on it. When Xiao Xian first gave the ancient clan 2 heavenly tune slots, it was to allow them to protect the Xiao family, and when a Dozong powerhouse appeared, it was to allow them to be brought into the heavenly tomb to receive the inheritance, and the ancient clan has been enjoying this benefit exclusively for thousands of years, and has not fulfilled this promise. Not only did they not help the Xiao family, but more people wanted to empty the Xiao family of its last value and take away the Dasha ancient Imperial Jade. When she heard this, Xiao Zhan air froze. All along, she had felt that she owed the Xiao family too much. However, those stubborn factions in the clan didn't listen to her at all, and she couldn't do that much. All she could do now was to do what she could to protect the Xiao family. Kaoru's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How did brother Xiao Tian know so much? She had never heard it from Xiao Yan before. There was also no information found in the Xiao family about any of the Xiao clan's past days, where the Xiao clan seemed to be unaware of it. But how did Xiao Tian know? Ling Ying was similarly shocked. After all, he knew some of this kind of thing. Too many details would be beyond him as a guard. You guys don't have to be too curious. These things, the Xiao family naturally has a way to know. Xiao Tian slowly said, Brother Xiao Tian, I know that the ancient clan owes your Xiao family a lot. Kaoru is here to apologize to the Xiao family on behalf of the ancient clan. Kaoru was bowing to Xiao Tian. Ling Ying's eyes were stunned. Miss, it's impossible. How can you do this with your honorable status? Xiao Zhan shook her head. Elder Ling, stop it. Even these alone cannot make up for the Xiao family. It's all ours to owe to the Xiao family. Since coming to the Xiao family, she is to see the Xiao family's only hopeful. Everyone is working hard, positive, even if it is down, but also did not block. They have never been a cowardly family, and also worthy of the original ancient 8 families. At the very beginning, she saw from Xiao Yan a spirit of defiance, not admitting defeat, and positivity. Now that Xiao Tian had appeared again, she now thought even more that the Xiao family would definitely not always be in a state of decline. Xiao Xian'er's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao Tian, after seeing you, Kaoru is convinced that you will stand at the peak of the continent one day, and at that time, the declining Xiao family will stand at the peak of the continent again because of you. The glory of the Xiao family will shine on the continent again by you. Brother Xiao Yan's efforts. Kaoru has also been looking at it in her eyes, and Kaoru believes that the Xiao family will definitely not remain in decline. Xiao Tian's eyes were stunned. Kaoru, thank you for your trust. A liking for the Xiao family. Seeing this, Ling Ying slowly stood up. The young lady's feelings towards the Xiao family were too deep, and she didn't expect this Xiao genius to be so trusting of him after how long he had been around. How difficult it is to stand on top of the continent. It's not an easy thing to do, no matter if it was the current Xiao Tian or Xiao Yan. Miss still thinks too highly of this Xiao family brother. LOL. However, this Xiao Tian had a slight possibility. Xiao Zhan nodded her head slightly before revealing a hint of a smile. Right, brother Xiao Tian. You still haven't said what you're looking for Sun Er about this time. Xiao Tian took out the Ancient Emperor and said, This is the Ancient Emperor Jade. Kaoru's beautiful eyes were stunned as she looked at the ancient jade in her hand. Ling Ying's eyes even widened. This is that ancient jade? As long as the young lady obtains it, she is considered to have completed the mission, and as long as he returns to the clan, his guardianship mission will be completed. Brother Xiao Tian, you are going to. Kaoru had a shocked look on her face. Xiao Tian had a serious face. This Ancient Emperor Jade is not of much value to me, and since your ancient clan wants it, it is something precious that you can exchange for it. For Xiao Tian, this thing was indeed useless, and the day he opened the ancient tomb, he would naturally have the qualifications to enter. Might as well switch things up and get stronger fast, which would be his best value. Now placed in the hands of that soul temple, and the ancient clan are also eyeing it. Chapter 38, A Deal with the Ancient Race. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Zhan's beautiful eyes gently blinked as she looked towards him. Brother Xiao Tian, the ancient Imperial Jade, it was left by Uncle Xiao Xian to your Xiao family. She hadn't inquired about the information of the ancient Imperial Jade since she came to the Xiao family, and she had no intention of accomplishing this task. Of course, now that Xiao Tian actually wanted to take it out, this made her very shocked. Xiao Tian nodded. Of course, as long as your ancient clan gives me the conditions, then I will be able to hand it over. Don't worry, I've already talked to father about this ancient jade. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned and asked curiously, in that case, brother Xiao Tian, what resources do you want to obtain? If the ancient clan can do it, we will fulfill it all. Xiao Tian thought for a moment and slowly said, it's very simple. I'm an alchemist, and when I refine some high-level pills, I need a large amount of precious medicinal materials, heavenly materials and treasures. Xiao Zhan froze for a moment. These conditions can be done. Brother Xiao Tian, there should be more. Xiao Tian smiled and said, you ninny. Of course, I also need the remains of a 3-star or above Do Shang, a large number of Do techniques, cultivation resources, and weapons and so on. Ling Ying couldn't help but frown after hearing this. This kid is really a lion's share. Once these things are taken out, the Xiao family is bound to rise quickly. This guy really dares to mention it. In other words, the ancient clan wants to cultivate the Xiao family with all their might. In this matter, the elders of the clan were bound to disagree. If it wasn't in the way of the Xiao family's relationship with the ancient clan at the beginning, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to talk nonsense and would have gone straight to snatch it. One of the other reasons was Xiao Zhan. With her around, the ancient clan would be even less likely to have this idea. Xiao Zhan was slightly stunned upon hearing this. These conditions did not seem to be something she was quite capable of making a decision on, and it would require the consent of those old codgers in the clan to do so. Even if she was ancient Yuan's daughter, the ancient clan's holy maiden, it would be difficult for her to give an affirmative answer at the moment. However, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up. Brother Xiao Tian, I will try my best to convince the elders of the clan to agree to these conditions of yours, although it may be a bit difficult. Xiao Tian nodded. Alright, if the ancient clan agrees, then this ancient emperor is something I can hand over. It's getting late. Sister Kaoru should rest early. At this time, Xiao Tian shook his hand and put away the ancient emperor before slowly getting up and walking out. When Xiao Tian left, Lingying came forward and said, Miss, this Xiao Tian really dares to ask for it. I'm afraid the clan elders will find it difficult to agree. After all, the purpose of them sending Kaoru to the Xiao family was actually wanting to whore themselves out. Now you actually have to trade for supplies. The Xiao family had no need to invest when all was said and done. They'll just think it's a waste of resources. The Xiao family without Xiao Xian had no value. Not to mention that their ancient emperor bloodline was already depleted. Xiao Zhan blinked her eyes and said, Elder Ling, no matter what, Brother Xiao Tian is willing to take out the ancient emperor in exchange for resources. I must do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the ancient emperor Jade away from Brother Xiao Tian. If they don't change it, Kaoru won't get it. Elder Ling will trouble you to deliver the message. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Lingying sighed lightly. The young lady was too good to the Xiao family for so long he knew that, and did not say anything but to carry it out. He disappeared in place as a black mist. Xiao Zhan stood at the window. The breeze brushed her face and blew her silky hair away. She raised her hand to pull it behind her ear, and that pair of bright beautiful eyes looked out the window. If you really obtain the ancient jade, you'll have to leave this place. Right. After living in the Xiao family for so long, she was most reluctant to let go of Xiao Yan. Walking out of the house, Xiao Zhan arrived at the place she often visited. Look around. Under the night, at the back of the Xiao family's mountain, a teenager was sweating like a pig, working hard to cultivate 8-pole avalanche. Boom. Sucking palm. Xiao Yan stood under the moonlight and kept practicing. He must get stronger as soon as possible. At this time, Pill Elder slowly spoke. Brat, take a break. Working so hard. Tomorrow, go out and have a good experience. For example, in the Magic Beast Mountain Range, fighting against powerful magic beasts can raise your strength faster. Of course, Master will also start working on teaching you to refine pills, and pass on a few potions to you at that time. Xiao Yan was originally lying on the ground tiredly. When he heard this, he instantly sat up. Teacher, it's great that you're finally going to start teaching me alchemy. The night passed in an instant. Xiao Tian woke up early. A knock came on the door. He rubbed his eyes and stretched a bit. He walked over and opened the door, only to see Xiao Zhan standing at the door. Tian, weren't you the one who said you wanted to see your other two brothers earlier? They're still in a stone desert city place. It is said that that place is a dangerous place with a concentration of mercenaries, and the two of them don't know how they are doing when they go on their adventures. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Tian also planned to go today. After all, he had promised his mother that he would take care of his several younger brothers. Now that Xiao Yan had been identified, then Xiao Ding, Xiao Li could not be ignored. They don't seem to be doing too well in Desert City either. Okay, I have plans to get to them too. After eating breakfast, Xiao Yan waved goodbye to Xiao Zhan and Xiao Tian and prepared to head outside to practice. Father, big brother, I'm going to go out and practice. Xiao Zhan sighed lightly and raised his hand to pat Xiao Yan's shoulder. A good man should go out and practice. However, be careful in all things. And if you encounter anything, you must find a way to stay alive. And never try to be brave. Do everything calmly and analyze it before you do it. No matter what, when you can't break through, remember to go home. Xiao Yan nodded with a confident expression. Don't worry, father. I will take care of myself. After saying this, Xiao Yan left the Xiao family. Looking at Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Zhan had mixed feelings in his heart. The child would one day leave home and find his own path. He was a little sad, but more proud. Father, I'm leaving as well. Xiao Tian said. Well, the Xiao family will be left to father. Go without worry. Xiao Zhan nodded his head. Subsequently, Xiao Tian pulled out his hair and gently blew. Several Xiao Tians landed on the ground, and each of them had the strength to possess the strength of a Do Huang, guarding the Xiao family tube enough. At this moment, Xiao Zhaoren directly looked dumbfounded. Originally thought that it was a short separation, but as a result, so many appeared. You guys take care of the Xiao family. Xiao Tian finished speaking and walked out. Master Xiao Tian. A voice came from Xiao Tian just as he walked out, and when he turned to look, a stunning figure appeared. This person was no other than the Yafei of the mithril auction. Sister Yafei. Xiao Tian froze. Yafei revealed a smile and walked over with her long snow-white legs. Mr. Xiao Tian, I came here this time to look for you, wanting to do some business with your Xiao family above the medicinal herbs. Hearing this, Xiao Tian said, since Sister Yafei wants to do it, it's perfectly fine. Xiao Tian thought about it and agreed. After all, Yafei wasn't a bad person. Now the Xiao family needs business in this area as well. Great. Concubine had a happy face after hearing this, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was in the way of Xiao Tian in front of her, she would have jumped up and down. Afterward, Xiao Tian brought Yafei into the Xiao family to confirm cooperation with Xiao Zhan and the other elders before she walked out. In that case, let me send you back. Xiao Tian spoke. Good. Yafei nodded her head slightly, only to see a cloud fly down above the sky, and Yafei gently lifted her long snow-white legs and stepped on it. She instantly frowned slightly, only to feel a soothing sensation coming from the soles of her feet. Chapter 39, Encountering Little Medical Fairy. Requesting for follow-up readings. Xiao Tian leaped up and saw Yafei standing up there with some curiosity, so he opened his mouth and said, Sister Yafei, we're off. After saying that, he controlled the somersault cloud and flew out directly. Yafei's face changed greatly in fear and she directly reached out and subconsciously hugged Xiao Tian's waist. Xiao Tian also felt the back was hit by the bandball, a burst of softness, which was immediately followed by a fragrance. Yafei's still true. I did not expect to cross over to here, but also so experience he will send partners back to a home so the treatment. Xiao Tian didn't move anyway. It was only at this time that Yafei reacted, hastily letting go of her hand, her cheeks slightly red, lightly biting her red lips, her tone full of apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. With that said, Yafei lowered her head, but she was very frightened, and went on, may I take hold of your coat? Xiao Tian nodded. Aha! Yafei lifted her hand and grabbed it. Neither spoke for a while. However, in the next moment, Yafei was captivated by the scenery in the sky. Only her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. It's beautiful. I've never seen a view like this before. The breeze blew her hair. Doesn't Sister Yafei have any plans to go cultivate? Xiao Tian asked curiously. Yafei smiled bitterly. Actually, I also have a dream of cultivation. Only, I wasn't very talented, so I ended up running the business within the family. That said, after being exposed to business, I'm still better at this. Perhaps, I'll be able to cultivate life. The two chatted in the air for a while, and within moments, they had arrived at the mithril auction. Sister Yafei has arrived. Xiao Tian slowly fell. Yafei nodded her head slightly as she took a step out of her long snow-white legs and walked down the somersault cloud, and under the gaze of her beautiful eyes, Xiao Tian waved his hand at him and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Brother Xiao Tian. Just now it turned out that there had been no acceleration all along. Yafei took one last look, and inexplicably lost something in her heart. He himself seemed to have something in mind just now. It's just stuck inside my throat and I can't get it out. She shook her head and walked towards the auction. Xiao Tian flew for a moment, then he realized that he actually had a letter clipped to his waist. Is this Yafei's? There's a burst of scent on it. Xiao Tian curiously opened it to take a look and was also slightly stunned. Brother Xiao Tian, be careful on the road. Yafei stays. A few simple words. Xiao Tian then slowed down. Sister Yafei can't be liking me. Now he needed to get to Desert City. With that thought, the somersault cloud sped up. Ever since he was hugged by concubine once, his body had a faint fragrance. Xiao Tian was also a normal male and was still so young that he was thinking inside his head. However, he quickly shook his head. Just at this time, a burst of fighting sounds came from underneath the forest. Xiao Tian felt it very clearly, and when he looked around, it was a group of mercenaries who were fighting with a first-order magical beast, the Great Ape. Roar! The giant ape swung its huge fist at the mercenary group members. These strength positions are also known as fighter strength. With a machete waving inside his hand, he fought the wraith. Damn! Those beasts! Die for me! A mercenary rushed up and slashed at the wraith. With a direct punch, the wraith flew out and fell to the ground, suffering a considerable amount of injuries. Just then, a young girl in the middle of the crowd ran out with determination. There are wounded. I'll save them if I come. The young girl's appearance is slender and soft, fresh and ethereal. Her complexion is as white as snow, her bright eyes are like bright stars, and her temperament is cool and spiritually soft. She often wore pale white or fuchsia dresses, with a fresh and ethereal air. Her black hair was silky and neat, and her pink dress accentuated her innocence, the image of a good girl. It's little medical fairy. You should go. These magical beasts are very powerful. It won't be good if they hurt you. The wounded man spoke hastily. Little Dr. Fairy was the healer within their team, saving them every time they were injured. For Little Medical Fairy's kindness, they were unable to repay it. As long as someone dares to bully Little Dr. Fairy, their mercenary group would never agree. Little Dr. Fairy, placed in the medicine box, her brow furrowed. Don't move around, you're seriously injured. After the giant ape saw Little Medical Fairy, it directly and quickly rushed over, leaping up and slamming its fist towards her. Little Miss Medical Fairy, be careful. The head of the mercenary troop rushed straight over with his large sword in hand and blocked it. Little Medical Fairy had saved him, and he would never let it come to harm. Bang! Ah! The regiment leader was not able to defeat the giant ape wraith and was directly knocked out. Immediately after, it continued to attack Little Medical Fairy. At this moment, Little Medical Fairy turned to look, shock showing in her eyes. Not good. Just as the giant ape smashed down, a sudden bolt of energy shot out sharply. Pust! The giant ape instantly fell to the ground with its head pierced through. Everyone froze and couldn't help but look to the sky. Only a man stood above a cloud. It doesn't look very big either. The rest of the great apes actually all showed fear when they saw his appearance. Ho 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 ho! In an instant, they all fled in a hurry. The mercenary leader was slowly helped up by his team members as he arched his hand and said to the mysterious man in front of him, "Thanks for saving my life." Little Dr. Fairy slowly got up after bandaging up the injured. She glanced at Xiao Tian and walked over. Those watery eyes scanned Xiao Tian. "The one who just killed the demonic beast and saved me is you, isn't it?" Xiao Tian looked at the young girl in front of him. The Little Medical Fairy at this time actually looked so innocent and cute. "It's me," Xiao Tian said. "Hey, what happened just now was really thanks to you. I'll introduce myself for the first time. My name is Little Medical Fairy." Little Medical Fairy narrowed her eyes and smiled, revealing a small crescent moon. "By the way, what's your name?" "Xiao Tian." Little Medical Fairy nodded her head slightly. "I don't have anything to repay. If it's possible, how about I heal your wounds for free in the future?" Seeing that Xiao Tian did not speak, Little Medical Fairy then approached Xiao Tian and said with a smile, "What, do you still want me to give my body to you? But about that I can think about it. Of course, I'm still talking about free healthcare." Some of the mercenaries were also envious. "Young man, you're in luck. Little Medical Fairy is very good at healing people. You actually got permanent free medical treatment." "Envious? Any interest in going on a treasure hunt? Seeing as you're pretty good at it, we'll split it together when the time comes." Little Medical Fairy came to Xiao Tian's side and whispered in a low voice, fearing that others would find out. "If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have told you." Xiao Tian gently laughed and was able to see through Little Medical Fairy's little plan. "You're trying to find a good strength to go for it." Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Little Medical Fairy was also shocked, and that pair of soulful eyes blinked. "I don't have this idea. Look at me. I'm a small woman. What kind of bad thoughts can I have? Was really trying to share it with you. How about finding me? Me 4 and you 6? Chapter 40 Meet Xiao Ding Xiao Calendar. 3 shifts. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, "I have other things to do, so forget about the search." Little Dr. Fairy was slightly stunned. "Okay, however, the favor of saving my life, I, Little Medical Fairy, will always remember." Xiao Tian. "Hey." Seeing the smile on Little Medical Fairy's face, Xiao Tian gently nodded his head. "I didn't expect that I would meet Little Medical Fairy just after coming out this time." The current Little Medical Fairy hadn't inspired the doomed poison body yet, but, to put it mildly, the Little Medical Fairy at this time was quite adorable. It's really hard to imagine that such a little girl will become a big-name poisonous girl in the future. But Little Dr. Fairy had been surviving alone and had her own means of doing so. Don't look at her like she's soft, but if you mess with her, you're going to get a dose of poison. Dealing with all these comings and goings on a regular basis, it was only natural that her city was deep, or else she wouldn't be able to survive at all. "Goodbye, Xiao Tian. We are also considered friends. Remember to come to me if anything happens." Little Medical Fairy shook her hand and said goodbye to Xiao Tian. This time she still had a good feeling towards Xiao Tian. The mercenaries thanked Xiao Tian for saving their lives. There was a flurry of farewells to him. Xiao Tian continued to set off again and soon arrived near Graphite City, which was filled with endless sand, and as his soul force probed away, he sent a few figures to appear. "Kid, die for me." "Ah." Below, a voice came. It was a few mercenaries who were chasing after mercenaries from other forces. The man at the head of the group had a lewd look on his face, holding a machete and licking the tip. "Run, can you run? Ha ha ha." The mercenary corps members in the back held their machetes and laughed. We are the people of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. Do you, the Sand Mercenary Corps, want to provoke a great war between the two sides?" The member of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps gritted his teeth and covered the wound above his arm with his hand. "Ha ha, laugh your ass off. Your Desert Iron Mercenary Corps is trash. How can you possibly fight against our Sand Mercenary Corps? To tell you the truth, It won't be long before you all perish. Don't bull ******* him. Go! At the order of the man in charge, a few members of the Sand Mercenary Corps walked over aggressively, hands up and ready to kill them. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian's brows furrowed. Desert Iron Mercenary Corps? Isn't this the name of the forces of his own two younger brothers? He flicked the two peach cores directly from his hand. Bang! Pust! Before the mercenary corps member who made the move could slash down, he himself had been shot in the head by something. Eyes wide open, he collapsed in a pool of blood. When they saw this, everyone was terrified. What man dare to meddle in the affairs of our sand mercenaries? Don't you want to live? The man at the head of the group was very annoyed and observed the surrounding perimeter. Right at this moment, a figure appeared, so fast that he couldn't even notice it. Suddenly a hand clapped on his shoulder, causing it to gulp darkly and cower in fear. The sand mercenaries? Not even a fart in front of my eyes. Xiao Tian exerted his force, and the surrounding mercenaries were all wiped out by the knives flying out of their own hands and wiping their necks. The man at the head of the group was sweating profusely with fear. Your Excellency! There! Before he could finish his sentence and make a deal, he was stabbed through the heart by a flying knife. This was if Xiao Tian's 72 transformations ability was the art of the Imperial Sword. He can do more than just play with sticks. He's not bad at all with swords. Several people from the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps didn't react, and by the time they paid attention, those from the Sand Mercenary Corps had already turned into corpses. They were all shocked. The one in front of them was so powerful. At the very least, it was a great dosher. Thank you to this senior for saving my life. Xiao Tian walked forward and asked, what is the name of your leader? A few people froze for a moment before slowly saying Xiao Ding. Xiao Calendar. Xiao Tian's mouth smiled. Lead the way. I happen to be thirsty. Don't mind this. A few people from the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps hesitated for a moment, although Xiao Tian had saved them. But what if they were enemies? Also inquired about their headmaster. When they thought of this, they hesitated. Xiao Tian was also stunned when he saw this and vaguely guessed their worries. The second and third brothers usually train their men well. My name is Xiao Tian. I'm the elder brother of your leader. This is the badge of my Xiao family. Speaking of which, several people in the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps were all shocked. This looks really similar to the head of the group, and the insignia still resembles their chief. After confirming Xiao Tian's identity, several people arched their hands. This way, there's still a ways to go. Xiao Tian directly summoned his somersault clouds and leaped up. Come up, just point yourselves in the right direction. Several people were all shocked and dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? However, Xiao Tian's ability shocked him beyond measure. The big brother of the regiment's leader. So strong feeling. Soon, they then arrived at the location where Stone Desert City was located, and a few people led Xiao Tian to the camp where the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps was located. Chief, we're back. As soon as they entered, there were many members of the Mercenary Corps training inside the courtyard, and hearing the commotion, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li pushed the door and walked out. Upon seeing the injured person, their first frown was tight. How did you guys get injured? Chief, we were ambushed by the Sand Mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li gritted his teeth and said, damned Mercenary Corps of Sand, they keep attacking our people. Big brother, we have to clean them up before we can do that. The Sand Mercenary Corps is not weak. We need to think long and hard. Xiao Ding calmed the injured. Send them to be treated. However, this one is. Xiao Ding also noticed Xiao Tian, who had sat down on top of the stone table to drink water. Chief, this is the man who saved our lives, benefactor. He said it was the chief's older brother, so we brought it back. Xiao Li froze. How can you bring back people of unknown origin? What do you normally explain? Xiao Ding's eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you for your honor as saving grace. However, you said that you are our big brother. They haven't known a big brother of their own since they've been here. You've become a straight-up dick yourself? Xiao Ding shook his head in a bit of disbelief. Xiao Li muttered in his heart, there is no breath at all on this guy. It can't be that he came to drink water. Xiao Tian slowly got up. That appearance was what made Xiao Ding and Xiao Li slightly stunned, and the two of them actually looked very similar. No need to guess. I'm your big brother, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian said and handed Xiao Zhan's letter to Xiao Ding. Seeing Xiao Zhan's handwritten letter and the mark of the Xiao family, Xiao Ding's eyes were stunned. It was really his big brother. Then he handed the letter to Xiao Li, who was next to him. Big brother. Xiao Ding turned from his initial shock to excitement, not realizing that he had a big brother. Xiao Li was also stunned. Big brother. The two of them were in a joyful mood and directly hugged Xiao Tian. Great. I didn't expect that we still have a big brother. Big brother, is father and little Yanzi alright? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li asked. Aha. Nowadays, our Xiao family is not what it used to be. Xiao Ding and Xiao Calendar came out to train and organize forces because they wanted to become stronger to guard the Xiao family. The Xiao family didn't expect to be famous in Yuten City already. Don't talk about those. Ha ha, Today our brothers are reunited. We must have a big drink. Come on people. Serve the wine. Serve the food. Xiao Li was happy and bad, said with a wave of his hand. Eating food? Ha ha, I'm afraid this is your last meal. Suddenly an abrupt voice came in. Extremely arrogant. Chapter 41, Extermination of the Mercenaries of Sand. Just at this time, there was a rumbling sound, and the gate was directly knocked out. A couple of burly men ran in. These people looking at the costumes were no one else but those guys from the Sand Mercenaries. At the head of the group was Rob, who possessed the strength of a grand duelist. There was also a warlord behind him. Dozens of people surrounded all of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps' location. At this moment, Rob walked in with big strides. He had a big body and tattoos on his body. He looked like he was not to be messed with. Xiao Ding, you actually dared to kill our people. Today, your Desert Iron Mercenary Corps must give me an explanation. Otherwise, words, this beauty is going to die. Just at this time, the Sand Mercenary Corps escorted a slender beauty through the door. Xiao Li's eyes widened. Shui Lan. At the moment, Shui Lan's delicate skin was all covered with wounds, and blood was still flowing from the corners of her mouth. Chief, leave me alone. The dog-headed mastermind of the Sand Mercenaries revealed a lewd smile. Xiao Ding, if you don't hand over the Desert Iron Mercenaries and get out of Graphite City, don't blame us for showing no mercy, or you're going to have to see her die in front of you. With that, he put the knife on Sheridan's neck. Xiao Tian slowly sat up at this time. Chief, it's him, he's the one who killed our men. I was there to see it. A person from the Sand Mercenaries pointed at Xiao Tian and shouted. Rob's eyes narrowed slightly. Kid, the guts are really not small. Actually, Xiao Tian raised his hand and directly sucked Rob over and pinched him in the middle of his palm. Rob's pupils shrank, and his heart was scared. He kept struggling. Please, said the man who was already rolling his eyes. Noisy. Xiao Tian didn't listen to what he wanted to say. It was mostly some kind of talk about sparing his life or something like that. He was too lazy to listen to it and didn't deserve to say it, and then he directly slammed it on the ground. Put. Rob spat blood from his mouth and was dropped straight to his death. The Sand Mercenaries were dumbfounded. Their leader was a powerful person at the Grand Duelist level. There was simply no rival to speak of in the entire city of Graphite. How to get dropped today? Run! Everyone in the Sand Mercenaries turned pale with fear and fled for their lives. Xiao Tian slowly sat down, only to see countless swords flying and slashing towards the members of the Sand Mercenaries. Ah! In the midst of a burst of screams, everyone was easily exterminated. After all, he was already a Dozong now. Killing these people was like stepping on ants. In fact, they were all too lazy to do anything about it, and they could only blame them for being unlucky today, coming to their door while they were still there. In the blink of an eye, the Sands mercenary group that had come to the door to provoke had been casually exterminated by Xiao Tian. Seeing this, everyone in the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps including Xiao Ding, Xiao Li and the two of them were also shocked by Xiao Tian's strength. In the letter, Father Xiao Zhan had only said that Xiao Tian would go to them, not realizing that Big Brother could actually exterminate a Dodosher level opponent with the lift of his hand. It was important to realize that they had been facing off against the Sand Mercenaries all this time, and as for the two of them, they were no match for the Sand Mercenaries. Big Brother, you are so strong. Only then did Xiao Li slow down from his shock. Just now they were ready to pull out their lances and fight in blood with the people from the Sand Mercenary Corps. The Desert Iron Mercenary Corps was instantly buzzing. A lot of people are happy, because once Rob of the Sand Mercenaries died it meant it was over. They'll be the strongest force here now. No more worrying about threats from the Sand Mercenaries. At this moment, the meals were all set up inside the courtyard. Xiao Li and Xiao Ding laughed and raised their glasses to clink with Xiao Tian. This time of year, they are immersed in laughter. In the middle of the chat with Xiao Tian, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li became more and more shocked the more they listened. They knew about the Cloudland sect and why the Xiao family was now stronger. And then there's the matter of their mother. I didn't expect Big Brother, who just came back, to experience so much. Xiao Ding was shocked. He and Xiao Li also never thought that this Big Brother of theirs was already a Dozong powerhouse. This kind of strong person belonged to an invincible existence in the Gamma Empire. At one time, a Do Huang powerhouse was just something to look up to, and now the Xiao family had really appeared as a Dozong. One really didn't dare to imagine to what extent the Xiao family would grow in the future. At the time of their departure, that was when the Fat Xiao family was still threatened by the galleys. It's not what it used to be. Big Brother, do you mean for us to return to the Xiao family? Xiao Ding said as he drank a glass of wine. Xiao Li had a happy face. To think that he had a Dozong Big Brother, then who else in the Xiao family would dare to bully them in the future? Yes, didn't we come out to make the Xiao family stronger? Now that we're going back, we can also share our father's worries. Xiao Ding's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly put down his wine cup. But right now, our strength is still too weak. Xiao Tian directly pulled out a few medicine bottles. Second brother, third brother, The matter of cultivation is still simple for Big Brother. Of course, you can also continue to run the forces of Graphite City. These big brothers gave you some elixirs that will help to improve. Xiao Ding frowned slightly as Xiao Tian laid out a large pile at once. As a 7th grade elixir, these were all refined by them with nothing to do, and they were usually eaten as sugar peas. These low-grade pills were just right for Xiao Ding Xiaoli to use. Xiao Ding was shocked and his eyes were stunned. Big brother, where did you get so many pills? These pills are extremely precious. What will you do if you give them to us? Xiao Tian smiled and said, I forgot to tell you guys. Big brother, I am also an alchemist. These are all casually refined. Xiaoli swallowed his saliva. Alchemist? Big brother, you really are too invincible. These are 1st grade rejuvenation Dan, 2nd grade chi recovery pill, 3rd grade wind movement pill, 4th grade 3 stripes clearing spirit pill, 5th grade recovery pill, and 6th grade fighting spirit pill. So many pills. These are enough for us to cultivate until we reach the Doling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding and Xuelan were also shocked. Big brother Xiao Tian was really rich. These pills would cause people to fight for their heads if they were placed in any part of the Gamma Empire. This is simply a great asset. Big brother, these are too expensive. We can't have them. Xiao Ding said hurriedly. Xiao Tian continued. Don't push it off. These things are now being used by our Xiao family, and they're nothing in the central states. That's the reason why Do Huans are everywhere over there. Now he'll just build the Xiao family a little. First, let the Xiao family become the #1 family in the Gamma Empire. It's a bit hard to justify not having a few Do Huangs in the family. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, right now your task is to raise your strength as soon as possible. That's how you guard everything you want to guard. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Ding and Xiaoli did not postpone and collected some of the pills that their big brother had given them. By the way, there are also some fighting techniques here. 3rd brother, you're a lightning attribute fighting chi, right? These fighting techniques should be suitable for you. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. Running thunder palm? Great. These were the Do techniques that he usually collected, which were just right for Xiao Li and Xiao Ding to cultivate. At this rate, they would be able to reach even a Do Wang powerhouse, right? Xiao Tian stroked his chin. Although the Do Di bloodline in his body was thin, the Qi Tian De Shang bloodline seemed to be stronger. If he broke through the Do Di, would the whole family's strength skyrocket? Chapter 42 Aqua Snake 3-Flower Pupil Green Scale. Requesting for a follow-up read. After Xiao Tian gave these resources to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, they dragged Xiao Tian to accompany them to cultivate, and this was a rare time to spend time together. Just in time, Xiao Tian could instruct these two younger brothers. Xiao Yan at this time is personally taught by the medicinal old man. In terms of training, Xiao Tian is more strict. He explains the cultivation of fighting skills, matters to pay attention to when cultivating, how to maximize the efficacy of the Xiao Ding and Xiao Calendar listened to a very focused, and nodded their heads in succession. The other people of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps were also lying outside listening to the lecture. After all, Xiao Tian was a genuine Dozong powerhouse. His experience has helped them in their cultivation. At this time, Xiao Yan hunted some demonic beast inner cores and found the mithril auction to sell them. Of course, as soon as he entered, he was seen by Yafei, who twisted her sexy waist and walked over. Brother Xiao Yan, how is your recent cultivation? Xiao Yan scratched his head and was a little embarrassed when he saw the proud figure of Yafei's. Well, the cultivation is quite good, and I have come to sell some first-order magical beast cores today. Yuffie smiled softly. Follow me. Xiao Yan followed behind and looked at concubine Ya's stance. Yuffie-san has a really good body. Ahem. What was I thinking? By the way, brother Xiao Yan, what is your brother doing recently? Yafei held a fan inside her hand and slowly opened her mouth to ask. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, I don't know much about this. Recently I have been outside cultivating. Sister Yafei, looking for my brother? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei revealed a sweet smile. It's fine. This way. At this time, the pill elder inside the ring said with a smiling face, this big brother of yours really makes beautiful women miss him. Xiao Yan froze. Teacher, are you saying that Sister Yafei likes big brother? Pill elder held his beard and said, that's right, master can see that. Otherwise what is the point of looking for your brother? Is it to play house? Xiao Yan nodded. That's also true. Big brother is that outstanding. It seems like many women in the Gamma Empire like it. Pale Elder smiled and said, your brother is also okay. Think about it back then. Why isn't master so is? Xiao Yan looked like he was eating melon. Teacher, could it be that you were also a flirt in the beginning? Pale Elder was instantly furious and raised his fist to hammer Xiao Yan. What are you kids saying? Your teacher, I am the most dedicated. Alright, change your resources and start continuing your cultivation. Xiao Yan was full of confidence, and after greeting and leaving with concubine Ya, he began his devilish training, and during this period of time, he had already reached the 8th stage of Doji Chi. It's also close to being a fighter. Right, Teacher, when will that burning decision be cultivated? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Pale Elder floated out and stretched. This technique, right now it's just the yellow rank. Are you sure you want to practice? Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Not right since the big brother let himself choose absolutely right. Well, I'll give it to my big brother then. Upon hearing this, Pale Elder dryly coughed. Kid, this burning decision is not an ordinary thing. He can advance, and no one knows the limit of his growth. He can even surpass the heaven rank techniques. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. Teacher, what is to be done? It requires devouring a foreign fire, and as long as you devour a foreign fire, you can complete an advancement. Listening to the words of the medicinal old man, Xiao Yan also slowly nodded his head. How difficult it was to find a foreign fire, and taking it in was a problem. It looks like the road to getting stronger is tough as hell. It's better to take one step at a time yourself. Now he was admiring his big brother more and more. How on earth did he cultivate so fast? It was too perverted. Now as soon as he thought of this, Xiao Yan hurriedly cultivated. His elder brother might still be cultivating. He did not deserve to rest. Teacher, I want to know my limits. Looking at Xiao Yan's determined eyes, the Pill Elder was very satisfied. Today, Master will not spoil you. Ah! A scream rang out in the middle of the valley. Xiao Yan entered the path of bitter cultivation. However, right now, he had a ton of various elixirs to restore his doqi on him, which could be consumed indefinitely. Regardless of Xiao Yan himself, the entire Xiao family was cultivating at the moment, and with Xiao Tian, the alchemist, present, the Xiao family was now filled with the sight of cultivation everywhere. Everyone began to cultivate frantically under the leadership of Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder and the others. They naturally could not become a drag on the Xiao family now that they had this condition. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth and placed the 4th grade pill 3 stripes clearing spirit pill into his mouth. And in the next moment, a majestic power erupted from his body. Bang! The fighting chi around his body gathered but did not disperse. After thoroughly refining the medicinal power, he slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that he was already an 8-star Grand Dosher. This cultivation speed is really flying. The Grand Elder shouted excitedly at this moment. Old man has broken through. Broken through. Everyone in the Xiao family revealed joy. All of them had made progress above their cultivation, which was much faster than they usually did. Even more than a year's worth of cultivation. In the air, Falsecoat and Gargantuan frowned as they looked at the place where the Xiao family was located, where the doqi was gathering and not dispersing. They were all confused. When did Juten City become a cultivation mecca? With Xiao Tian, this Xiao family is getting stronger day by day. In a short while, I'm afraid that quite a few Grand Dosher will appear, Farmcode said, narrowing his eyes. Galing Tian was also very envious. Yes, if this Xiao Tian could go to their royal family, that would be great. Their royal family didn't know how many strong people they could produce anymore. By then the Gamma Empire will be the strongest in existence. Pity. The two of them looked at the Xiao family every day with envy on their faces that spoke for itself. In the meantime, in Graphite City, Xiao Tian was walking out ready to take a walk when he saw a man grabbing a little girl in the distance, often dressed in a light green, elegant attire, with a petite frame and an overall youthful aura. She was born with turquoise eyes, with 3 extremely tiny turquoise dots hidden in the depths of her pupils. Some greenish snake scales grew on his wrists. You guys, stealing from me aren't you? Don't want to run? Come with me. The man had a fierce look on his face and the thought of selling her in his mind. I'm the one who can steal from you. The little girl frowned with an agonized look. While pulling, the man was able to see the little girl's arm and was slightly stunned. You monster. See if I don't beat you to death. Let's see if you dare to steal in the future. Said he was about to raise his hand to strike. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the man and with a little force, the man winced in pain. Ouch, 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 you boy. After the man turned around and saw Xiao Tian, he even realized that he was followed by a few people from the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps and was trembling in fear. I'm outta here. I'm outta here. This kind of person is a bully and pulls out his legs and runs. Xiao Tian was also too lazy to care. Qing Scale held both of her arms at this time, deliberately blocking her arms as a pair of turquoise eyes looked at Xiao Tian. Thank you. Your name is Qingliao, right? Xiao Tian was the first to speak. The green Scale's eyes were stunned, and his face was full of shock. How do you know my name? Behind her, Xuelan was also shocked. Could it be that the headmaster had told him? Yuki-ran said slowly, she is the offspring of a human and a serpent man. Normally they don't live past the age of 2, and she is the exception. People think she's cursed and has been subjected to blank stares and taunts since she was a child. And I'm afraid that's what happened to the man just now. The two headmasters saw her as pitiful, so they took her as a maid. Xiao Tian looked at the girl in front of him, and sure enough, she was the blue scale of the blue snake 3-flower pupil. She was a bit of a goody-goody when she was little. When Xiao Tian was about to go and help her, Qing Scale hurriedly covered her arm and turned around with a horrified expression. Young master, I'm sorry. She was terrified. Chapter 43 Hi Bodong, the Gamma Empire's strongest man. Qingliao was afraid that her appearance had frightened Xiao Tian. After all, here, everyone all mocked her and feared her. Thinks she's cursed, a jinx. It's just bad luck to meet her. Anyone who sees her hands hates her and is taken aback by her. Next to her, Shuelan said to Qing Scale, Qing Scale, don't be afraid. This is Grand Leader Xiao Tian, the elder brother of the two leaders. Only after hearing this did Cyan Scale's originally taut nerves relax a bit. You know, usually when this happens, she can't avoid a beating. And the two chiefs, they were very good to her. The older brother of the regimental commander. Qing Scale blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian revealed a smile. What a beautiful arm. Facing Xiao Tian's words, Qing Scale's eyes were slightly stunned. Then she revealed happiness and excitement. After such a long time, it was the first time that someone had said that her arms looked good. Such a compliment was the first she had ever heard in her life. The heart inexplicably felt a warmth. Cyanide stood up slowly. Young master. Now that she was a maid of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, she subconsciously bowed and curtsied when she saw her head brother. Xiao Tian raised his hand and grabbed Qingliao's arm to lift it up. Cyanide doesn't have to be. Facing Xiao Tian's attitude, Qing Scale was very touched. No one had ever looked at her like this before. Green Scale. In the future, you have to live for yourself and don't care about other people's eyes. A hint of a smile appeared amongst the Green Scale's eyes. Aha! Well, let's go back. Xiao Tian said and brought Qing Scale as well as Shuelan and the others back inside the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. As soon as he entered, he felt a powerful energy aftermath rushing out. The two Xiao Ding and Xiao Calendar appeared in a flash. Ha ha, finally breaking through. It's too good to be true. Xiao Calendar crossed her arms and smiled. Big brother, second brother and I have already broken through to 7-star Dosher, and we're very close to being Grand Dosher, thanks to the elixir given by Big Brother. Isn't this Qing Scale? Xiaoli then shifted his gaze to this little girl. Chief, Green Scale nodded. Well, when I went out, I saw someone bullying her, so I brought her back, Xiao Tian said. Afterwards, the three brothers sat down, and Qingliao went to make tea. Looking at Xiao Tian, a long-lost smile appeared on Qingliao's face, then ran to pour the tea. Big brother, picking up. I don't know what your plans are, Xiao Ding said as he ate a mouthful of tea. Next, I'll go find a few people. Xiao Tian slowly spoke. Looking for someone? Can we help? Xiao Li asked curiously. Now that little medical fairy and Green Scale had been found and made contact. Next, there was Hi Bodong and Medusa. All of these characters are okay characters within the original, so they might as well just take them under their wing for fun. There's no need for that. Just cultivate yourselves. By the way, Qing Scale is also quite talented in cultivation. Second and third brothers, you can let her try cultivating, Xiao Tian suddenly said. The green scales that served the tea froze directly in place, those big eyes wide open. Young master, I can also? Xiao Tian looked at the cute little Chang scale and smiled as he lifted his hand and touched her head. Of course. Remember what I told you before? The little green scale blinked. Well, young master told the green scale not to be in other people's eyes. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Yeah, as long as you want to cultivate, you can do so anytime, and I'm sure that Qing scale will become very strong as well. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Qinglian's eyes were filled with hope, and the words that moved her were beyond words. Those were the eyes of a young girl who saw hope. No one had ever been so encouraging. For the first time in her life, the little green scale nodded heavily, definitely living up to the words of the eldest young master. The two people, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, looked at each other with a slight smile and nodded frequently. Looking at Xiao Tian, Qing Scale's heart is a promise. In the future must repay the great young master. Is that he gave himself the courage to live. After a short period of exchange, Xiao Tian left the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, and Xiao Tian quickly found a store that stood in the middle of the desert. This would be where Hippodrome is. Xiao Tian slowly fell down and walked towards the store, and just as he opened the door, he saw an old man practicing his calligraphy, but did not speak. Xiao Tian looked around, and with one glance, he saw the map of the remnants of the foreign fire inside the store, and needless to say, this was the map of the pure lotus demon flame. Xiao Tian picked up the remnants of the diagram. Old sir, how much is this diagram? I'll take it. Hi Bodong looked at it. No buy. This one was obtained with great difficulty by the old man. Anything else but this will do. Xiao Tian gently laughed. I didn't expect that Hi Bodong, who was famous in the Gamma Empire at the time, would actually be reduced to such a state. It's a pity. Upon hearing this, Hi Bodong's brows tightened and he suddenly stopped the pen in his hand. His eyes were full of shock. No one knows about the old man's affairs. How did this person find out? Well, still selling? Xiao Tian asked. A cold aura appeared on Hi Bodong's body, and the entire room became ice cold and bone-chilling. Boy, I don't know how you know that though, but what is your purpose in coming here? Since you know that old me is Hi Bodong, even if your cultivation has fallen to the level of a Do Wang nowadays, it's still not something that can be shaken by anyone. After all, there weren't many Do Wangs in the entire Gamma Empire. Together with his former Do Huang's strength, even if he encountered a stronger Do Wang, he would not be enough to fear. Xiao Tian's body's terrifying aura exploded, and in an instant, the temperature in the middle of the room instantly returned to normal. Hi Bodong froze in place. This breath is stronger than a Do Huang. His pupils trembled. It couldn't be a Dozong level powerhouse. No way. Hi Bodong was confused. When did a Dozong appear in the Gamma Empire? And the teenager in front of him didn't even look 20. This talent was too perverse. Based on what he knew, even that Cloudlon sect didn't have this kind of strength. Or from somewhere else. After seeing Xiao Tian's cultivation, Hi Bodong also collected his breath. Not to mention now, even when he hadn't had his cultivation sealed by Medusa before, he couldn't beat the teenager in front of him. For a hallowed Dozong level powerhouse to come to the old man's place, it can't be just for this fragment. Speaking of which, Hi Bodong had felt that this figure was not simple before. Today, I didn't expect to actually attract a Dozong, so it was evident that this figure was not simple. If your excellency uses strength, I won't be able to keep this diagram. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian smiled gently and walked over. If I wanted to snatch it, you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and talk at all, but I can unseal you. Hi Bodong's eyes suddenly lit up. He really wanted to regain his Do Huang's strength too much. Really? Old me is willing to exchange this remnant map. However, in order to lift the seal on my body you need the 6th grade pill breaking error pill, and all the other materials have been fully collected by the old man over the years. There's only one important herb missing now, and that's the mandragora of sand. I'm ashamed to say that this sand mandala is near the serpent tribe, and I have Medusa's seal on me, so I'll be discovered as soon as I get close. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. I can help you with this favor. But, before Xiao Tian could finish, Hi Bodong directly said, little friend don't worry, as long as you can lift the seal, Hi Bodong, will definitely agree to any conditions you have. The premise is not excessive. Help Hippodrome. Only he because the man is of excellent character, and if you help him, he will never forget it either. He loved the character of Hippodrome before he crossed over. Just in time to go over to the serpentine side myself. Good. When the time comes, Elder Hai will just be responsible for helping out with my Xiao family's affairs. Hi Bodong was slightly stunned. Xiao family? Never heard of it. Forget it. This young man is so strong at such a young age. One must not be offended. Fine. Hyperion spoke. This matter was nothing to him. Repaying the favor. He was serious. Provided that this kid could refine a 6th grade elixir. Good. Since that's the case, then old man Hai will come with me. I will refine it for you on the spot. Xiao Tian said directly. What? The Hyperion was dumbfounded. Chapter 44, Medusa, Queen of the Snake People. Little friend, don't forget that I really do have Medusa's seal. Once I step into the territory of the Serpent People clan, I will be discovered by Medusa in an instant. Hi Bodong was also psychologically beaten by Medusa. Now when he heard Medusa, he was a bit scared, not to mention going directly to the territory of the Snake People. When Medusa had warned him, go back in, die. For so many years, he had kept a map store here, and had never dared to set foot in it. I'm a powerful Dozong, and I still can't protect you? Xiao Tian looked at Hi Bodong and said. Then he walked out. Hi Bodong was also stunned. Yes, this teenager was a Dozong. Medusa was no match at all now. Wait, did you just say, on-site refining? Could you be an alchemist? After thinking about it, Hi Bodong directly followed out and asked. That's right, I am precisely a 7th grade pill master. Hearing this, Hi Bodong was shocked in his heart. How could this kind of alchemist appear here? Even the Dan King of the Gamma Empire, Gu He, was only 6th grade, right? He really was bursting with luck today, actually encountering a 7th grade pill master. At this time, Xiao Tian's feet stepped on the somersault clouds and had already flown into the sky, and Hi Bodong unfurled his fighting chi feathers and flew directly over. He was once again shocked by Xiao Tian. Looking at the other party actually stepping on top of the clouds, was this something they could do? Soon, Hi Bodong regained his composure and asked, by the way, I haven't asked young friend his name yet. Hi Bodong felt that he was penetrated by Xiao Tian. His name was known to the other party, but instead he was not clear about anything about him. Xiao Tian, Elder Hai, you go on. It's too slow to fly with your Do Wang's strength. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Hi Bodong was slightly stunned. You mean, I can stand on this cloud too? With a hint of surprise, Hi Bodong stepped on it, and actually really didn't fall down, and didn't use any fighting chi to maintain it himself. It had the feeling of a Dozong's feet stepping into the void. Whoosh! Somersaults! Direct acceleration. Hyperion's eyes widened. So fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Tagore Great Desert, and at a glance, the endless sand could not be seen. Coming here, Hi Bodong thought of the bits and pieces of the past. A flash as so many years have passed. Did not expect that he would return. Just at this time, Hi Bodong suddenly frowned slightly, only to feel a wave of ominous foreboding come over his body, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Little friend Xiao Tian, this aura is Medusa. He felt that scent again. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Xiao Tian nodded. That's right, she seems to be almost there. I didn't realize that gripping Medusa with Hippodrome worked so well. One didn't even need to go looking for it. The other party reacted to Hippodrome's scent and came straight to it. She's coming. Hi Bodong's eyes were slightly stunned. Then he frowned as he watched a red energy not far away rush towards this side. Didn't I tell you back then that if you dared to set foot in my snake people clan's territory again, you'd die? Suddenly, the red light blinked and arrived in front of Xiao Tian and Hi Bodong, with a pair of red Do Chi feathers on the other side. She was dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe, the delicate body under the brocade robe. Exquisite, as if it was that mature general, permeated with a faint flirtation, wearing a golden crown of the queen of the snake people on her head, a head of 3,000 green silk hanging down casually from her fragrant shoulders, perpendicular to her slender waist, while under the brocade robe was revealed a purple snake's tail, swaying slightly, a wild alluring temptation inexplicable to people. The pointed ears, the sexy red lips, with the extremely aggressive and gorgeous face, and the majestic and cold eyes, manifested a wild and noble beauty. Her pair of beautiful eyes swept over Xiao Tian and Hi Bodong. Humans, how dare you show up? This time, even if you bring a strong person here, you'll still fail miserably all the same. Medusa's cold, unfeeling voice came out. Queen Medusa, the supreme ruler of the serpent people race, was coldly watching Xiao Tian at the moment, and was very upset by the human invasion. Medusa, we didn't come here this time looking for you to fight. Hi Bodong was the first to speak. A mere Do Wang, how dare you act recklessly in front of this king? Her red lips lightly opened, her voice cold as ice. The king warned you before. In the middle of that barren desert, the wind whistled and swept up the sky of sand and dust, and the atmosphere was oppressive and tense. Queen Medusa stood like a stunningly beautiful sculpture. She was dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe. The brocade robe hunted in the wind, outlining her exquisite delicate body, just like a mature like. 3,000 green threads fell casually over the fragrant shoulders, perpendicular to the slender waist, exuding an innate charm and majesty. After that pair of beautiful eyes swept over, Medusa was also slightly stunned, and she was the one who realized the terrifying aura on Xiao Tian's body. Even better than yourself, Dozong powerhouse. Even in the face of a Dozong, Medusa was unfazed. If she backed down in fear today, then all of the serpent people were in danger, and Medusa didn't have the word proffer in her bones, not to mention that he was also a peak Do Huang, so he might not be a match for a Dozong. At this moment, even when she was facing Xiao Tian of the Dozong, there was not a trace of timidity in her eyes, and the narrow and stern eyes flickered with an icy cold light, as if they could penetrate the human heart. In that case, let's fight. She slightly tilted her head, her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she let out a cold and delicate drink, which instantly resounded in the desert like a thunderbolt. The battle was imminent, and Medusa's figure flickered like a ghost, instantly disappearing in place. In the next moment, she appeared in the middle of the enemy's camp, and at some point in her hand, she was already holding a longsword that was flashing with a cold aura. She waved her longsword, and her sword was as harsh as a raging storm, each sword carrying a deadly force. Medusa's power should not be underestimated. Xiao Tian pulled out the Rui weapon from the second center and directly blocked it. Bam! A crisp sound came, followed by a shower of sparks. Medusa's beautiful eyes gently wrinkled, followed by a flash of cold light in her eyes. Her snake tail violently flung out. Do Chi stirred, and blood-red energy swept out like a wave, instantly attacking towards Xiao Tian. Drive me! Xiao Tian lightly drank, and with a direct and simple roar, it was like a powerful sonic fighting technique that shook the blood-red energy away. Suddenly, Medusa's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already as close to Xiao Tian as a ghost, and her 5 fingers formed a claw, fiercely grabbing towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian stood in place and had already sensed Medusa's position, and the instant he directly raised his hand, he grabbed Medusa's delicate wrist. Seeing this, Medusa revealed her sulking anger. Her figure flickered again, her snake tail swept like a long whip, the air was jerked to an explosive roar, and a blood-red Do Chi blade attacked towards Xiao Tian. No good. Hi Bodong was shocked and hastily warned. His eyes narrowed lightly. This Medusa had gotten stronger again. Chapter 45, Defeating the Queen. It looked like Medusa was about to get her hands on her. However, Xiao Tian actually transformed into a shadow in place, and Medusa hid in empty space. So fast, even Medusa didn't see it clearly. That is, the speed of a Dozong? At this moment, Xiao Yan once again appeared behind Medusa D, his feet stepping into the void and holding a weapon in his hand. Medusa slowly turned to go and looked at Xiao Tian with a pair of beautiful eyes. Your Excellency is so fast. Could it be that you are a strong person from the Gamma Empire? Sensing Xiao Tian's strength just now, Medusa asked curiously. She was still like remembering that Yunlan Sect's Yun Shan's strength was okay, so why was there suddenly another one? And Yun Shan had always liked her, except that there was no way he himself would like a human, especially a weak one. However, so far, no human has defeated himself. Xiao Tian nodded. That's right. I wonder what exactly is the relationship between Yun Shan and you, Medusa said curiously. Yun Shan? He has already been killed by me, Xiao Tian said indifferently. The words fell. Medusa and the nearby Hi Bodong all looked shocked. That Yun Shan fellow died? Hi Bodong just felt shocked at his fall, but being killed by a Dozong powerhouse like Xiao Tian was normal. Based on the latest news he knew, it seemed like he hadn't broken through to Dozong, right? So it is. However, even so, this king will not let you go. Medusa raised the longsword in her hand towards Xiao Tian to continue her attack. Xiao Tian had one hand behind his back and directly clamped the longsword with his fingers, only to see Medusa's eyebrows slightly frowning. Her body's red fighting chi erupted. This guy was so strong. Break! Xiao Tian concentrated his power in his hand and flicked it, and the longsword in Medusa's hand was instantly snapped. Click! Spaces bouncing through. Hi Bodong looked dumbfounded, popping through space with his fingers alone. This was obviously something that could only be done by a Dozong. No, it was hard for a Dozong too, right? This Xiao Tian can never be offended. As Ace Angel Investment Hi Bodong, this point is the most clear to see. He also had another layer of identity as the Mithril family's supreme elder. Doing business and seeing people was a basic ability. This Xiao Tian is by no means in the pool. The future is unlimited. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Medusa was shaken back by this terrifying force. Her longsword let out a buzz at the same time. The power of a Dozong is really strong. Human, this king is going to show you how powerful you are. Medusa's hands formed a seal. The red fighting chi suddenly spread, transforming into a field that covered 100 feet. Within this field, the air became viscous, and everything became sluggish and suppressed. Of course Xiao Tian also felt a hint of suppression. However, Medusa was only at the level of a Do Huang, and was still a little bit short of facing a Dozong. In this king's domain, you are nothing but prey to be slaughtered. An icy voice echoed in the domain, his figure flickering like a phantom, each appearance accompanied by a blazing attack. Xiao Tian would weaponize his resistance every time, and with just one strike, he shattered Medusa's domain space. Ka-chow! The terrifying power instantly dissolved Medusa's attack. This made Medusa's heart flutter as well. Xiao Tian looked at Medusa and slowly raised his finger. This move was learned from the Kung Fu inside the Yunlan Sect's treasury. Together with his heaven-defying enlightenment, learning this kind of fighting technique was simple. Win's extreme meteor killing. Xiao Tian's fingertip do chi gathered crazily, and finally a finger pointed out, and poof, a terrifying energy shot out. In the face of such terrifying power, Medusa's beautiful eyes were stunned. She flexibly dodged various attacks with the spread of her fighting chi feathered wings, her stance light and graceful, just like an elf dancing in the wind. Of course Medusa wasn't going to tie her hands. Suddenly, she turned around fiercely, and a powerful fighting chi erupted from her body, transforming into countless brilliant colored ribbons that shot out in all directions. Xiao Tian flashed and flickered, and all of these colored ribbons were unable to attack him. As Hi Bodong watched the battle, he also could not help but frown slightly. If Xiao Tian went all out, Medusa should not be able to withstand it. Medusa was suppressed by Xiao Tian the entire time. Her red do chi converged crazily, and 9 huge red fire snakes emerged behind her, each of which was hideous and horrifying, exuding a destructive aura. Hisses! The giant snake let out a horrible sound, spitting its snake letters and hovering around Medusa. Go! Under Medusa's command, 9 red fire snakes swooped out at the same time, going from all directions and blocking all of Xiao Tian's retreat paths. Xiao Tian raised his weapon to resist. However, the snake's shadow was like a gangrene that possessed his bones, wrapping itself around him to death, chasing him up without stopping and circling straight into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang came from above the sky, and a huge ball of fire appeared. Medusa's diaphanous brow furrowed. It's over? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened as she sensed Xiao Tian's aura. Nice power. Unfortunately, it came up short. Xiao Tian hemmed and hawed, his body unharmed. After all, he's not exactly a brick wall. It was impossible for a Do Huang to break through his defense. Watch the move. Xiao Tian instantly disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, It was in front of Medusa's eyes. He subconsciously raised his palm and slapped it. Medusa also somehow froze in place and did not put up a fight. Dozong. Xiao Zhan only felt a softness in his hand and seemed to have touched something. It's not. I was supposed to attack. Why didn't she dodge it? It doesn't make sense. Mistakes. Medusa instantly widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Zhan's hand. You're still not letting go. The irritated Medusa's head went blank. She had never been touched by a human before. Human, I want you to pay. Medusa was incomparably angry. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and a huge red illusory giant snake slowly emerged, which opened its bloody mouth and whistled toward Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan had already withdrawn his hand a long time ago, and at the moment there was still a softness in his hand and a trace of residual warmth. Looking at the giant snake biting in front of him, the Rui weapon in Xiao Zhan's hand suddenly became larger and slammed down towards the giant snake with a stick. Bang! Terrifying power exploded towards the surroundings. Space shattered inch by inch. Hi Bodong was slightly stunned, unfurling his fighting chi feathers to hastily flee towards the distance, shattering and forming a vortex that sucked in everything around him. What a terrifying power. He was only at the strength of a Do Wang right now, and he was afraid that it would be troublesome if he didn't run. In the next moment, the Rui weapon directly smashed down, crushing the giant snake as Medusa hurriedly fled into the distance. However, what Xiao Zhan did to her just now kept floating in the middle of her mind. Rumbling. The terrifying aftermath directly hit the harebrained Medusa, sending her flying. Her stunningly beautiful face carried a touch of shock. Put. Medusa dropped to the ground, wounded and pale. The Rui weapon was too strong. She was no match, and at the moment, her Do Chi was depleted. Right at this moment, Xiao Zhan raised his hand and the Rui weapon became smaller and flew into his hand. As she watched Xiao Zhan slowly fall, Medusa still wanted to continue fighting, but couldn't muster the strength to do so. Those beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had lost. The queen of the snake people was also very proud and would not lower her stance even if she lost. A feeling that it's okay to kill or die. You do it, Medusa said as she raised her hand to cover her chest. Her snake tail coiled on the ground, her red lips slightly parted. Chapter 46 Taking Medusa. Queen Medusa, you and I have no grudge. However, this time, you have come to your snake people clan because you want to obtain the fallen heart flame. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth and said, looking at the delicate and incomparable Medusa on the ground. Words. A trace of shock flashed among Medusa's eyes. Meteorite heart flame was something she wanted. How could she easily give it to someone else, let alone a human? Taking advantage of Xiao Zhan's inattention, Medusa lightly bit her red lips and reached out her hand to grab it, only that she was somewhat breathless at the moment. Xiao Zhan directly and angrily grabbed Medusa's arm and gently exerted a force. The latter's eyebrows tightened. A moan of pain came out. Medusa, I advise you to stay put. In my eyes, you're not that high and mighty queen of whatever. If you're not honest, don't blame me. Xiao Zhan gave a smooth push, and Medusa directly fell on top of the sand, that dark green silk scattering away. At this moment, her stunning face was filled with shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. Seeing such a domineering Xiao Zhan actually shocked her. That kind of majesty, even she as the queen of the snake people race did not carry it. No one had ever yelled at her like that, and the originally haughty Medusa was honest in this moment, blinking her beautiful eyes as the tip of her snake tail drew circles. Looking at that stunning and exquisite face, delicate red lips, gem blue clear eyes, emerald bright eyes, the delicate body under the brocade robe was exquisite, as if it was mature, permeated with a faint flirtation, showing all the sultriness and charm. Xiao Zhan was actually mesmerized for a moment. The two were so close that they could even clearly hear each other's breathing. Medusa's sexy stomach rose and fell rhythmically. You can let go of me. With a sultry look in her eyes, Medusa was giving a gentle push. Only then did Xiao Zhan gently release Medusa's wrist. After I get the fallen heart flame, I will leave. Medusa braced herself and tried to get up, but she had just been injured by the Rui weapon, and in order to defend herself, she used all of her Do Chi to block. The main reason was that Xiao Zhan was too strong, and the power of a Dozong was not something she could resist. The distant Hi Bodong saw that scene just now from afar, and was also watching with his jaw dropped, finding it hard to believe that Queen Medusa would actually show a soft side. He was beaten and sealed his cultivation in the beginning. Xiao Zhan stretched out his hand and Medusa slowly raised her head to look at it. She lightly bit her red lips. How could such a thing be possible? After thinking of this, Medusa actually stretched out her hand and placed it on Xiao Zhan's hand, after which, Xiao Zhan pulled it up. Even Medusa herself was stunned. How could she have just reached out to this human? The kind of intimidation from this human just now actually shook my heart, and Medusa had a curious look on her face. It was that feeling that made her feel a hint of something inexplicable. That bloodline. He didn't seem quite human. Could it be the wraith? Just as she got up, Medusa suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and her body went limp, falling towards the back. Xiao Tian's hand was quick, directly stepped out and wrapped his hand around Medusa's waist, and Medusa's heart was shaken. Not good, how do I? Let go of me. Medusa slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and her last glance was to see Xiao Tian's handsome face. Xiao Tian was also curious and insisted on her pulse, realizing that Medusa had been seriously injured just now and was merely holding on hard before. What a stubborn woman. Hi Bodong saw that Medusa had suddenly fainted in Xiao Tian's arms, and only then did he feel a little more relieved walking over. Xiao Tian, Medusa she. Xiao Tian glanced at Hi Bodong. She was injured by me, and she was holding on hard before. Hearing this, Hi Bodong also froze for a moment. Medusa's strength was at the forefront of the entire Gamma Empire. No one could make her lose so much, and Xiao Tian also ran into. Hiss. Soon, the sky was falling as well. Night. Xiao Tian took out some quilts from inside his spatial ring to cover Medusa. The injuries on her body had already been taken care of by Xiao Tian. Just recuperate. At this time, Xiao Tian grabbed a few rabbits and sat next to the fire and started roasting them. Hi Bodong also looked at Medusa warily and wondered what Xiao Tian was doing by bringing her around. It was too dangerous. According to Medusa's character, the first time after waking up must be to fight desperately and take revenge. After all, Xiao Tian all put people to. Hippodrome was also sitting in a position directly in front of Medusa. While marveling at Xiao Tian's grilling skills, he paid attention to Medusa. Xiao Tian scattered the cumin spice on top of the squealing rabbit meat, and at this time, Medusa's eyes moved slightly as she was attracted by a smell of grilled meat. Is the wound on my king's body healed? Medusa felt as if she had put healing medicine on her body, so to say. He took advantage of her that time. At the thought, Medusa's pink fists clenched, but the images that suddenly appeared inside her head made her a little shy again. It was a feeling she had never felt before, and to put it mildly, it was still her own initiative, and now he was even healing himself. Medusa quickly calmed down and threw out all the mess inside her head. How could one think about that? This is nothing more than human trickery. You think the king will thank you? When this king recovers, he'll make you look good. Just then, a unique aroma of roasted meat wafted over, and Medusa smelled it. It smelled so good. Coo, of a dove. She also didn't know when, but her stomach actually growled uncontrollably. Xiao Tian suddenly turned around, holding roasted meat inside his hand. It smells really good. Hai Lao, is it good? Hai Bodong's eyes were stunned. He had also never smelled such a fragrant roasted meat. He did not expect Xiao Tian's talent to be so strong that he could not even compare to the roasted meat himself. It's really a shame. He swallowed and tore off a piece of meat into his mouth. The skin was toasted and crispy and the spices were perfectly flavored, crunchy and delicious. Hai Lao's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. It's delicious. To be honest, this is the best barbecue I've ever had. Having heard their conversation, Medusa, who had been awakening and still pretending to be asleep, was surrounded by the scent, and she was really kind of hungry, so eager to eat. Just at this time, Xiao Tian suddenly took the meat and placed it beside Medusa. Woke up? It's roasted. This is the one for you. Eat it. At that, Medusa froze, since he already knew. There was no point in continuing to pretend to be asleep. Medusa gently opened her beautiful eyes, and she was surprised to find that she was much better. The fighting spirit had also recovered quite a bit. Looking at the roasted meat in front of her, Medusa fell into hesitation. Right now, she was just striking out to take revenge, but she could not beat Xiao Tian. Might as well eat his food and sort of consume the enemy's supplies. Chapter 47, Making a Deal with Medusa. Requests for follow-up readings. Medusa didn't hesitate to pick it up. Hesitate for a moment. She slowly opened her red lips and gently took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It was so delicious. She had really never eaten such delicious roasted meat. That's what this guy baked. Seeing how Medusa actually didn't explode in temper, but instead ate incredulously, it was all different from what Hi Bodong had imagined. Did Medusa submit? No, it's unlikely that Medusa would submit. Would it have been the same if he had gotten lucky and defeated Medusa in the first place? Hyperion thought as he ate. Unlikely. After Medusa finished eating, she sat down on the mat, her beautiful eyes wide as she covered herself with something from him, as well as the mat. However, humans have always been very cunning, and the snake people rule that you should never trust humans. They are all hypocrites. In that case, I'll eat. I'm still hungry. And to eat, Medusa threw her bones and flesh, a queenly, very high and cold, and stretched out her hand and said faintly, "You can't beat him yourself anyway, so you consume him. He has a temper himself." Xiao Tian followed up by handing her another roasted rabbit. "Since you ate my food, how do you want to repay me? And, just a little while ago, I healed you." Medusa froze slightly, holding her arms, her face still cold, like a snow lotus on the top of an iceberg, emitting a ghostly cold light. "Sure enough, you humans are scheming in everything you do. Told you I wouldn't do anything. At this time, a breeze blew in, blowing Medusa's long, dark hair up. Under the moonlight, her golden crown glittered, and her slender, sexy figure was mesmerizing to look at. Even Hi Bodong looked dumbfounded for a moment. Medusa lived up to her reputation for beauty in the Gamma Empire. If he hadn't followed Xiao Zhan today, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have this opportunity. However, what Hi Bodong admired the most was that Xiao Zhan had actually held Medusa. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have fought by now. Even if the other party was a Dozong powerhouse, Medusa would still fight without hesitation. Definitely not like this. Looking at Medusa's self-contained queenly temperament, Xiao Zhan was not used to her and directly spoke. How about this? If you can help me deal with the force, I can consider letting you successfully advance to Dozong. It is said that your Snake People clan has a way to quench your body's bloodline using a powerful foreign fire ability. And if you can successfully evolve, not only can you advance to Dozong, but you can also metamorphose into an even more powerful ancient demonic beast. Medusa suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes lightly and her face became cold because Xiao Zhan actually knew so much. The importance of the foreign fire to this king makes it even more impossible to give it to you. Even though you are a Dozong level powerhouse, this king is naturally unafraid. Xiao Zhan smiled faintly. However, I have also heard that this method of evolution is very dangerous, and if it fails, or is interrupted in the middle, one will fall. Unluckily, I have a way here to ignore this danger and successfully evolve. Medusa's eyebrows frowned slightly, a look of shock on her face. How could you possibly have that kind of method? Even she didn't know that there was another method. Xiao Zhan lifted his finger and the Samadhi true flame emerged. The power contained within it was extremely terrifyingly huge and even surpassed the Fey flame. The surrounding space seemed to be affected, and Medusa's red lips opened slightly, revealing surprise. You actually have a foreign fire? This is the Samadhi true flame. It has a very powerful effect on you to quench your meridians and flesh. It can be much stronger than the foreign fire. Medusa's eyes looked at Xiao Zhan. This foreign fire is very powerful. However, how can this king trust you? At this time Medusa thought about it. If this approach really works, it might be worth a try. Just the other party can be trusted by themselves? Aren't you afraid that this king will backtrack at that time? After advancing to Dozong, I'm afraid you won't be my opponent either. Medusa's eyes looked towards Xiao Zhan with a hint of confidence that was charming. Xiao Zhan smiled gently. Since I have a way to make you advance, I also have a way to make you fall. Medusa's face sank slightly upon hearing this, and with a light hum, she voiced her misgivings. Who knows if you'll mix something in amongst the foreign flames, and then this king will fall into your way instead. If I really had other thoughts, I would have done it all before. Besides, although you are good looking, but if you always look so cold and icy, maybe I won't like it, Xiao Zhan said indifferently. You, Medusa's beautiful eyes glanced at Xiao Zhan. The delicate charming eyes dyed with anger. The whole person was puffing with anger. Her pink fist gently clenched. Now she was still injured, or else she would have punched over. Let Xiao Zhan know how strong his casserole-sized fist was. Next to him, Hi Bodong ate the rabbit meat. His heart was greatly shocked. If he were to tell the others that someone was chatting with Medusa like this, they would definitely not believe him. The usually arrogant and cold Queen Medusa would actually be like this. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. And since using a foreign fire is making a bet, then trusting me can be one as well. Facing Medusa's question, Xiao Zhan slowly spoke. Soon after, it was feared that Soul Temple would make a comeback, and if the ruffian protector brought the news of the Dasher ancient emperor's Jade back to the Soul Temple, then the Soul Temple would definitely send people again. Previously, they knew that the Xiao family was no longer a climate, they just couldn't find it, but now that they were sure, they had the strength of a Dozong, and they would only send out people who were at least starting out as Dozongs as well. Right now, the only thing he could do was to improve as quickly as possible, as well as develop a little bit of power. As long as Medusa advanced to Dozong, that would be considered a fighting force. As for Hi Bodong, restoring the strength of the Do Huang, it also counts. Dong is the real man, something really on, but also can let it improve its strength. Even if he was powerful, he still wasn't very good without a strong force. The partner has to be at least. In this Gamma Empire, it seemed that Yun Shan and Medusa were the only ones left. Only Yun Shan was dishonest and had already defected to the Hall of Souls and was killed off by himself. After thinking for a moment, Medusa said slowly, join your forces? But this king still likes to be free. Tell us what you really want. For Xiao Zhan's request, Medusa was also very curious. She possessed the Medusa bloodline and had a beautiful face, but all the humans who had seen her were all mesmerized and attracted by her beauty, and other people must have put forward any other excessive requests, and he just wanted my help against a certain power. Xiao Zhan nodded his head and said, I naturally won't restrain your freedom. It's just that the other party's forces are, well, extremely powerful. His name is Soul Temple. The words fell. Medusa was also stunned. The Soul Temple was something she had heard about time and time again. This seemed to be more crucial than whether or not he could successfully evolve. And if he could, there was no harm in agreeing to him. Xiao Tian. What? You want to deal with the Hall of Souls? Hi Bodong naturally knew some little news about this mysterious force. It is said that the Soul Temple is very powerful and mysterious. Have you offended them? Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. No, it's them who have offended me. Medusa wasn't too shocked after hearing this. As long as there is no harm to the Snake People clan, it's just a deal. As for dealing with the Soul Palace, it's not a no-no, she slowly said. It's okay to help you. However, the prerequisite is that you can allow me to evolve smoothly and advance to the rank of Dozong. No problem. By the way, Medusa, can you lift your seal for Hi Bodong? Xiao Tian suddenly said. Since it's all taken care of, he doesn't even need to simply break the Erdnase pill, and she should be able to undo the seals placed by Medusa herself, right? Chapter 48, 6th Grade Earthbreaking Pill. Seeing this, Hi Bodong stepped forward and said, Queen Medusa, what happened before? When he said this, he still stopped, his fists clenched, his face showing bitterness. Medusa hugged her arm. That pair of cold eyes swept over Hi Bodong. Forget it, let him get over what happened before. There is no way for me to lift the seal, and once I am hit, I can only use the broken Erdnase Dan. This, however, I have now. The moment she said that, Medusa raised her hand. A sand mandala appeared in her palm. After seeing the last herb he needed, Hi Bodong's eyes were stunned. The main thing was to obtain it so that he could regain his strength. However, soon after, Medusa directly shook her hand and the mandala of sand was put back. She looked at Hi Bodong with cold eyes. But why should this king give it to you? Hi Bodong froze slightly. This, sure enough, Medusa is not that nice to talk to. Xiao Tian came forward and said, Medusa, what are you? After seeing Xiao Tian's reaction, Medusa directly threw the mandala of sand to Hi Bodong before turning around and turning her back to them, clearly still angry about what happened earlier. After obtaining the sand mandala, Hi Bodong was thrilled. Great, I finally obtained it. Xiao Tian, I'm really too thankful to you. Xiao Tian walked over. Let's start refining now. Now, Hi Bodong handed the mandala of sand to Xiao Tian. Also, it was getting better and better. Of course he begged for it. Hearing Xiao Tian's intention to refine a 6th grade elixir, Medusa slowly turned away as a faint surprise surfaced under her eyes. This fellow actually wanted to refine an elixir. Could it be that he was still an alchemist? Out of curiosity, Medusa looked over. When did such a powerful guy appear in the Gamma Empire? Not only a Dozong powerhouse or an alchemist. Looking so young, only Xiao Tian was seen sitting on the ground, and the moment he raised his hand, the samadhi flame condensed into a Dan furnace. This scene directly stunned Hi Bodong as well as Medusa. The alchemy they usually saw required an alchemy furnace. Xiao Tian actually directly condensed the Dan furnace with a foreign fire. This kind of terrifying fire control ability was unheard of. And this foreign fire cohesion of the Dan tripod released a peculiar breath and burning out of the flame energy to see. Obviously on the refining of pills has a great increase. At this moment, Medusa's pair of beautiful eyes blinked. The fluctuations in her eyes were obvious. So it seemed that this guy didn't seem to have lied just now. And now she would just trust him for now. Hi Bodong's eyes narrowed lightly. Xiao Tian was indeed really an alchemist. This time he could really lift the seal on his body. Xiao Tian raised his hand to control a bead of elixir into the middle of the alchemy furnace, and finally put the last herb, Mandragora of Sand, in, and as his fingertips flicked, the hot flame immediately transformed into dozens of tiny clusters of flames wrapping around the herb that had just been put in. Looking at Xiao Tian's flowing movements, Hi Bodong and Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly. He was so skillful. This kind of alchemy talent was simply impossible without a few decades, and the Xiao Tian in front of them looked like he was just 18 years old, right? Xiao Tian's wave of operation was even more shocking to them. Medusa's attitude towards Xiao Tian had also changed subconsciously. After all, an outstanding person looked so compelling no matter where he was. By using the samadhi flame to refine it into a Dan liquid and then condense it, as a 7th grade Dan master, it was still relatively simple to refine this 6th grade Dan. Even if it was a 6th grade elixir, Xiao Tian had to take it seriously. A little carelessness, the same will fail. Inside the circle of alchemy, alchemy failure is a common occurrence. It is those alchemy masters, but also recurrent failure, and then find experience from it in order to make their alchemy refinement. Even if one is proficient in alchemy, one cannot achieve 100% success. That's if everyone's worried about it. At this moment, within the flaming medicine cauldron, in a short while, a thumb-sized mauve-colored pill prototype, in the flames of the burning, slowly taking shape, a deep purple color of the Dan fragrance, suddenly emanated from the cauldron, diffused in the surroundings, for a long time not to dissipate. It's going to be a success? Hi Bodong was also stunned. Too good to be true. In fact, After knowing that Xiao Tian was an alchemist, there was definitely no problem. After all, his strength had already reached Dozong. Previously, he had thought that he was not very experienced in alchemy, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Xiao Tian's alchemy was estimated to be about the same as that Dan King Gu He. As the prototype of the elixir formed, the Samadhi true flame at the tip of Xiao Tian's finger compressed rapidly, and a moment later, the Samadhi true flame was compressed to a terrifying point, becoming infinitesimally small. This power was extremely terrifying, and a trace of shock flashed under Medusa's eyes. Actually compressing such a terrifying flame, with a flick of Xiao Tian's finger, it was drilled into the middle of the prototype of the elixir, skillfully integrating into the various parts of the elixir. Rumbling. Suddenly the flames erupted and the final quenching began. In the next moment, the flame slowly disappeared under Xiao Tian's precise control, and a thumb-sized, light purple, rounded elixir that emitted a faint luster was rotating inside the furnace. Bang! 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 The moment this purple pill was formed, a violet energy erupted from within the pill, spreading towards the surroundings and creating a rippling wave. The 6th grade pill is actually so powerful? Medusa raised her hand to block the shockwave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The red brocade on her body fluttered and took off. She subconsciously reached out and pressed down. Hi Bodong was equally shocked. This seemed to be much stronger than an ordinary 6th grade elixir. This aura, it seemed to have a 7th grade might. After glancing at the energy fluctuations that were spreading rapidly, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand and a powerful soul force enveloped the surrounding area. Bang! 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 The spreading energy slammed into it, sending out ripples. This force was counteracted from strong to weak and gradually disappeared. At the moment when the energy ripples disappeared, Xiao Tian lifted his palm and grabbed it, and the lavender color elixir inside buzzed and trembled as if it had been summoned and turned into a ray of light that flew into his palm. Seeing this, Hi Bodong's eyes widened. It was refined so quickly? This was too much faster than those alchemists that one would normally see. However, there were advantages and disadvantages to the pills made by alchemists. Xiao Tian glanced at the pill he had refined in his hand. It's not bad. It was then directly thrown to Hi Bodong. Hi Bodong raised his hand to catch the still warm elixir and took a look. His pupils instantly shrank. His face was full of shock, and both hands were trembling slightly. This is the Dan pattern? At those words, Medusa's arm that was stuck in her brutal waist suddenly let go, moving her snake tail to walk over. Dan lines. It's still true. More than just a 6th grade elixir had been refined in such a short period of time. There were also Dan lines. Dan lines are special lines formed on the surface of the elixir due to the high degree of energy condensation and perfect fusion of medicinal power during the refining process, and the medicinal effect is much stronger than that of ordinary elixirs. Medusa's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Tian, only feeling that this guy was a little monster. Chapter 49. Hi Bodong recovers as a Do Huang. Xiao Tian's overwhelming talent once again caused Medusa to be shocked by it. Xiao Tian was considered to be the strongest human genius she had seen so far. Moreover, he himself was not a match for him, and his alchemy ability was also very strong. I don't know who the hell raised such a little monster. Medusa also sighed darkly, and that pair of beautiful eyes stayed on Xiao Tian's body, and at this time, in her mind, she suddenly recalled some of the overbearing behaviors that Xiao Tian had done to her earlier. She'd never been treated that way by a human before. And then, of course, there's the fact that his hand inadvertently touched himself earlier. As soon as she thought of this, Medusa's temper that originally wanted to explode was quickly suppressed. Well, the king will not bother with him for the time being. When he breaks through the Dozong after helping this king evolve, this king will definitely give him some color. She, Queen Medusa, never takes a loss. Hi Bodong swallowed his saliva. Xiao Tian, this eldritch pill of yours is too expensive. However, what was promised, the old man will definitely keep his word. This is our agreement. Just one elixir, Xiao Tian slowly said. Medusa's beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. The 6th grade pill was given when he said so, but, so to speak, he kinda kept his word. What the king is thinking, whatever. After realizing these thoughts of her own, Medusa clasped her arms, her long eyelashes blinking as she just watched in silence. Hi Bodong was extremely touched and found an open space and directly sat down, placing the earbreaker Dan directly into his mouth. At this time, Hi Bodong's body trembled violently. From his body a ferocious ice attribute fighting chi erupted out. Wherever he passed, the surrounding stones, sandy ground, and the surface of the dead trees formed a thick layer of ice. As this energy came before Xiao Tian's eyes, he stood still and the frost dissipated as soon as it came close to him. As Queen Medusa gently raised her hand, a red energy appeared, and the icy cold aura automatically collapsed. This kind of power was not enough to be feared in her eyes. Hi Bodong, who had his eyes tightly closed, didn't seem to notice the destruction he had caused, and in the next moment, his brows tightened, and a flame emerged from within his body. covering his body and forcing back all of the coldness from his body. Suddenly a trace of pain appeared on his aged face and tensed up. His body trembled, and in the center of his brow eerie green-colored energy began to coalesce. A moment later, it unexpectedly formed a ghostly green, tiny energy serpentine pattern, which hovered above Hi Bodong's forehead, sealing the surging do chi in his body to death. This was also the reason why his cultivation was sealed. Seeing this, Medusa's eyes narrowed lightly, and it really was about to lift. And the mauve energy amongst the broken eldritch pill slowly appeared from Hi Bodong's neck, moving towards the small, ghostly green snake. Purple energy in the ghostly green serpentine, in the position of Hi Bodong's forehead constantly stalemate. But when the stalemate time after nearly about half an hour, that ghostly green serpentine, finally is slightly dimmed a lot, obviously break the Dan, seems to really have the miraculous effect of restraining this kind of seal. In the end, the purple ability, with the help of a restraining effect, forced the small, ethereal green serpent back and flew out of Hi Bodong's brow. After the seal was detached from his body, Hi Bodong suddenly and violently unfolded his eyes. A brilliant light burst out from amongst his eyes, and the ferocious aura that had been sealed for decades burst out. Ka-chow! Under the impact of this aura, the surrounding ice instantly crumbled. Hi Bodong raised his hands and slowly floated up. An icy cold air wrapped around his body as he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, the old man has finally regained the strength of a Do Huang. Violent sound waves interspersed with fighting aura spread out towards the diffusion. Medusa walked over towards Xiao Tian's side, her cold eyes looking at the excited Hi Bodong in the air, and said indifferently, "Is it done?" Noticing Medusa's presence, Hi Bodong was slightly stunned, too excited about the seal being lifted to restore Do Huang's strength. However, Medusa's defiant eyes made him subconsciously retract his leaking cold aura, which slowly fell. Then Hi Bodong held his beard and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, cultivation has been sealed for decades, finally recovered. Too excited. A time is not hold back. Forgive me. Xiao Tian nodded. Since Elder Hai has recovered his cultivation, it is time to consolidate his cultivation. With things settled here, now let's go find the foreign fire. After some tossing and turning, the sky also gradually brightened. A repeated golden light rose toward the east. The desert morning is a little cool. It's getting late. Let's go. The somersault clouds in the sky flew down sharply at this time. Xiao Tian leaped up and flew out first. Medusa also recovered a lot. Swish! Behind a pair of beautiful red fighting chi feather wings appeared. Around the sprinkling in points of golden light, feather wings above the road red fighting chi overflow. From her perfect side view, a gold earring shook and sparkled above her pointed ear. Whoosh! Medusa followed in a single flight. Hi Bodong withdrew his eyes. His fists slightly clenched. His body shook, and a pair of fighting chi feathers formed from a combination of countless ice cones appeared behind him. A deep cold aura emanated from it. Whoosh! Hi Bodong's figure flashed and appeared directly in the air, staying in mid-air, followed by his body rushing towards the front. Bang! Bang! A blasting sound rang out, leaving two huge white rings similar to Mach's rings in the original out, and a white trail appeared in the air as Hi Bodong flew sharply. Soon, Hi Bodong saw the Medusa in front of him, and he hurriedly overtook it. Seeing this, Medusa likewise accelerated. The snake's tail coiled and flicked out with force, and a layer of rippling waves appeared in the air. Her entire body flew out in a hurry. Xiao Tian took a look and he had already left the two people far behind. He turned to look, and two rays of light, one white and one red, were flying towards him as you chased after them. Looks like I have to slow down a bit. Xiao Tian deliberately slowed down a bit. Medusa had already surpassed Hi Bodong. She had a shocked look on her face. That white cloud was actually so fast that I had trouble catching up with it at full strength. And just at this time, above the distant sky were the same three rays of light flying towards the Serpentine clan's territory. The person at the head of the group was Dan King Guhi, followed by Lion King Yenshur, in which there was also a masked person, and the three of them flew together. Everyone, thank you for your help this time. I'll send the payment along with it when it's done. Yen Lion laughed. The Dan King definitely keeps his promises. Can I still not believe this? Dan King Guhi also gave a somewhat ashamed smile. There is still the existence of that one who was stronger than me in this Gamma Empire. If we can invite him, I'm afraid this time it will be more secure. It's just that they're 7th grade and he's 6th grade, so he really can't come up with anything to invite them. Only to see that the man in black was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and then accelerated his speed to follow up.